things. Hello and welcome into everybody tuning in over on YouTube. I've noticed for the last couple streams my mic has been really quiet, so we're going to fix that all today. You are actively hearing my mic get louder because I'm changing the decibel level, and I think that we got that perfect. Okay, we're good. Now, for everybody tuning in on the YouTube stream, it's awesome to have every single one of you guys in here with us for the day. If you don't know what we do here, we just talk to and debate Trump supporters for around 4 to 5 hours every single day. We do this so we could hopefully change their minds, but, you know, that's not what usually happens, so I'm more so focused on changing the minds of maybe some of the Trump supporters listening in and just better equipping the liberals watching with information that you could share interpersonally in your life with your family members, your friends, your acquaintances, and your loved ones that still support the terrible president we have running the country from the Oval Office today. Now, we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day. Their name is Mikey. Their screen name is Real American Who's Not Woke. We're going to go ahead and let Mikey take it away and tell us how the hell he supports Trump. That's it from me. My yap is over. Take it away, Mikey. You have my full attention. Why do you support Trump as president?
Because he's implementing the law that was put in effect in 1965 that stated that nobody shall come across the border illegally, and he's deporting the people that are coming across illegally.
Okay, so he's just upholding the law?
Yeah, he's upholding the law when Biden didn't do that. Okay. Biden allowed over 6 million illegal immigrants to come into this country.
Okay, we'll talk about Biden after this. It's just funny because if you want to talk about Donald Trump upholding or breaking the law in reference to undocumented immigrants, day one, he signed an illegal executive order into effect, executive order number 14160, that explicitly breaks the law, contradicts the Constitution as it relates to undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, so what about the Nationality Immigration Act that was put into effect in 1965?
Well, I mean, I'm not so sure, like, of what act you're referring to. I mean, are you more so just telling me that, like, undocumented entry is illegal? I know that. It's a federal law. Yeah, it's federally illegal to enter into this country with use of undocumented means. I'm aware.
I'd like you to look up Section 8, or U.S. Code 8, Section 1325.
Yeah, 8.
Look that up.
Yeah. That's the part of the U.S. Code in which makes undocumented entry illegal. I'm aware. I'm familiar.
So why were you guys okay with it when Biden did it, but now that Trump's deporting those people that came in illegally, you guys think it's okay because nobody's on quote unquote stolen land?
Okay. Well, do you want me to tell you why I disagree with mass deportation? There's a shit ton of reasons why.
Okay, you can tell your reasons. I'll tell you reasons why I support it.
Great. I think I really disagree with mass deportation because it only yields negative outcomes. When we sit down and we attempt to calculate the ways in which it helps America and hurts America, we see that it hurts it much more than it helps it. I mean, first and foremost, there's 8.3 million undocumented workers in our labor force. You forcefully deport them all. According to the American Immigration Council, our GDP goes down by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion per year. They also pay $100 billion per year in taxes. That means over the next 10 years, our government loses $1 trillion in revenue directly collected from them, not including the profit that's extracted off of their labor and paid taxes on by their employers. Okay? And because of these effects and others, it would destabilize our economy. Our producers would produce less. Our consumers would buy less because, you know, we're also kicking out 11 million of them, which would reduce the average quality of life in this country, increase poverty in this country. And when we increase poverty, we also increase the total nominal amount of crime. And these are all very negative outcomes that place this country last. And that, sir, is why I disagree with mass deportation. I agree that undocumented immigration is something that we shouldn't have. I think that there's legitimate solutions to the problem, like making legal means of entry into this country more attainable. But I disagree with attempting to quote unquote fix the issue by implementing a fascist regime to scare away more undocumented entry and then to rip families apart that are already in this country, that contribute to this country and hurting our country.
You know, it's actually really funny you say that because there was a meat plant in Nebraska. And stop hitting your happy pen, bro. Stop hitting the THC pen.
Whoa. Okay. Damn it. I don't want to kick you. I think that might get a flag though. I really want.
Well, I mean, so stop hitting your happy pen.
Okay. Just call it a happy pen.
Anyways,
don't say that other word. The other word that you just said may get the live stream flagged. I'm gonna let it slide because I want to talk to you. And also, don't tell me what to do.
Nebraska had a plant that got deported of over 100,000 illegal immigrants And then within 2 hours of that, the people in Nebraska lined up to get jobs there. So how is that destroying our country when those people that are working there illegally took the jobs from other people?
Okay, got it. So your first point, you try to hint at the idea that if we were to deport all 8.3 million of the undocumented workers, those positions would be immediately filled by Americans. I think that is completely and totally unrealistic. There is already 8 million open job opportunities that Americans aren't filling, so why would they fill the 8.3 million created by mass deportation? They wouldn't. But even if they did, we would still have a less overall productive economy because although we could replace the employees, we can't replace the consumers. There will be a
Yes, you
total
can. Time
loss
out really
in
quick, though.
demand, and that is a fact. And when we have
Dean,
less
time out
demanders
really quick, though.
demanding, we have less producers producing, regardless if
That
we
is
have those
completely
employees or
false.
not.
That's completely false because I live in upstate New York, where you want to talk about consumer and products and all that. I live in upstate New York, where there's back when Biden was president, there was hardly any cornfields, and now that Trump's president, there's millions of acres of corn, like actual like fields and fields of
Millions of
corn.
acres of corn don't get grown in 200 days. What are you talking about?
That's not the point that I'm making.
That is the
I
point that you
mean,
made. You said that this wasn't true
Dean,
under Biden. It is true under Trump. He's only been president for 200 days. There's no way that millions of acres of cornfields
oh,
can get, can get prepared for new crop growth and then experience crop growth in like 200 days. What you
so
yapping
you're
about?
telling me that the pictures that I have on my phone and all the driving that I do for my job, and I see all the cornfields literally
All the
full of corn,
cornfields.
is completely false.
No, you probably just saw the new corn grow in after
Which
an off
under
season.
Trump's administration is better now than it was under the Biden administration.
Okay. What you're looking at is probably one farmer or a collection of farmers that have seen good growth in their consumption in the last handful of years under the Biden administration. And they've been continually expanding under the Biden administration and now under the Trump administration. And for whatever reason, because you are a partisan hack, you just want to basically cosign this to Trump. It's hilarious, laughable. But this is not responding to my point. Let's reel it back in. Okay, you told me that you think Americans will fill the job opportunities that are created by mass deportation. I explained to you how that was unrealistic. But even if it happened,
It's
our
actually
economy
not
would still be,
unrealistic,
listen,
though.
even if it happened, our economy would still be less off because we cannot replace the demanders on the demand side of the economy that we'd lose.
Actually, it kind of would though, because if you let me ask you, I'm going to ask you a serious question though, Dean. Right?
After
If
you
you were to
respond to
go
that
to
last point, because you're
Canada,
wrong. You can't just replace
if
demanders.
you were
Think
going
about
to
it.
Canada,
Okay, I'll let you
I
talk,
want you to
but
think
then I
about
want to go
this.
back to that point.
If you were going to Canada, right, illegally, what would happen?
If I, I mean, I don't know their laws. You're going to tell me I'd be deported?
If you went to Canada illegally, you'd be arrested
Okay,
by
arrested.
crossing the border without border control.
And I don't
What do you mean?
understand how
And
this
so
is
you think
relevant to
it's
my
okay
point.
for illegal immigrants to do it?
Well, I mean, if you were listening to me at all, you would have heard me said that I actually think that we should reduce undocumented entry by getting rid of its incentive, just because I don't support one of the worst policies in modern American history of mass deportation because it fucking destroys this country. And 9 out of 10 people who support it ultimately support it because of misinformation, ignorance, or racism. Just because that's true, that's something that I don't
Racism?
disagree with. That's one of the main three reasons, sure.
What racism is it?
Yeah, a lot of individuals think that undocumented immigrants are like poisoning the blood of the country, as Donald Trump has said, and that they're like so disposed to like violent crime because of the cartels in Mexico. Then they basically associate that with their first language or the color of their skin. And then this is just like promoted via the rhetoric of the right, via the rhetoric of the GOP.
Yeah,
Donald
so
Trump went on like long spiels prior to the election and after the election about how like undocumented immigrants are so violent. They're all gang members. Like they're all very terrible, terrible, terrible people, even though they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural US born citizens. They account for 1% of total violent crimes. Meanwhile, American men account for 90. Like, I mean, like these are like motivations that we could see true of mainstream GOP media and true of the thought processes of plenty of Trump supporters. And this is why I ultimately think that a support for mass deportation reduces down to either one of three or all of three qualities, which would be ignorance, misinformation, or racism. And I mean that there's my theory, but I want to go back to what I was saying here. because I feel like there's a big point that you just have brushed off, said was false, but not really given me a response on. I've continued to repeat that it's unrealistic to assume that all of the job opportunities created via mass deportation would be filled by Americans, but even if they were, our economy would still be worse off because we cannot replace the demanders on the demand side of the economy. And you said that's false. I'll give you an explanation on why it's not false and it's true. Just think about it. Imagine that today in America, we have around 275 million demanders. I'm trying to like factor out kids and elderly, and we're going to lose 11 million of those through mass deportation. Now we're down to 264 million demanders. That's total loss in demand. There is a lower level of consumption of American goods, and because there's a lower level of consumption of American goods, there's going to be less production of American goods, and we can't just like replace those demanders either. You know, if you want to say maybe we could replace them by Americans having more children, well, Americans would have children anyways. We would still be at a total net loss because of the mass deportation to begin with. And that's one point that I would really like you to respond to, because I do truly believe that this is one of the downsides of mass deportation that you at least have to acknowledge. You can't just outright deny it.
I mean, you technically can, because what your whole entire spew was, what you're basically doing is doubting the American people that they can't do the jobs of illegal immigrants.
We're talking about the demand side of the economy, not the supply
The
side.
demands. So let's talk about, let's say, a farm, or let's say, actually home construction, right? Construction business, right? Do you think that people that do construction have to be illegal immigrants?
Why are we talking about the supply side of the economy again? I'm
Because
giving you an argument about the
talking-
demand side of the economy. You're
Dean,
lost.
Dean, hold on, buddy. I know you like to interrupt people. I've seen you debate Charlie Kirk, bro. All you do is interrupt people. It's okay.
Oh,
it's
Jesus
okay. You
Christ.
can let someone else finish, bro.
I think
buddy,
you need.
okay?
I think you need an anxiety pin.
I think you need to let someone talk before you spew stuff out of your mouth and try to think that you're smart when you're not.
Ah, Jesus
But
Christ,
hold on.
Mikey. Owned. Truth nuke. Great job, Mikey. Go
So
ahead.
the people that, let's say, work in consumer stuff, right? So like farms and buildings and stuff to like get the supplies and stuff, right? Do you think that Americans can do it?
Can Americans work construction jobs? Yeah, Mikey. Americans can work construction jobs. And
So
how
then why
exactly?
is-
Oh, wait. You just went on me about interrupting. Be quiet. So yeah,
Do
Mikey.
you know what Dean had
Americans
today? And I really
can.
hope Charlie Kirk
Yeah,
cooks your
yeah,
ass again, bro.
yeah, Mikey. Americans
good day,
can.
bro.
Oh,
You're
you're gonna leave and
horrible.
run away? Don't do that. Come on. I thought that you're supposed to be like a victor of truth. Listen.
Be typical Democrat, bro.
Listen.
You don't let them talk.
Listen.
They
You're
think
running
you're
away.
smarter than them.
I'll mute my mic when you're not talking.
Like 21 years old, bro.
Don't run. Just don't run, Mikey. Please don't run. I want a conversation. Right now,
So
you're
then-
proving that Trump supporters can't handle the heat. If you run, that's what you're proving.
It's not even the fact that I want to handle the heat. It's like you're every typical Democrat. You want to interrupt people to sound smart. When 90% of the time you have no idea what you're talking about and you get paid by the DNC. You, Harry, and Parker do.
Okay. If I promise to not interrupt you again, will you agree to have a continued conversation with me?
Will you agree that you work for the DNC then?
No, that's a conspiracy theory. I'm not paid by the DNC.
It's actually not, because I've actually been in your live before. I'm surprised you know who I am.
I don't know who you are. I'm not paid by the DNC.
It's actually really funny because the last time I was in your live, I pulled up the DNC thing where it showed that you, Harry, and Parker worked for it, and it's live restricted because people don't want to hear truth. So you guys are going to try to get me restricted.
Bam! You got banned. Yo, Rain, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying, did you see that the White House is an official TikTok? I heard that they made one. I haven't actually seen it yet, though. Thank you for the $10, Rain. You are awesome. As well as Patty with the 10 Canadian dollars over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love on Super Chat. Thank you, Patty. As well as Isaiah with the $10, saying, I wish I had more to give. No, Isaiah, thank you so much for the $10, but I love your content so much, and you're an amazing person. Thank you, Isaiah. You're an amazing person. Thank you so much. As well as, let's see here, Melon with the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you. And those are the first 3 donos of the stream. I appreciate you guys so very much. All right. Yo, Ellen, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal from the DNC. Let's go, Ellen. I'm really sad that he got a restriction there because I would have loved to talk to him about that theory that I'm paid by the DNC. I seriously would have loved it. I seriously would have loved it. It is so unfortunate that he got that ban because I would love to love to talk to him about the idea that he thinks I'm a paid shill. In fact, there's only 9 guest requests right now. Once again, if you're in that queue, you better leave if you're not actually an American adult that supports Trump. But, if there's anybody watching that's an American adult that supports Trump that thinks I'm paid for by the DNC, I would love for you to come up here. and tell us what the evidence would be for your theory. And somebody said in the chat, you ran from him, you hypocrite. No, so you just don't understand how TikTok works. He got a live restriction. That means if he were to stand my live, it would stop the live sending out. I mean, this is even what he brought up before I kicked him. And when people get live restrictions, I have to remove them from the live. It's likely that he got that live restriction from saying the phrase he did when he first joined of the T to the C if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Welcome in, Vana. Do you support Trump? No, Vana's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. If you happen to be one of the 5,000 people in here, guys, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Welcome in. I'm not going to... What do I call you?
You's a bitch.
Whoa, calm down. Oh, you left. Okay. Do you typically run away? Like from people that you think are super like weak in beta? Do you like typically run away from people like that? I guess so. We're going to move on to the next guest. If you're watching and you want to come up here and debate, go ahead and hop in that queue. Just make sure you're an American adult that supports Trump. You also can't be driving like that guy. We're going to go to get that next guest connected right now, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest connected right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Band! Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Everyone just give us a minute, y'all, so we can get that next guest loaded up into the box. Oh, we have my old friend AJ in the chat, spamming Little Dean. You know, AJ, you came up here like a year ago, and you were so mean to me that you got your live access permanently revoked, and you still don't have it a year later. That is so funny. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I just want to say you should.
I'm sorry, I gotta ban you. Grayson, thank you for the $2 on PayPal saying, yo, Parker, you should let Dean up. Yeah, no, for sure. I'll bring Dean up later. Banned. I'll bring Dean up later for sure. We're going to move on to the next guest, KJ. Everyone just give us a minute. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's get up to 500,000 likes. If you want to come up and debate, just make sure that you're following the rules. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Heck no.
Banned. Sorry. We got to go over the rules again. So the rules are simple. If you want to join the live, you just got to be an American adult that's at least 18 years old that supports Trump as president. If you come up here and you're breaking the rules, unfortunately, I'm going to be banning you. Moving on to our next guest, Blake J. And if you're wondering why I'm on Parker's account, it's because I don't have mine for the day. And welcome in, Blake. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Parker, I do.
Okay, my name is Dean. How old are you?
Dean, I'm sorry. It's Parker's name on the top left. That's my fault.
No worries. How old are you?
I'm 29.
Very nice, very nice. And why do you support Trump?
Kind of to piggyback off one of the last callers about the, demand being lower, you said, I feel like if you get rid of these people that are here undocumented, houses, apartments, all that stuff's going to go down. People are going to have to pay more to hire for these positions. Gig companies, stuff like that. There's going to be so many more open positions that there's going to be people making more money. That I feel like that will probably not right away, but eventually fix the whole demand issue.
Okay, give us 1 second. Everybody just do give us a minute. I think that we would see better wages if we were to do mass amnesty. And the reason why I'd say that is because mass amnesty would be giving citizenship or residency to undocumented immigrants. And we know that citizens and residents have more bargaining power in the marketplace than undocumented immigrants because undocumented immigrants are under the threat of being deported. They don't have long-term survivability in the market. They don't have access to like federal social safety nets to cover their bare necessities when they're unemployed. So their employers could exploit them easier and pay them lower wages. Now, we offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship. They have long-term survivability in the market. They're not under a threat of being deported. And they have access to those federal social safety nets. This gives them more bargaining power, meaning that they could get higher wages from their employers, meaning that real median wages go up, especially in manufacturing industries, which would then make the wages in the industries more competitive, and people would get paid more.
That makes sense. No, I think you changed my mind on that. I appreciate it, Dean.
Of course, man. Is there any other reasons why you support Trump?
No, that's it. I appreciate it.
All right, you have a good one, Blake. I like people like Blake. People like Blake are cool. Let me tell you why people like Blake are cool. People like Blake are cool because they fall into the misinformed category. And I'm not gonna lie. I actually I'm down with people that are in that misinformed category. That's where the future lies, is people that support Trump because they're misinformed. Let's go to move on to the next guest. They're pretty chill. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box, everybody. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. We got that next Trump supporter loading up in here right now. We got Red Ruin connecting to the live stream. Hey, Austin, how old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay. What month?
March.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, in ways, kind of on the same ways that other guy that was in here. But I guess my only question is in reality of like, I guess like when you go to another country illegally,
Yeah.
you're typically like arrested
Right.
and other things. So what kind of like makes it like a bigger problem here that we're like deporting instead of arresting, which could be much worse.
So you understand in order for people to be deported, they have to be arrested and held in a detention center first, right?
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't think of that much.
Right.
I guess that was it. But like, I just feel like at least from what I know, like from what I've heard, I may have heard wrong from friends, but like in Mexico, if you're arrested, you have to pay like big fines and all that to get out if you're there illegally. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to be wrong.
I mean, I don't know anything about the legislation surrounding undocumented entry in any other country. All that I do know is that the legislation surrounding undocumented entry and deportation in this country are really bad.
Oh. Well, then I guess that's all. That was my only concern. I thought it was worse in other countries and all that, so I just wanted to...
Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't really see other countries sending their undocumented immigrants to centers for terrorists in another country to be beaten, tortured, and starved for 3 weeks. You know, like that's where we sent Abrigo Garcia. That's where we sent a handful of Venezuelan immigrants. In fact, that's CICOT in El Salvador is a place that Donald Trump has made a deal with the president of El Salvador to pay them a couple $1 million per year in order to house inmates there.
Yeah, I heard it's pretty bad up there.
It is very bad, yeah.
And that was all from Trump paying him and all that?
Yeah,
it's
a deal that Trump made with the state of El Salvador.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you definitely changed my mind on that a bit.
Okay, well, of course, man, you have a good rest of your day, Austin. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got Gen X Patriot 73 loaded into the box. Gen X Patriot 73, hello. Do you support Trump?
Hey, yes, I do. I'm not like the other two guys before me, though. I'm diehard.
You're diehard MAGA. Okay.
Yep.
Well,
Mr.
Three-time diehard MAGA, sir. Can you please disconnect any Bluetooth devices that you have plugged into your phone so I can hear you better?
All right, if we don't make snide remarks about my name, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Gen X Patriot 73 diehard MAGA man. Tuva, thank you for the 65 SEK over on YouTube Super Chat saying I love you, Dean. Thank you for your work. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you so much for the love over on Super Chat.
Stay on top of that netting.
As well as Amani, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's go, Amani. Thank you, Amani. Let's get 200 Amani W's. That is IMANI. Amani says, hey, Parker, you don't look like yourself today. Did you do something different with your hair? Yeah, no, I did the middle part, right? Dyed it blonde, did a middle part. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's me. I'm Parker. That's so true. And okay, welcome back. Oh, they're still figuring it out. They're still figuring it out, chat. Everyone, just give them a minute. Because I really want to talk to this True Patriot down here about why they support Trump. True Patriot, I can't hear you unless you could see me, meaning that you have to come back into the TikTok app, Mr. True Patriot. Come on. Come on, True Patriot, come on. No, they left. Unfortunate. Mr. True Patriot, if you could hear me, I'd love to have you up here. Please hop back in that queue. I would love to have a conversation with you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Age?
Age? I'm 19.
Ooh, what year were you born in?
2005.
What month?
November. I'll be 20 this year.
Okay, Drewby. Why the hell do you support Mr. Trump?
What's not to support?
For sure, a whole lot. One big thing that I wouldn't support about him, and you should not either, is the fact that he's launched an attack on the American Constitution. He wants to play Mr. Authoritarian. He's attempted to circumvent the power vested in Congress to change the Constitution. He has contradicted and violated the Constitution in his executive orders and some of his removals. He called for its termination in December of 2022, and that's a really big issue. You know, any really true American patriot shouldn't support Trump for this reason alone. Patriots are supposed to care about core American values. One of those is the Constitution. He doesn't care about the Constitution. He's been violating it. He's a big threat to it. So therefore, you shouldn't support him.
How does he not support the Constitution though, when it's literally all the liberals and Democrats that are trying to take your constitutional rights away? What constitutional rights is he trying to take away?
Yeah, for sure. Birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. Section 3 First Amendment rights for some media organizations, such as when he called MSNBC and CNN illegal. Freedom of speech rights for all Americans because he wants to criminalize burning the American flag and he wants to put people in jail for a year for doing so, even though the Supreme Court ruled in the 70s that was protected under the First Amendment. As well as, a right to freedom of protest. I mean, he said that his administration wasn't going to send FEMA funds and disaster relief to areas that were boycotting Israeli companies. He said something similar for Tesla protests, calling them illegal. As well as he wants to now end accessible voting. He wants to end mail-in voting. That's a really big process. That's a really big issue. As well as Section 3 rights under the 14th Amendment to do with due process. He's been deporting undocumented immigrants without it. He's had federal judges rule that that's illegal, and he said he doesn't care, and he's continued to do it anyways. I think the one that I'd take the largest issue with would be his attack on birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment through one of his first executive orders signed into law on day one, which was Executive Order number 14160.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he left. Maybe I should have gone so hard. All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. We got Space Cowboy loading up. That guy hit the road, unfortunately. So, all right, everybody, let's go to get that next guest loaded into the stream right now. Do be patient while we get Space Cowboy connecting right now. Everybody, go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you want to come up here. There's not a whole lot of Trump supporters that are willing to talk today. As well as Millie, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Millie says, "Hey Parker, you look different today. Love you, Dean." Yeah, no, big. I'm Mr. Parker. I'm Mr. Parker. I want to do a joke and pretend like I'm Parker, but I don't even know if I could. I don't even know if I could pretend to be Parker. I just think I have a fundamentally different, personality from him, and it'd be it'd be very difficult to pretend to be him. Welcome back in, Patriot. I appreciate you.
Sorry about that, Dean.
No worries.
All
So you
right.
said that you're diehard MAGA.
Yeah.
Voted for him
I
two
am
times.
now. I'll be honest. In the beginning, I wasn't. The first term, I voted for him because I was so against Clinton. Second time, I voted for him because I was so against Biden. I was right on both of them. But this time, I was definitely really just seeing how everyone went against them.
I want to start this conversation off a little bit differently than I have others in the past, okay? Because before we even hop into our dialogue about why you support Trump, the first thought that comes to my head when I'm presented with somebody that describes himself as diehard MAGA, that describes himself as a 3-time Trump voter, that describes himself as somebody that has been increasingly more pro-Trump as time has gone on, is just that I can't really identify any true values that you would hold to be the case. Because I think any values of wanting to further this country in the right direction would have been broken and contradicted by Trump at some point in the last 12 years. But obviously you disagree because you call yourself diehard MAGA. So let's start there.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
What values are important to you? Okay, what values do you vote on? And how does Trump align with them?
Okay, it's more. I used to vote Democrat. Until Trump, I voted Democrat. And as soon as the Democrats started moving away from blue collar, away from middle class, and towards the elite, college educated, I know everything, we're better than you class, that's really, that was probably why I would vote against the Democrats for the first 2 terms. This time I saw, you made him sympathetic. And that's why I think he won the popular vote, because you can't tell me that he wins the popular vote just on MAGA. People see how he's, dragged into all these court cases that are BS. How he's, he has 2 assassination attempts against him. How he's impeached for things that other people wouldn't be impeached for. I think you made him sympathetic. But now, since he's gone in, if you want to go why I love him now, he's kept every promise that he said. I mean, this is, I didn't even expect, I didn't come close to expecting him to do this good a job as far as what he promised. And you could disagree, of course, because you didn't vote for the things that he promised. But anyone who voted for the things that he promised, I mean, he's knocking it out of the park after 6 months.
Okay, I'm going to respond to everything that you just said there, but we're going to do a fun little exercise real quick. I just need to find like one very specific thing that you said real quick.
I didn't even expect. He made him sympathetic. How he's impeached for, he has two assassination attempts against him. How he's impeached for things that other people wouldn't be impeached for.
Give me a second, Chad.
I think you made him sympathetic. But now, since he's gone in, if you want to go why I love him now, he's kept every promise that he said.
He's kept every promise that he said. He promised to end the Russian-Ukraine war in day one. It's still raging on over 200.
That was sarcastic.
No. You're going to let me finish. I let you talk for straight up 2 minutes straight. You're going to allow me more than 3 words. You're going to allow me more than 3 words.
Since he's gone in, if you want to go why I love him now, he's kept every promise that he said.
He's kept every promise that he said. He promised in the Russian-Ukraine war on day one. We're now over 200 days into his term, and it's still raging on.
Since he's gone in, if you want to go why I love him now, he's kept every promise that he said.
He promised to reduce the price of groceries so fast on day one that your heads would spin. Now, 210 days into his term, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the price of nearly every good and commodity sold inside of the grocery store is more expensive outside of lemons and iceberg lettuce.
Since he's gone in, if you want to go why I love him now, he's kept every promise that he said.
He promised to build a wall between America and Mexico and stick that bill to the Mexican government. In his first term, he built less than 53 miles and stuck that bill to the American people.
I mean, this in, if you want to go why I love him now, he's kept every promise that he said.
He ran on promising to release the Epstein files. Then when he became the president, he learned from the DOJ in May that he was on the Epstein files. He stopped talking about them. He no longer wanted to release them. And then he covertly went to the FBI and asked them to find anywhere in the files where his name was mentioned, and then to redact his name. And then he turned around and lied to journalists about not knowing if he was on them or not. Right? You know, I mean, we could go on and on all day too. He promised to release an infrastructure bill. Couldn't get it done in 4 years. Biden got it done in his first 3 months. He promised to reduce the national debt. Now 200 days into his term, he's now passed the most expensive bill in American history at what is estimated by the CBO to be $4.5 trillion. He promised healthcare policy. He still has none. In fact, the only thing he's done to date is taken healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, then increase the premiums by 75% for everybody else that is still on them. He's promised to be tough on law and order, tough on crime. Day one, he pardoned 77 violent offenders that were sent to jail for trying to beat up and or kill cops on January 6th. He promised to make life easier for the average American. Now, in accordance with his new economic policy, the CRBF tells us that he is reducing the purchasing power of the average American and everybody with income below the average American. And I could go on and on all day. There's just a start, sir. If you'd mind coming back to the live, I'd love to hear what you have to say. Take it away. So much winning. Okay, so there's the third Trump supporter in a row that's come up here, told me why they support Trump. I tell them why they're wrong, and then they leave. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on a roll today. We are on a roll today. Let's go ahead and move on to that next Trump supporter right now. Anna, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Anna. Show some love to Anna down below in that chat for the 5. Thank you. As well as happy birthday, Anna. Happy birthday. I hope you have a great birthday today. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, support what we do here, and support the stream, you can find my PayPal and my Venmo in the link tree in the bio on this account, as well as in the pin message over on that YT stream. But Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, everybody. Just do be patient while we get them loaded up in here. Go and put a MAGA with your age down below. You know, honestly, I don't like it when the Trump supporters leave. I think it's pretty beta. You know, I wish that you'd at least like hear me out, try to respond, and if you don't have a response, just admit it instead of leaving. But let's go to move on to the next guest. Welcome into You Support Trump, Kaylee.
Hello, yes.
Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2006.
Okay, and what's
Oh
your,
my God.
And what's your go-to drink? 2006? You can't be 21 born in 06.
I know, I just...
Lacey with the $5 on Venmo saying, Ashley and Lacey love you. Well, I love you guys too. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate you for supporting the stream. Y'all are awesome. Let's go to move on to the next Trump supporter right now. We got Diamond Hazel loading up into the box. Here we go, everybody. Just give us a minute. Welcome in, Diamond Hazel. Do you support Trump?
I actually don't.
Okay. You're so base that I have to ban you. Moving on to the next guest. Amanda, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that support. Let's get 50 Amanda W's down below. I really thank you, and Amanda. Thank you. Thank you for the butterfly, whoever sent that on TikTok as well. Welcome in, YSS. Do you support Trump?
Is my shit working?
It is.
Oh, shit, it is.
Are you MAGA?
Oh, shit. Oh, no, I just want to say, appreciate what you're doing.
I appreciate that, man. Banned, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much, bro. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Follow the rules. They're simple. You got to be an American adult that's at least 18 years old, that supports Trump, that is ready and willing to come up here and debate if you don't want to get banned. We're going to be banning everybody that breaks the rules. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, ban me.
Banned.
Sorry.
Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Everybody just do be patient while we try to find that next guest. We got Ginny Patriot loading up in. Jenny. Okay, let's see if we got a ban Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Are you MAGA? Do you support Trump?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you MAGA?
All right, listen to me. I have a dead serious question. But I have such a serious question.
Moving on to the next guest. I don't know what to tell you. You're going to get banned. Moving on. Here we go, everybody. Just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up in the box. We got Sly loading in. Here we go. What's up, Sly? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, no, I don't.
I don't know why y'all keep doing this. Like, you know that you're just going to get banned. Moving on to the next guest, Dan. Here we go, everybody. We got Dan loading up into the box. All right. Let's see. Dan, are you MAGA? Dan, are you here?
No, you douchebag.
Do you say no?
No, you douchebag.
Why are you calling me that? No. Guess we'll never know. Okay. He left. Great. Oh, he's back. And he left again? He came back for a moment? Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, only hop in that queue if you support Trump and you want to come up here and have a debate. Moving on right now. Here we go, everybody. We got Jude loading up into the box, you guys. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. I'd love to talk to you. Right now, we have 6.5 thousand people watching, but we only have 30 guest requests, and honestly, a lot of those guest requests aren't even Trump supporters. Aslyn with the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you. Saying, so glad I could make it to another
sent
stream.
you $13 yesterday, and you didn't...
Banned. But if I missed your donation, I appreciate you for the $13, but still yet banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in here. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got Doc loaded up in, you guys. I'm telling you guys, I'm literally holding. Oh, Matt, hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I support Donald Trump. Love him to death.
You want to hang out with
How
us?
can you not? Like he's so like orange and cuddly.
No,
I mean, like come on.
So real. Do you want to hang? Do you want to
You
hang
can
out with us
ban
for
me
a
now.
minute? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. I'll hang out for like 5 minutes because I'm walking to my car. So.
Word.
Yeah.
Bet. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute, and then when you gotta go, don't leave. Can I ban you? When you
Yeah,
gotta go?
of course. Please ban
go.
me. Please ban me.
Okay. What's going on, Jesus? Do you support Trump? No? Banned. Moving on to the next guest.
See, really, I just came up here to say bans because you know.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
That's why I'm here.
No worries, Matt. Hey, I hope you have a good rest of your day, Matt.
Okay. Bye, Dean. Take care.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Welcome in, Marcus. Do you support Trump? Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below that chat if you want to join. If you come up here and you're not MAGA, I'm going to ban you. Moving on to the next guest. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
22.
Nice. What year are you born in?
Bro, I'm also looking for a thick Latina in the
Banned.
chat.
Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute, y'all, so we can get that next guest loaded up in here. In the meantime, yo, Don, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, Don. That is DAWN. Don says, keep showing these goofs how they're not winning under Trump's administration. Dude, I mean, dude, we're showing the goofs today, man. We've had like 4 of them leave in a row. There's goofs, let me tell you. But Don, seriously, thank you for the $20. You were awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how do you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And why do you support such a bad president?
Because he has a massive cock. Start getting in your butt, twin.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. What are we doing today? Yeah, there's just no Trump supporters in here at all. We finally at that point where no Trump supporters want to talk to us. What's up? We're gonna move on to the next guest. We're just looking for some debates. Only join if you support Trump. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Banned? Possibly. Quite frankly, you have 5 seconds to say yes or no. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Follow the rules if you're trying to join. If you don't follow the rules, I'm going to ban you. Okay? We're just looking for some debates. Are you MAGA?
Say it with me. Banned.
Get the fuck out of here. Okay? Follow the rules. Only join if you're 18 plus American and MAGA and ready to debate. Like, actually. Right, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes and no. I think that he is,
how old are you?
not as good as MAGA likes to claim, but I think he has done a few good things for the country, such as the deportations.
How old are you?
I am 20, January 29, 2005.
Very nice. And do you think that Donald Trump is overall a good president?
I wouldn't say good, but I don't think he's, the so-called, worst president we've ever had.
Okay. So
I
you don't
think
think that he's a good
Miller's
president?
a little bit worse
So
than
you
that.
don't support him. So banned. Moving on to the next guest. Come on, guys. Yo, Sam, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal saying banned. Let's go, Sam. Hell yeah. I love you too. Thank you so much for the love, Sam. LFG. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only join if you support Trump. Take a good look at the rules, y'all. Take a good look at the rules. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Change the topic now.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Let's going to get Enrique loaded into the live. Here we go, everyone. Hi, are you MAGA? Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got back to Finesse loading up in. Here we go, everyone. Hi, are you MAGA?
Dean, why don't
Banned. Follow the rules. They're in the middle of the phone screen. Hypothetically should be easy. Don't know why it's so hard for some of y'all. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
79.
Okay. Obviously not. So banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Noah loading up into the box right now. Moving on. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yep, absolutely.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Perfect. Jason, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get 200 Jason W's down below. Jason says, have you heard of the release of Handed Ortiz, the triple murder in Orlando right now? I have not. I'm actually going to look it up right now while we're hearing out this next guest for why they support Trump. Okay. Hey, what's going on? So, Mr. Noah, take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump?
I feel like he represents a lot of the people that feel a little less represented, if that makes sense. And
what? Like who?
Like racist, because we had our First Amendment right to free speech.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest. We're just not even going to entertain that. Everyone, just give us a minute. Let's go and get that next guest. Dirk loaded up into the live right now. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Hey, what's going on? Do you support Trump? Banned. Moving on. Everyone, just give us a minute. Let's go and get that next guest connected right now. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Everybody, just do be patient. We got that next guest, Dempsey Sherlock, loading up. Do be patient, everybody. Do be patient while we get that next guest connecting right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
You're a faggot.
Banned. Moving on, guys. Come on. Let's try to be cordial. I don't know what to tell you guys. Listen, at the end of the day, right now we have 6.5 thousand people watching over on TikTok. We haven't had a Trump supporter come up here and tell us why they support Trump in 30 minutes. And we haven't had a Trump supporter even attempt to give a counter argument for 40 minutes. For the Trump supporters watching, have y'all just accepted that you'd lose? I'm pretty sure that's it. Like they've just accepted that they lose. Like we've had like over 6,000 viewers for 40 minutes, and we have had one person want to debate. Absolutely ridiculous. Lily, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, Lily. Lily said, "Couldn't make it to the live yesterday. Glad I could make it today." Lily, it's good to see you again. Thank you for the $15. It's so good to have you in here with us, and I hope that you enjoy the stream today. Hopefully, we could get some debates underway. Like right now, I'm gonna be honest. You know, the Trump supporters just aren't here. They're not. Well, they are here. They just don't want to talk. I don't know what it is. They're pretty scared, man. Let me tell you. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
What's going on, boss? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Are you MAGA?
Kind of, not necessarily. I don't consider myself MAGA, but I
Do you think
definitely
that Trump is a
side.
good president?
Not necessarily. Do you mind if I get like 10 seconds to?
No, because you don't think that Donald Trump is a good president. You're not MAGA. You don't get 10 seconds. You get fucking banned. Read the rules. They're in the middle of the phone screen. Only join if you're 18 plus American MAGA and ready to debate. If you break these rules in any way whatsoever, I'm going to ban you. Hi, do you support Trump show?
You should kill yourself now.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Matthew loading up into the box. Everyone just give us a minute. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Donald Trump.
Okay. You're trolling, right?
Yes, I am Dean Withers.
Okay, then banned. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute to get Izzy loaded up into the box. Here we go, everyone. Hi, Izzy. Do you support Trump? No? Banned. Moving on to the next guest here. Let's go and get that next person loaded up into the box. Make sure if you're joining that you're following the rules. Make sure if you're joining that you're following the rules, everybody. We got that next guest hopefully loading in right now. Let's go to get that next guest, Justin, connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Finley?
Yes.
Okay. Banned. Child. Moving on to Laura. Here we go, everyone. We're going to keep this going for maybe the next 10 minutes. If we don't find somebody, we're going to go ahead and end early for the day. Welcome in, Laura. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. So you're obviously trolling. I just real quick before you leave. Why won't you follow the rules? Why won't you respect them? You know? Well, it's like really easy to just like respect the rules. It is so easy, right? It's at no cost to you just to respect them. Literally no cost. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, they're not here. Moving on to the next guest. Gloria, everyone, just give us a minute. Hi, welcome in. Omi, do you support Trump? Nope. Hi, Gabrielle, do you support Trump?
Hello. Yeah.
Okay. Like I said to the last guest, just please have some respect for the rules. It's at no cost to you. It would really mean a lot to me, Gabrielle. Moving on to the next guest, Anthony. Just give us a minute to get Anthony up in here. Hi, Anthony. Do you support Trump?
Nope.
Okay, Anthony. Like I said to the last two guests, just please have some respect for the rules. It's at no cost to you, but it mean a whole lot to me. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Everyone just give us a minute. It's going to get that next guest connected right now. We got Aubrey connecting. Okay, Aubrey left. Moving on to the next guest. We got Mazza loading in right now. Okay, they left before they even joined. Moving on to the next guest right now. Hi, Nick.
What's
you
up,
support Trump?
To an extent, yes.
Are you MAGA?
No, I'm a Republican.
Okay. Do you think that Donald Trump is a better president today than what Kamala Harris would have been if she was elected?
That I don't know.
Okay. So overall, like, you're agnostic on it. Well, like, once again, I'm gonna ask you the same thing that I asked the last three guests. Please respect the rules. Only join if you support Trump as president. Banned. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute to get Dallas Harvey connected. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
Say that again.
How old are you?
27.
Okay. Can you disconnect any Bluetooth devices you have connected to your phone? While they're doing that, okay, there we go. All right, Dallas, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's a good president.
Okay, why do you think he's a good president?
Because I think he truly cares about the American people.
Okay, if you truly cared about the American people, point number one, why did he try to rig the outcome of the 2020 election, which would have silenced the voice and the vote of every American person, and would have been rooted within his own self-interest and desires, not the self-interest and desires of the American elector base? And point number two, if he cared about the American people, how come he took healthcare away from 10 million of them, food stamps away from 3 million of them, and reduced the purchasing power of 150 million of them by passing the Big Beautiful Bill, according to reports and studies done by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities?
So how did he try to rig the election?
By sending false slates of electorates to 7 key swing states that Biden won that he lost. And he sent them with fake votes that said he won the states, when in all reality, once again, he lost them. And then he had those fake slates of electorates send those fake votes back to Congress to be certified as real by Mike Pence on January 6th. Then he pressured Mike Pence into certifying them as real. Mike Pence declined, saying that he values the Constitution more than Trump. That's when Trump's supporter base started, screaming, hang Mike Pence, shit like that. And then he admitted to this all in court, and he called it an official act of his presidency because his legal argument was that he should be immune from all and any criminal repercussions, as it was an official act of his presidency.
What proof do you have?
The testimony of Will Scharf, his lawyer then and his lawyer now, just simply talking about it on nationwide news.
Yeah, I don't believe any of that.
Why? It's literally his legal representation saying that this was their case. He was representing Trump. He was representing the administration, not only in court then, but still in court today. And he publicly spoke about this. Why don't you, can I play you the clip? No, he left. Okay. All right. I got to the point where I'm just clearing these motherfuckers so fast, it's like not even like fun anymore. It's like, dude, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not, but I...
All right, Kendall, you're banned. We're going to put the rules back up on screen. Make sure to follow the rules. Oh, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Age, please?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006, January 30th.
Great. Nicholas, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Saying, love watching your streams, but I think that we should maybe change the opening. Had an entire debate with somebody who didn't support Trump, but thought undocumented immigrants shouldn't have basic human rights. People will say they don't support Trump, but will still vote red. Maybe we should have a debate on whether he's a fascist for a change of pace. I wonder if there's like any related topics that would just be more like beneficial than why do you still support Trump? And this would probably be a good idea to run. I like the line of thought there. Now, okay, take it away. Why do you support Donald J. Trump, Mr. Orange Fascist as president? Take it away.
Well, there's no one who is a bigger ally to Jewish Americans right now. And being a Jewish person, that's really important to me.
Okay. Well, I don't think that supporting like an apartheid genocidal state is going to be being an ally to Jewish individuals. I think that you could think that anti-Semitism is wrong while also like still condemning like literal like ethnic cleansing, while condemning like literal stage-fied famines onset by Israeli blockades, while condemning a war criminal, Netanyahu, that deserves to be locked up until the day he dies.
Yeah, you can definitely say all that, but at the same time, you have to acknowledge the fact that he is dedicated to preserving Jewish culture, and the Republicans are...
What has he done? What has he done for Jewish people? What has he done for Jewish individuals, right? What has he done?
Well, for one, Republicans are the only ones that are actively calling out the hate crimes against Jewish people in America right now.
Give me one example of Donald Trump calling out hate crimes against Jewish individuals.
It's not him necessarily. It's like...
Wait, I thought you said that he is the biggest ally to Jewish Americans.
Yes, he and his party are.
Okay, so then give me one example of him calling out hate crimes against Jewish Americans.
Well, for one, he is a big supporter of Israel.
Oh, okay. So
And
you
he
think
believes in
so once again, now you're just completely changing this topic. Dude, stop being a weasel and answer my question. Give me one single example of him calling out a hate crime against a Jewish American.
Can I look for a second? Sorry.
Oh, geez. Yeah, nice. Nice, 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 nice. And you shouldn't support
I don't
Israel.
have specifics pulled up. Why should I not support Israel? I'm
Yeah,
Jewish.
because you shouldn't. Oh, well, because you shouldn't support countries that are actively committing an ethnic cleansing, forced famine, and systemic starvation and killing of children and innocent adult men and women. Pretty simple.
Do you
Common sense.
like America?
Oh, I talked to you the other day. You came back. See, this is the same thing that you did last time, and I'll repeat it. Stop playing fucking stupid.
I'm not playing stupid. I just have like a question for you.
Okay, well, guess what? You could ask your question after you answer mine. Stop playing dumb. Do you agree with the notion that we shouldn't be friends with or allies with countries that are actively committing ethnic cleansings, actively forcing the starvation of innocent men, women, and children, putting bullets in the back of the brains of 10-year-old girls, dropping bombs on elementary schools where we could see the figures in the shadows of kids on fire running through them? Should we be actively friends / allies with a state that is doing those things?
I don't think that being allies with the state is what makes them not do something or do something.
Okay. Yeah. Once again, answer the fucking question and stop playing stupid. You're weaseling your way through it by just simply refusing to engage.
I'm not refusing to engage.
Okay. Now you're trying to gaslight me. I very clearly asked you if we should be allies with a country that is doing these things, and you did not answer the question.
No, we shouldn't, but Israel's not doing those things.
Oh, okay, great. No, so Israel is. Yeah, Israel's absolutely ethnically cleansing Palestinian people. Israel's absolutely dropping bombs in elementary schools. Israel's absolutely, forced a stage 5 famine on the Gaza Strip. Netanyahu even denied that there was a famine, even though it's now accepted not only by America, who happens to be one of their biggest allies, but almost every country in Europe, Australia, and the UN. Israel absolutely is doing these things. I don't know why you just choose to willingly deny reality. You definitely don't have a moral obligation to play stupid.
They drop bombs on places, yes, but they warn people to evacuate first.
Okay, so if the 5-year-old girl doesn't get the message, she goes up in flames?
No, that's not the point there. There's civilian casualties in everything.
Okay. There's civilian casualties always, right? So why is there so many? Why have 50,000 innocent Palestinians died? Why are innocent Palestinians starving today? How does this fit into the concept that it's just simply war? What is bombing churches, hospitals, schools, aid trucks, journalists have to do with war?
Okay, well, for one, did you not see the video of H group members posing as WCF kitchen helpers?
I don't understand how this answers my question.
Well, you said that they bombed food and all that stuff. These are not people who are fighting in good faith of the Palestinians. H group is not somebody that cares about Palestinians, and they are actively.
You're doing the weasel thing again. You're doing the play stupid thing. You're doing the play stupid thing again, where you don't answer the question, then you just start talking about something else. Right? Dude, this is literally the Zionist note card of when somebody uses their brain to deduce very common sense conclusions, the starvation, killing, and ethnic cleansing of innocent Palestinians is wrong. Well, then you just say, but Hamas is bad.
It's Hamas that is doing those things.
Oh, so Hamas is running Israel?
No, they are starving their own people.
Okay, so it's not Israel that's starving their own people, it's Hamas that's starving their own people. And why do you think this?
Because there are literal videos of children jumping out of ambulances and screaming at people to stop videoing them, and screaming that there are Hamas members in their ambulances, and screaming that they have been taking their food.
I just want to clarify. So you're saying that no, Israel is not starving Gaza. Hamas is starving Gaza, and your evidence is the fact that apparently there's videos of people saying that there's members of Hamas in the back of ambulances? What?
Yeah, and there's literal testimony of people who come over from Gaza to America who talk about the fact that Hamas, forces them to work for slave labor, and the only way that they get to live is if, they agree to have store weapons in their house, agree to do this, agree to do that, because they're a T group.
Okay.
They don't care about people.
Wait. So, in other words, you're saying that Israel is not starving Gaza, Hamas is starving Gaza, because Hamas is a T group. So I don't think that's going to be like a cogent argument. Once again, this is just doing exactly what I said you were doing of pulling the but Hamas card. Like that's all that you're doing, right? I'm giving you the facts, right? I'm giving you the conclusions from the UN, from international rights councils, from the ICJ, and then your response to all of this is but Hamas is a T group, right? Like like I want to make it clear. I don't think that we should be allies with Israel because I care about humans. I don't like it when humans are starved to death. I don't like seeing pictures of babies with no fat on them, just bone because they haven't eaten in a month and died, right? Because I don't like the ethnic cleansing of people just like you and me. I don't like dropping bombs and committing war crimes on people's houses, leveling shopping centers into fields, destroying schools, churches, prisons, hospitals. And like, I feel like all of this is common sense. And once again, I know exactly what you're about to do because I'm going to call it. You're going to, one, not respond to my very simple common sense position and pivot to Hamas, or two, you're going to attempt to ignore everything that I just said and pivot to asking me a question instead.
No, I totally agree that war is terrible. It's awful. This is terrible.
I don't think it's war, it's ethnic cleansing.
When we talk about, Palestinians and safety for Palestinians.
I see. Thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And by the way, she did exactly what I said she was going to do. Ignore everything that I said and then pivot.
Well, it is a war. It's not a genocide.
Can you define ethnic cleansing?
Ethnic cleansing is the forcible removal of people from their homes.
Right, and I told that to you the last time you joined, right?
Yeah.
Right. And for whatever reason, you're still stuck in your ways. So yeah, they're forcibly expelling people from Palestine to elsewhere by literally leveling their home, by leveling their access to clean drinking water, restricting their access to food, or forcefully kicking them out. And it's not like this is some hidden, concealed attention. If you just sit down and you watch the press conference between Trump and Netanyahu, they go back and forth and tisk over their plan to forcefully relocate all of the remaining Palestinians in Gaza to Egypt and Jordan with the use of force. And like a week ago, Israel passed new legislation through their government to annex the rest of Gaza. Like, how do you feel about that? Passing legislation to annex the rest of Gaza. That is a breach of UN international law. Can you deny that?
Well, I think it's more complicated than that.
Okay, so it's not more complicated than that. Under UN international law, people have a right to self-determination, right? The people in Gaza have determined that they don't want to be a part of the state of Israel. Yet Israel's now passed legislation to make them a part of the state of Israel and to remove them from said part of the new state of Israel if they are able to successfully annex the rest of Gaza with the use of force, bombs, weapons, and threat.
Right. But at the same time, did we think that whenever... Okay.
Pivot?
I just have a very
is it time? Yeah, it's time to pivot. No, stop, dude. You suck. You suck so much because you're playing dumb. Stop playing dumb. Stop playing dumb. Stop being a weasel. Right? Actually answer the question. Same thing I said to you last time. I don't know why Zionists do this. It's so embarrassing for you. The only way to uphold your view here is to deny common sense, is to deny empathy, is to deny your own humanity, is to deny the humanity of others, is to deny reason, is to deny truth, is to deny logic. The only way that you could possibly justify your worldview here and feel good in the fact that you are apathetic as fuck and you don't care about people is to play pretend and to act like these facts don't exist. And when you ever have somebody present these facts to you, such as how categorically speaking, Israel is violating international law, Israel is violating Gaza, Netanyahu and Trump have personally testified to their intentions to do exactly so. Israel is forcefully starving the Gaza Strip. They're experiencing a stage 5 famine. Israel is killing children. Israel is bombing hospitals, schools, churches, and so on. Like responses to ignore, deny, and ask your own questions and try to control the dialogue, because if you're not in control of the dialogue, then the dialogue will go into places that you can't respond to while still upholding your view, because your view falls short of reality.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you that they've bombed hospitals and that they've bombed schools. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Right. So then you don't disagree with the fact that they're violating and breaching international law. You don't disagree with the fact that the IDF is committing war crimes. You don't disagree with the fact that the IDF is wanting to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people, but you agree with the fact that we should still be allies with them? How so?
Well, the Palestinian people would become part of Israel.
I mean, already wrong. Even if that was true, that's still even if that was true, that is still immoral, right? Because isn't that what Russia is trying to do to Ukraine right now? Do you think that what Russia is doing to Ukraine is permissible? Because this, at the end of the day, although there's like thousands of Ukrainians dying, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians that have been displaced, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians that have lost their homes, there's still going to be some Ukrainians that stay in Ukraine. And if Russia were able to successfully annex the state, they'd become Russian.
They wouldn't become Russian. They're a separate people group. Palestinians and Israelites have common ancestors.
Actually, if you know anything about it, Russians and Ukrainians have a lot of common ancestors as well, but I don't think that common ancestry tells us anything about individuals alive today and their right to self-determination. In fact, like, all humans have common ancestors. That's evolution. Right? Like, you're going to be making some drawn out arbitrary distinction here related to some common ancestry within like some set of generations in order to argue that somehow it's justified to violate people's human rights. Like, I don't even track the logic because of how terrible it is.
It's not violating somebody's human rights to overthrow their terrible terrorist government.
Yeah, I think the ethnic cleansing is absolutely violating their human rights.
Why do 2 million Palestinians live in Israel? Why are they happy there?
Why are you asking me questions instead of responding to what I'm saying after I've already called you out for this about 1 billion times?
Well, because in essence, I don't think I understand what the point you're getting at is here.
I don't think that you understand much. You either don't understand anything or you're incredibly evil. I'd shoot for the latter.
I think that supporting a teist group is evil, but okay.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm literally calling you evil. That's literally why I'm calling you evil. I think that the government of Israel is a fucking terrorist organization. Like since when did we stop considering people committing an ethnic cleansing, intentional forceful starvation, killing innocent children, men and women, bombing hospitals, schools, churches, and so on, not terrorists? You know? Like the most infamous terrorists in American history were a group of people that took out 2 buildings and killed 5,000 people. But then as soon as we start talking about every single building in a 10-mile radius and 60,000 innocent people with the use of bullets in the backs of the heads of 5-year-olds, burning children and starved babies, you have like a moral obligation to support them, and they're the farthest thing away from terrorists ever. Like, I think that we need to be able to apply some standard of consistency here. We need to be consistent in our condemnation of hate. We need to be consistent in our condemnation of terror. And we need to be consistent in our fight for a greater future with flourishment for everybody, right? Not just some people. And I think in order to support the view you do, you have to write off the lives of Palestinians is valueless. Like, you truly have to. You have to act as if the 5-year-old girls, the 5-year-old boys, the innocent men, women, and children just don't matter. That we shouldn't be focusing on their lives. That we shouldn't care that there's real people like you and me, not just losing their livelihoods, but losing their life, right? And this is why every single time I bring up these facts, you just move on and you change the topic, because you're genuinely willing to move on and forget about the real humans losing their lives in Gaza right now. And I think that's the fundamental difference between you and I, is I don't look at one group of people as superior or inferior to any other group of people. Like, I'd say that all humans alive on this earth today are valuable, are incredibly valuable. And I'm not pro-Palestinian because I've been succumbed by some propagandistic pro-terror, rabbit hole, but just truly because I believe that every other life is just as valuable as mine. And if I was being starved, if I lost my house, if I lost my friends, if I lost my family, if I was being pushed out of my land, if I had to hike 10 miles to get water because IDF soldiers fucking bombed my well, if I lost my daughter because she was at school and she was inflamed by a bomb sent by the state of Israel, I would be experiencing one of the worst possible one of the worst possible circumstances that a human could experience today. And I have empathy, and I understand that it is that compassion that is required in order to look at the struggle of Palestinians today and not act as if it's just without matter, without, we need to be paying attention to these things. Please care, just a little bit.
I do care, and I completely agree with you. There are a lot of terrible, shitty, awful things happening, and I think we can both agree that. And there are a lot of people who take up, positions in the military and use it to commit awful, terrible, heinous acts. I think we can both agree that happens in every military around the world. Like when America went into Afghanistan and
you're doing the thing again. You're doing the thing again. Jesus Christ, I can't even talk to you. Like, holy fuck, I literally can't even talk to you. Holy shit, dude. Are you gonna respond to what I'm saying or not? I can't talk to you because you won't respond to what I'm saying. You won't even respond. Like, God, how delusional do you have to be? I really hope that conversations like this expose the grandeur delusion of the Zionist worldview. I have a question. Do you think that people that stand against the state of Israel are anti-Semitic?
I don't think that standing against a state makes you anti-Semitic.
Do you think people that are anti-Zionist are anti-Semitic?
Not necessarily, because there are a lot of Christian Zionists that co-opt.
Okay. All right. So I just want to clarify that this is the one reason why you support Trump as president?
I mean, yeah, basically.
Okay. So you're okay with 66 million American women losing their access to healthcare, 10 million Americans losing... Well, I was about to say healthcare again. You're okay with 66 million American women and girls losing access to abortion, 10 million low-income Americans losing access to healthcare, 3 million low-income Americans losing access to food stamps, and electing a fascist, authoritarian, adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon into running the country merely because he was more pro-Israel than his opposition? So what are you, America first or Israel first?
Well, I'm religious. It's my religion first.
Are you religiously Jewish?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about being religiously Jewish tells you have to support the government of Israel today?
It's not about the government of Israel. It's about the state of Israel.
Even about the state of Israel, right? Like in accordance with your religion, like the state is the government, by the way. I want to make that clear. It is the state. The state is just like an interchangeable word with the government. And you're telling me that you have to support the state, that you have some moral obligation to support them no matter what they do? So, the only time I am aware that religious people have this view of an infallible entity that is all good and demanding of support and respect is that of a god, right? Like, for instance, Christians, Muslims, Jewish individuals, you guys have a different conception of the Abrahamic God that is all good, all knowing, all powerful, and perfect. And that whatever your God does is good, and you must support it. But for whatever reason, I think now you're equivocating between this conception of a God and applying it to a state ran by genocidal humans. And point number one, I think that this is evil because you are indoctrinating the youth of so many Jewish individuals into thinking that they must have the same view of God as they do of the state of Israel. So then people like Netanyahu can play God, do what they want, ethnically cleanse, genocide, bomb, and commit war crimes. And apparently they're supposed to be ordained and respected because it's written in the books of your religion. And point number two, you use this as a guise of false truth to justify war crimes, human rights violations, murder, ethnic cleansing, and so on.
It's not that we see the state as the government, as infallible, as, That's not how it works. It's just that Israel is the promised land. And the Jewish people are supposed to remain on that land.
Dude. If you think that like the greater, if you just think like the land of where Israel is the promised land, why do you support your promised land, including the bodies of like dead children? Why do you support your promised land, including wrecked homes, destroyed schools, and burnt hospitals? Why do you support your promised land, including the forceful starvation of 1 million people? You know, like even under this conception that this is somehow the promised land, this is God's land, this is a place of worship for our Creator, right? I honestly think that you'd even be more like anti-Zionist, anti-Israel than I am, right? Because of what the current leadership of the state has done with that land and the people in that land.
No, I agree. I don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't like the Likud. I don't like anything like that. And I think that Israel has a long way to go, but I don't think that we should allow a group who constantly says that they want to murder all Jews to stay around. Is that...
Dude, we had somebody in the leadership of the fucking IDF literally say that they want to drop a nuke on Gaza. If you're going to be against terror, be against all terror. That's all that I'm saying. I also don't support people that say they want to kill all Jewish people. Right? But then, like, point number one, for you to impose this view on the innocent civilians in Gaza and the West Bank that have been fucking killed and starved to death, ethnically cleansed, etc., to justify their death is evil. That's so evil. No, the 5-year-old girl that was running around in the burning school doesn't think that all Jewish people should die. Fucking hell.
I agree. No, I completely agree. I think they'd be better off being, safe and part of Israel without Hamas.
So, yeah, you support Gaza being a part of Israel?
I support... It's not, necessarily that it has to be part of Israel.
That's not what I fucking asked you. Do you support it or not? Stop weaseling and answer the question.
Well, it's a little more complicated than yes or no.
Okay, if it's more complicated than a yes or no, I'm going to kick you from the live, because it's not.
Okay, yes, in essential.
Okay, right. So you support ethnic cleansing and the forceful annexation of other countries.
Is it ethnic cleansing if they get to stay on their land? They get to keep their language and their religion and their culture?
You've already made a categorical error. Once again, press conference, Netanyahu, Trump. They want to expel all the Palestinians to Jordan and Egypt.
I've already told you that I don't agree with everything that Netanyahu does.
So then you're just changing what Israel is doing. Because you just asked me, is it ethnic cleansing if they get to stay on their land? Israel doesn't want them to stay on their land. Are you okay?
Israel does want them to stay on their land, just without Hamas.
Wait, I thought that you just agreed that Netanyahu and the government of Israel wants to forcefully expel the Palestinians to Jordan and Egypt.
No.
So are you denying that's something that they want to do?
I don't agree with Benjamin Netanyahu saying that.
No,
I agree that...
So then you agree that's something that the government of Israel wants to do. You agree? Come on. Brain, use it now, please.
I am using my brain.
So then you agree that is what the government of Israel wants to do, right?
I agree that's what Benjamin Netanyahu wants to do, yes.
Perfect. So then you agree that Israel wants to ethnically cleanse Palestine?
Not Israel. Would you say that all Americans support mass deportation because Donald Trump supports it?
No, but I'd say that America supports mass deportation because those running America are doing it.
So all the Democrats support it?
When I'm saying America, once again, I'm referring to the state of America, the governance of America, the policy of America, and the actions of America. Like you understand that like when Abrigo Garcia was illegally deported to CCOT and then his case went to the Supreme Court, it said Abrigo Garcia versus the United States of America.
Okay.
Like it is the United States of America that illegally deported Abrigo Garcia. It is the United States of America that are forcing undocumented immigrants in Alligator Alcatraz, just like it is Israel that is ethnically cleansing Palestine.
I guess I get what you're saying there. Do you think that all war is ethnic cleansing?
Okay, another non-answer. We're going to move on to the next guest. Charlie, thank you for the 20 pounds over on Super Chat, saying she also needs to stop talking about this as if it's the individual IDF soldiers doing this. The entire military complex is collectively pushing out all Palestinians. Yeah, no, absolutely. Once again, common sense, you know? Like, it's so unreal, bro. Like, I swear these positions are commonsensical. You know, like, if AIPAC didn't have, like, a hold over American politicians, if like there wasn't just like mass delusion in like the governance of so many countries across the world into thinking that Israel is perfect, like this would seriously be the common sense perspective. And I'm really happy because it's seemingly like growing in support. You know, like now we have streamers like XQC like saying pro Palestine on live, or saying free Palestine on live. We have people like Speed saying free Palestine. You know, it's just I'm really happy that it's starting to gain like mainstream popularity and support. I just wish that this would have happened like a year ago, you know? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I voted for him.
Okay, do you still support him today?
For the most part, I would have to say yes.
Okay, great. We could have a conversation about that quickly before we do. Cloud, thank you for the $5 over on Vimeo saying Dean Parker's using AI to stream you on his account. Kidding. Hope you get some debate soon. Have a good stream. Thank you, Cloud. Brittany with a $5 saying my MAGA sister, Vergwin is in the queue and ready to have an honest debate. Please be respectful. I've been trying to convert her forever. Wow, that's crazy. Your sister's watching. Ava with the $5 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Ava. If you're watching right now and you'd like to support me, you'd like to support this stream, and you'd like to support what we do here, you can find the Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of all the proceeds over there. They go straight to me, and you get a notification at the top of this phone where I could read out any and all messages. As well as, let's see here. Lily, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Lily. Lily says it sucks that nobody's following the rules, but I think it's a good because it means that there's a chance that people who are MAGA are either scared of you or they actually don't support Trump anymore. No, it means dwindling social support, which is the silver lining. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and start this next debate. I really appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. Thank you, everyone, so much. Go ahead and take it away. Why do you support Trump as president?
So I think, first of all, it's really important to remember that when you're voting for a president, you're not just voting for that individual, you're voting for a party as a whole, and the policies of that party as a whole. And so I more would say I probably voted Trump more on the policies that the Republican Party believes in, rather than just thinking that he's like a saint of an individual. Like I don't think he's some kind of saint or anything.
Okay. All right. So like what has the GOP been doing under Trump's leadership that you're a big fan of that makes you support him as president?
So I'd have to say, I'm definitely against well, hold on. So sorry, I'm bad with words. So I am pro deportation, of illegal aliens. I am, pro life, which is really important to me personally. I believe in having, strong borders and putting America first. I believe in, sorry, I'm bad with words. I
think that we should call undocumented immigrants. I think that
I'm fine
using
with that.
phrases like illegal aliens are really dehumanizing. And I think that they're already dehumanized enough by society. Trump has scared people into thinking that they're violent felons, criminals that are going to rape your wife, kidnap your children, eat your pets and dogs, gang members, P3dos, poisoning the blood of the country. These are all things that Trump has said. This is what the people believe. This rhetoric dehumanizes undocumented immigrants. We should give them a little bit of their humanity back.
So I would agree that not all immigrants are, violent criminals. But I do believe that breaking the law is breaking the law, and a criminal is someone who breaks the law. And so, while not all immigrants are violent criminals, just at face value of them breaking the law to come over makes them criminals by definition.
Yeah, you didn't say criminal. You said illegal alien.
Well, I mean, that's the term
And,
that's.
and like, I don't know. You don't like typically refer to criminals as criminals. I mean, I know one you refer to as great president, but listen. So, do you think that the misdemeanor of undocumented entry is enough to warrant their removal from the country, even if their removal from the country really hurts a country?
Hurts which country? Our country or the one that they came from?
Our country.
How would sending illegal immigrants back to their homes until they can come over legally, how does that hurt our country?
Of course. Good question. Undocumented immigrants are more likely to work. So that means we'd be removing 8.3 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers that pay $100 billion per year in taxes and contribute 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars to the GDP per year. Their removal will slow GDP growth, slow government revenue, will reduce the productive capacities of our producers and reduce the overall demand for American goods by our producers. This would destabilize our economy, reduce wages on average, reduce average qualities of life, increase poverty, and increase crime.
So I think that it would be our job as American citizens to step up and fill those holes and to. We can't fill which holes? Just the unemployment holes?
Well, both. So it's idealistic and unrealistic to assume that American citizens would be able to fill the 8.3 million jobs created by mass removal of undocumented immigrants. Like, we already have 8 million job opportunities. Americans aren't filling those, so why would they fill the ones created by mass deportation? And then point number two, we'd lose job opportunities because we'd lose demand, right? We can't just like fill the shoes of the 11 million undocumented demanders that would be deported.
Personally, I think that a lot of the unemployment could be like maybe not filled entirely, but definitely improved if we didn't have so many people benefiting off of not working simply because they don't want to work.
Oh, so I mean, I'm guessing that you're hinting at like reducing social safety nets available for like unemployed people, right?
I think that's probably what it would be called.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, this is like what Republicans have been saying forever. I mean, I even used to think this on the surface level. I understand that could seem like common sense. That allowing social safety nets for low-income Americans or unemployed Americans will just incentivize them to be low-income or to maintain their unemployed status. However, it's just simply not true when we critically think about it a little bit more and take a look at the empirical outcomes of social safety nets. Social safety nets typically act as a launch pad to help low-income Americans become median-income Americans or high-income earners. The reason why is because they help social safety nets help low-income Americans cover their immediate needs. And when their immediate needs are covered, they're more likely to want to interview at a more competitive firm, even if they'd be less likely to get the job because they don't need to get dinner for tomorrow or cover their rent for the month, etc. It also makes them more likely to pursue trade, schools, university degrees, and higher-paying positions. Simply because they have more time to. I mean, this seems simple. If you have to work 65 hours a week at minimum wage to pay for your rent, shelter, food, and water for like you and your family, if all of a sudden the bare necessity or the necessary hours you're required to work to pay for those things is bumped down to like 40 hours a week because of social safety nets, well, then all of a sudden they have more time to work us on like scaling their skills, going to school, or getting a higher paying job. And these are the empirical outcomes that we see in countries with more social safety nets than us. They have more economic mobility, which means it's easier to go from being a low-income earner to a median-income earner. Plus, these social safety nets save lives, and I think that's probably the main reason why I support them. You know, healthcare is essential, food is essential, shelter is essential.
So then could I ask why there are so many, well, and maybe it's just, the very loud ones, but I've definitely seen like video after video after video of people that are talking about how angry they are about like losing some of those like welfare benefits because, oh, well, now I'm going to have to go find a job. And that's their biggest complaint is now I don't get to sit on my laurels and just reap the benefits that I've been given. Now I'm actually going to have to go work. And that seems to be the biggest complaint in a lot of the videos that I've seen, is it seems to me from most of what I've seen is that a lot of people that are benefiting from this welfare, and I'm not saying they're the majority, but there's definitely a good number of them, who are complaining that now they're going to have to get a job, or now they're going to have to do community service in order to keep their welfare benefits.
I just don't think that welfare benefits can like completely cover you to a point where you don't need to work, right? You know, like Section 8 doesn't make it so you pay nothing in rent. It just makes it so you pay less. You still have to pay money in order to get the money. You got to work. Food stamps definitely can really help you. However, food stamps aren't going to satisfy all of your demands for every meal for the month for you and your family. So you still have to spend some of your own money on that food, meaning that you got to work to make that money first. Healthcare, I mean, that doesn't put any money in your bank account. It just covers you if you got to go to the hospital, as well as a lot of healthcare systems have pretty expensive copays on them. So you still got to pay that money, meaning you got to go out there and work. I just don't think it's like economically feasible to assume that you could exist as a low-income American that's like not on disability, that's not like on Social Security, that has all of your immediate needs covered 100% of the time by these social safety nets, and like which would necessitate a desire for one to work. Also, you know, like even if what you're saying is true, people don't want to be poor, right? That's definitely a self-evident fact. So even if the social safety nets were enough to cover all immediate needs in some small amount of circumstances, they're still going to have a higher quality of life if they were to work, were to make more money, were to scale their income. And because humans are instrumentally rational, that's what we see humans in those shoes do. But I mean, if you want to look at like the 1 in 1,000 circumstance where there is truly somebody that is reliant on these social safety nets to live, they are lazy, they quote unquote take advantage of them, and they never plan on making more money, they never plan on becoming a taxpayer, and they live off of these benefits. Okay, well, guess what? Systems are created by imperfect humans, meaning that the systems are imperfect themselves. And I'm not okay with saying that we should deny food to 1,000 people that truly do need it just to ensure that there's not one person taking advantage of it. I would rather allow food to 1,000 people that truly do need it, even if it means also giving it to the one person that doesn't and is taking advantage of the imperfect system.
I mean, I think I could agree with you on that, Face. But I definitely think that there are a large number of people out there who are incentivized to, you know, essentially take the easy way out in life.
You're just kind of repeating the claim, though. I've already responded to this, and I've responded to this like very thoroughly.
Okay.
Maybe here's what I could say. I'll just try to find a way to repeat what I just said in another way. If you're running a business and you're spending your money on that business, maybe it's employees, loss leaders, marketing, etc., are you expecting every dollar that you spend to generate an ROI? Or are you going to be looking at the rate of return on the dollars that you'd invest as a whole on average?
I think as a stay-at-home mom, it's probably a little bit hard to consider like what I would do running a business. I think, you know, as far as what you said about like serving the 1,000, even if it benefits the one that would take advantage of it, I think I would agree with you there. But I, you know, like one of the recent welfare things that's come up that I've seen a lot of is like.
So I just want to
the EV
clarify. You're a stay-at-home mom. You don't work, right?
No, my husband works.
Yeah, it would be
I
really
currently-
easy for another right-wing grifter to look at you and say that you are just lazy, you stay at home, and if you were to ever be in a position where you have to apply for social safety nets and food stamps to pay for your children's dinner because you don't want them to starve, well, guess what? Now, according to your own rhetoric, you're taking advantage of the system.
So I think if you're actively working to improve your life, which my husband and I definitely are, then I don't think there's anything wrong with needing a little bit of assistance. I myself was a single mom for 3.5 years of an infant and a toddler, and benefited from WIC while I was also working 2 jobs. My husband currently works I want to say an average of 55 to 60 hours a week to provide for our family. I currently can't afford to work because we cannot afford childcare for 3 kids, because what I would make working an average job would not cover the cost of childcare, plus having
Yeah.
something for me to bring
No,
home
I know.
that
So imagine if our government offered a social safety net for unemployed parents to allow their children to go to free daycare.
I think that at face value would be great.
And now all of a sudden you're supporting social safety nets to unemployed low-income Americans.
I think for those that can prove that they're working for it, yes.
Well, what does prove that they're working for it even mean? Working towards a goal can be very abstract, especially when we're talking about somebody that is currently unemployed, right? Like I think that, you know, the rhetoric of proving that you're working towards it first places an unfair administrative burden on the state, meaning they're spending even more money just to hire more employees to look through the proof. And you're going to ensure that there's a lot of low-income families that deserve these benefits that will never get them just because they don't know what paperwork they have to fill out and they don't have the time into investigating what they have to do and where they have to have it by when and who they have to have that paper work to at where and when, right? And in consideration of these facts, this is why I say we should take a little bit more of a backseat approach, and we should say, let's look at what the outcomes of these systems are on average, and let's look at what we could do to tweak these systems to make the outcomes better on average. I don't think that we should be looking at like minuscule examples where we just want to like hate and condemn people for being in a circumstance where they're like truly reliant on these social safety nets and it doesn't seem like they're working or really want to work. And instead, we should say, well, are these systems of benefit as a whole beneficial to society? Do these systems of benefit as a whole keep people alive? Do these systems of benefit as a whole serve to the best interests of Americans, American families, etc.? And we shouldn't just be stigmatizing these systems of benefit by saying that everybody on them are just lazy sacks of shit, right? And this just all goes back to, you know, the perspective I was trying to usher in earlier of like, what does it mean to run a business when you're like maybe selling a product online and you're doing marketing on Google, Facebook, etc. Are you expecting every dollar that you spend on a single click to result in a sell? No. Not
No.
everybody that clicks on your ad is going to result in a conversion. Not everybody that sees your ad is going to, you know, click the link to learn more. But we
Right.
see that when you spend money on this consistently and you are having your outreach broad, that overall there is ways to generate a positive rate of return. There is a way to make more money than you lost in the first place, even though every dollar that you spent didn't generate a sell. And I look at social safety nets very similarly. I cannot guarantee you that we will ever be in a position where every dollar that we spend on food stamps is going to somebody that is using those food stamps as a launch pad to scale their income, to become a higher skilled laborer, or to work up income brackets. But what I can guarantee to you is that they reduce the burdens caused by poverty that keep poor people poor. They reduce, you know, the fences that can be in between somebody that's working a minimum wage and working as a median income American, and they help people go to school to a higher degree. They help people live happier lives. They help people live healthier lives, and they help people develop more economic mobility and scale income brackets easier.
Okay. I think that's probably something I'm going to have to consider.
Right. And then just like one other point, right? Because like you've been talking about this the whole time, so I've just been bringing that up again and again and again. If there's like truly people that are taking advantage of these systems, if they have kids, I don't think the kids need to suffer because of their parents' sins. Like, I'm gonna be honest. That's where I stand. And then on top of that, I don't even really know what it means to take advantage of a system like healthcare. Like, I think even if you're lazy, you deserve to be able to go to the hospital, right? Even if you're unemployed and don't plan on working, like, you don't deserve to starve to death.
I mean, I think I would agree with that at face value, but I think, you know, as far as like hospital bills and stuff like that go, I definitely think that, like, yes, people deserve all people deserve medical care and to get treated when they're ill and things of that nature. I think that you would have to like hit that problem from multiple points, because I think that, like, you know, healthcare in general is overpriced. Like the price tag for medical care is insanely overpriced.
Okay, so you want medical care to cost less? If we had universal health care, it would give the distributor of the healthcare, which would be our government, more bargaining power to negotiate lower prices with private pharmaceutical companies, and that's why we see the Medicaid and those that are on Medicaid get services for 2 times less expensive than those on private health insurance.
I mean, I think you should still have to pay for your medical care. I just don't think you should have to pay as much, if that makes sense.
Why?
So, I think just at face value, when you're paying for, you know, a service or for someone to take care of you or for your needs to be met, I think there should be some sort of exchange there. You know what I mean? I don't think that in this life,
well, exactly, the exchange
we
would
just
be
get
between
things
like
for
Medicaid
free.
and the hospital.
So, who pays for like that type of healthcare?
The taxpayer.
That would be the taxpayer.
And I'm gonna be
right?
honest, as a taxpayer,
So,
I would like really prefer the dollars that I pay in taxes to go to like healthcare, social safety nets, keeping people alive, than like bombs and guns. Like I like, you know what I mean? Isn't that fair to say? Isn't that
I think
fair
it
to
would
say?
depend on the medical service that you're requesting. I think, you know,
So
if it were
do you
like,
support Donald Trump taking Medicaid away from 10 million low-income Americans under the big beautiful bill?
I haven't read the big beautiful bill.
Okay. Well, how about this? Let's try to get back on track here. Like, what about Trump do you support?
So, I also support, you know, when he, and I'm probably going to catch a lot of hate for this, but I'm pro-life, and so I support a lot of the like abortion restrictions and bans that are happening. Because being masked, why that's terrible. Being pro-life is terrible.
Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you. After I thank Michael, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal, man. Michael says, I'm a boomer who likes your work. Michael, thank you, bro. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your contribution to what we do here. Thank you so much for the support, bro. If everybody watching can please show some love to Michael down below in the chat. It would mean the absolute world to me. Thank you for the $50 donation, man. W fucking Michael down below in that chat. Thank you a billion times over. It literally means the world to me. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Chat, show some love to Mr. Michael. W Michaels down below. If you're watching and you want to support me like Michael, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, as well as in the pin message over on that YT stream. Now, to go back to what you're saying, yeah, I think that the pro-life worldview is pretty harmful because it would ultimately result in human rights violations, under my view. I think it's a human rights violation to infringe upon somebody's bodily autonomy unless you have good reason to do so, and I just simply don't think that there's any good reason to do so in the context of restricting upon a woman's access to abortion. Not to mention the empirical outcomes of shifting the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that desire to start a family that consent to having kids into forcing 18, 19, and 20-year-old boys and girls, men and women, into being moms and dads because their state legislator is now commanding the woman to allow her uterus to be an incubator for another life for the next 9 months. And I just generally don't think there's any good argument for the idea that she shouldn't be able to kill it either. And that's kind of where I stand, you know? So why don't I let you start? Why are you pro-life? Why do you think that abortion should be banned?
Because I believe that the murder of innocents is just, I think it's a crime of humanity, personally. It breaks my heart to know that people are absolutely killing innocent babies who did not ask to be brought into this world, but they were brought in anyway. And yet somehow we don't see them as being able to have human rights, even though they are human fetuses.
Yeah, I don't think they have human rights either. No, I don't.
May I ask why?
Yeah,
I mean, they're human.
well, I don't think that our genetic code is what gives us human rights.
So at what point for you would human rights begin?
Around 20 through 24 weeks, when fetuses gain the ability to deploy low levels of subjective experiences. I think that not only is this view going to be the most logically consistent, but I think it also explains our intuitions. Like when like a child dies, why does that make you sad? Is it because you're losing a member of your species?
No, I think it's because I think loss of innocent life in general is really sad.
I know, but like why? Like I'm being so serious. Like why does it make you like cry when you like read a news story about like a 5-year-old child dying? Right? Like I don't think it's because like I don't cry
Do you
about that
not
because
get
I'm
sad
no, I
about
do.
a 5-year-old child dying?
I don't know where you would get that possible assumption from. I do. We're exploring the reasons why to demonstrate why I think that this is consistent with my view on valuing human life due to sentience and/or subjective experiences. When a 5-year-old child dies, I don't get sad because I'm losing a member of my species. I don't get sad because their genetic code was similar to that of mine. I don't get sad because scientists tell us that we're both Homo sapiens sapiens. I don't get sad because we have similar ancestors. I get sad because this is an innocent child with their own subjective experiences and their curiosity and interest in the world around them, with emotions and feeling, now losing those attributes, losing their subjective experiences, losing their emotions and their feelings, losing their curiosity about the world around them, and losing this future life predicated on the life and the conscious experiences that they already possess, right? And I think that this view very perfectly aligns with what I might say about abortion and why I don't think that it's wrong. Fetuses don't have those subjective experiences. They don't have those emotions. They don't have those feelings. They don't have those perceptions of the world around them. They're just simply a combination of organic matter. And for that reason, I just can't find any reason why we would say it's harmful to kill them.
So, because I don't want to misquote you, what is it that you said they gain at 23 weeks where you said you think the line should be drawn?
The ability to deploy first-person subjective experiences. Somebody in the YouTube chat just said, wow, I don't ever agree with Dean, but I never thought he'd be okay with 5-year-olds dying. You have like the media literacy of a 5-year-old. Go
ahead. So would you sum that up as consciousness?
Sure, I don't mind using that word.
So would you say that a person who lacks the ability to have that consciousness loses their human rights? So like, would it be okay to unplug a life support machine for someone who is consciously brain dead, or, in a coma because they're not conscious while they're in a coma? Would it be okay to pull their life support because they lack consciousness?
So for a brain dead patient, absolutely. For a patient in a coma, well, they have future consciousness predicated on consciousness that they've already experienced. So I value somebody's future sentience when they already have prior experiences as well. Yep, but it's not predicated on prior experiences that exist.
So do you not believe that, just so we're like, I want to agree on like base value, if possible. Would you consider a fetus a baby? Like from conception, you?
I don't think that words make something valuable. But no, I don't consider a baby. Nor do I think it's like too important. I like when I hear like pro-lifers call a fetus a baby, I just hear like emotional manipulation. It's not an argument. It's just trying to emotionally manipulate people into supporting banning women's access to healthcare.
So what would you consider it if not a baby?
A fetus.
But it's a human fetus.
Okay, a human fetus. And just because I call you a woman doesn't mean that you're not a woman with brown hair. Just because I call it a fetus doesn't mean that it's a human, not a human fetus.
So I think a large part of why I am anti-abortion is because the vast proven majority of abortions that take place in America are used as birth control. And I think if you are going to engage in the act of sex with another individual, then there are natural potential consequences for that act. And I think if you cannot accept the potential consequences of that act, then you probably shouldn't be committing that act. And I think if you're committing that act, knowing what the possible consequences are, but you can't own those consequences, then I think that's just irresponsible as a person in general.
Oh, so I just want to make it clear that you think because a natural natural consequence of sex is pregnancy, that if you willingly engage in sex, you need to be an adult, own that consequence, and maintain that pregnancy.
Absolutely.
Okay. A natural consequence of smoking cigarettes is lung cancer. Does this mean if you smoke cigarettes and get lung cancer, you should be an adult and own that natural consequence and maintain said lung cancer?
I mean, I think if, as someone who used to smoke, I think if I ended up with lung cancer, that's, that's my own, how do I word this?
Should you have been
I
able
did
to go
that
to the
to
hospital and get
myself.
chemotherapy?
Yeah.
Okay. So like when the relative view here for you to like continue, well, I guess when a
So
step
does
in the
my
right direction on your view
chemotherapy
here.
kill another individual?
Okay. So now you're equivocating between the position. So you started off with a position arguing that women that get abortion shouldn't be able to get abortion because it's a natural consequence of the action that they engage in, that being sex, and they should be an adult and own that consequence and maintain the pregnancy. I then dispute this view by giving you relative counterexamples, such as a cigarette smoker with lung cancer or an alcoholic with liver failure, right? And then once you see that your argument has failed, because no, we don't oblige people to deal with the natural consequences of their actions. In fact, we do the opposite. If you get fucking sunburnt, you go to the store and you get some aloe, even though that sunburn is a natural consequence of being in the sun. And if you get lung cancer from smoking cigarettes, you go to the doctor and you get chemotherapy, even though that was a natural consequence of the action that you engaged in. Now, you're changing the argument, which is fine. I'll engage in multiple positions, to the new position that it is no longer wrong to get an abortion because it's a natural consequence of your action, but it's rather wrong to get an abortion because the life of the fetus is valuable. And then this would go right back to our original conversation where I don't think we value each other because we're a member of the same species. I don't think that we value each other because of our similar genetic code. I don't think we value each other because biologists and scientists tell us that we're both Homo sapiens sapiens. We value each other because of our experiences, our connections, our emotions, our flourishment, and our feelings. And quite frankly, before 20 through 24 weeks, a fetus does not have the ability to deploy any level of subjective experiences. It is a meat sack. While growing, it does not possess those attributes yet, meaning under my view and hopefully the view of everybody else in this live, they don't possess that much value. And it's not like you don't think this way yourself. Brain dead patients are a perfect example. They're human, they're alive, they share a genetic code, they share a species. But what they don't have is consciousness. And that's why doctors and hospitals across this globe, not just this country, will oblige with a family's command to pull them off of life support and end their life. And this isn't looked at like a medical genocide, mass murder, or a massive human rights dilemma, simply because they lack this positive attribute of consciousness that we deem as prerequisite to moral value in determining what killing of other humans is just or unjust.
So I think then I would then have to say that we disagree on the foundation of where the value of life begins.
Yeah, so what is your foundation of where the value of life comes from?
So I believe that the value of human life begins at conception.
I didn't ask you when it begins, I asked you where it comes from.
It's a moral thing for me.
I know, but you're like, what moral claim does it come from? The moral claim where my discernment of value, where it comes from, is a moral claim. That moral value comes from consciousness. So where does your depiction of moral value come from? What makes a fetus morally valuable?
For me, I would have to say probably my biblical worldview,
This is
that all
my favorite
life is
argument.
valuable and sacred.
Sure, this is my favorite argument to dispute. What branch of Christianity are you?
I'm non-denominational. I don't really
Perfect.
belong to one single branch.
Well, I mean, actually, you'd be the closest to Baptist. Do you know that non-denominational Christians are Baptists? Anyways, perfect. Oh, that is so perfect. That is so perfect. So, in other words, abortion should be illegal because it's a sin in your faith, right?
No, I think even if you take the I mean, I would view it as a sin, but I think even if you took the religious aspect out of it, which I believe when you're
Oh,
holding
come on. This isn't.
political views, you
Come on.
should be able to
This isn't.
separate.
This is kind of annoying because I asked you why you think abortion should be legal. It's because you tell me the fetus is morally valuable. I ask you where that moral value comes from, and you say the Bible. But then as soon as I start giving you pushback on the view that essentially you think abortion should be illegal because of the Bible, you now tell me it has nothing to do with the Bible. So this means that we should go back to the original question: why is a fetus morally valuable? And I'm fine with you saying the Bible. I have a great argument for that. Okay, so you think all human lives are valuable?
Yes,
So is
absolutely.
it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient in the hospital?
I would have to say probably yes.
Okay, so should that be illegal
I
too?
think I think if they're already dead,
Well, they're not.
then they're dead.
Biologically, brain dead patients are alive. So should it be legal to pull the plugs on them in hospitals because that's murder?
No, because they don't have the potential to come back.
Okay, so at the end of the day, you actually don't think that it's human life on its own that would give us moral value. It's a potential for future experiences. So you're saying that consciousness is what is morally valuable, but you're just willing to grant the right to life to anything or anybody that may have it in the future?
Can you rephrase that?
So you're saying consciousness is morally valuable. Consciousness grants the right to life. But if an entity, like a fetus, has the ability to be conscious in the future, then you will extend them the right to life now?
I think yes. I think given the fact that a fetus absolutely has the potential to grow and live as an adult, even a child, like it has the potential to grow into a child, then yes, it has value.
Okay, would you say that your view is basically synonymous with the idea that if my mom got an abortion, I wouldn't be here today, and that's why abortion's wrong?
I think the abortion of anybody is wrong.
Yeah, but like basically you're describing this potential, right? Well, guess what? I was a fetus at one point with that same potential. I wasn't aborted, and here is the potential actualized. Are you saying essentially the reason why an abortion would have been wrong and my mom got one is because the experiences I'm having today wouldn't exist?
I think the experiences you're having today are valuable, right, and worth living. Yeah.
So once again, your view reduces down to the idea that abortions are wrong because if your mom got one and my mom got one, we wouldn't be here today, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, if my dad pulled out, I wouldn't be here today. If my mom was on birth control, I wouldn't be here today. If my dad used a condom, I wouldn't be here today. If my dad didn't break up with his first girlfriend, I wouldn't be here today. If my mom didn't
But those
divorce her
don't
first
involve
husband, I wouldn't be here
killing
today.
you.
Oh,
Those don't
okay.
involve killing you.
Right,
An
but they
individual
do
sperm
involve,
cell or an individual egg is not a human.
But guess what? They do involve the one aspect of your argument that is morally relevant, which is the prevention of future states of sentience and experiences like ours, right? I don't understand why the killing of a life would be relevant to your position of wanting to preserve future people, right? Like that's all that your position reduces down to is a preservation of future people, the preservation of future experiences, the preservation of like future connections, etc. Right? In the same way that an abortion would have ensured that I wouldn't be having these experiences today, my dad pulling out would have ensured that too.
Your dad pulling out isn't killing life that's already been created.
Okay, so then why do future experiences only become relevant at the moment of conception? Because you understand that the potential for those future experiences weren't just caused by conception, but were also caused by my parents engaging in intercourse, were also tangentially caused by my parents meeting. There's like about 1,000,000,001 things that led to my existence today, right? It is ending the potential for my life today if my dad were to have pulled out in the same way if my mom were to get an abortion. And if you tell me, well, it's only still yet wrong for my mom to get an abortion, but not wrong for my dad to pull out, then you're telling us that your position on why abortion is wrong doesn't truly have anything to do with ending the potential of future life like ours, and all to do with killing the fetus for some other reason. So what is the reason that it's wrong to kill the fetus?
Because murder at face value is wrong. Okay. And I believe that life begins at conception.
You have to argue that it's murder. Murder is defined as the unjust termination of human life. You have to give me an argument that it's unjust.
Okay, give me a reason why murdering a fetus would be just.
Well, it's not murder. Murder is necessarily unjust. Murder's always wrong. My argument is that it's not unjust because we don't have any reason to believe that it would be.
think there are millions of Americans that would disagree with you.
Yeah,
I
the
think
same way 90% of humans for all of existence thought the earth was flat. Appealing to what's popular is not a good argument, not to mention it's not popular. 57% of Americans think that women should have access to abortion.
then I think we're probably going to have to agree to disagree on this because I don't think we're going to be able to find common ground.
Here's some common ground. Do you know what let's see. Do you know what not IVF. I'm tripping. Do you know what an IUD is?
An in utero device?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know that one of the two functions of an IUD is to allow for conception to occur, then to prevent its implantation into the uterine lining, killing the zygote?
I think that's sad.
Is it murder?
I think if you are doing something that you know is intentionally going to stop that human life that you know that you have that you know is probably going to be created, I would probably say yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to ensure you that there's a shit ton of women watching this live right now with IUDs that either A, already knew that's what IUDs do, or 2, just learned that's what IUDs do because I just said that's what they do, and B, I could ensure you that a lot of these women with IUDs are sexually active. Do you think of these women with IUDs that know they kill zygotes that will continue to be sexually active and will kill zygotes, will be murderers?
I think that's sad.
That's not what I asked you. My question was if they'd be murderers. Please respond to the question I asked you, not a question I did not ask you.
I think doing something that you know is intentionally going to end a already begun human life is considered murder, yes.
So you would say that women with IUDs that are sexually active are murderers, right?
I think if they know what they are doing...
I thought we already went over that they do.
Then yes, I would have to say yes.
Would you ever be friends with a murderer?
I mean, I have friends that have IUDs. It doesn't mean I agree with what they're doing.
So you'd be friends with a murderer?
Yeah.
You'd be friends... What about a serial killer?
I think friends, probably not. I think...
Can we agree that serial killers deserve to be spit on and thrown in jail for the rest of their life?
I mean, yeah.
Could we agree that, colloquially speaking, a serial killer is defined as a murderer that has murdered more than 3 people?
Probably.
Okay, so you would say that women with IUDs that are sexually active, that have had those IUDs prevent the implantation of 3 or more zygotes, should be spit on and thrown in jail for the rest of their life?
I'm not sure. I don't necessarily think that they should go to jail. I think a big part of the reason why abortions happen at the rate that they do right now is a lack of education and a lack of a lack of people understanding what's really going on when an abortion happens and where human life begins. And so I think...
I don't think that this is a compelling argument.
Women...
I actually think that this argument completely disputes the pro-life worldview. I think it proves to me that you don't really care about a fetus that much. Because think about the Nuremberg trials. We sentenced Yazidis to death because of what they did to Jewish individuals. Even Yazidis that were socialized in an environment where they were taught that Jewish individuals in their lives didn't matter and they didn't think they were doing anything wrong. Why? Because we care more about the impact of genocide, the impact of murder, the impact of ending valuable lives, more so than the intent of why they ended the valuable lives, right? And I think that you're now kind of saying the quiet part out loud, that you actually don't demonize women that get abortions. You don't demonize women that are on IUDs. You don't truly think that they're worse than Jeffrey Dahmer. You don't truly think that they should be in prison for the rest of their lives, which hinges on some pre-assumption that the life of fetuses or the life of zygotes are like significantly less valuable than the life of you or I, right? But like if the life of a fetus or a zygote is significantly less valuable than the life of you or I, how do you explain that under your view of believing that moral value is granted based upon the pure trait of being a human? I can confirm that a fetus is just as much of a member of our species as you or I.
Right. So they also have a right to life.
You literally didn't track a single thing that I said there. The crux of that argument was to demonstrate that you don't truly believe in the views that you were saying.
What makes you, I guess I'm not following what makes you think I don't believe what I'm actually saying about human life having value.
Because you refused to call women with IUDs serial killers. You said that they shouldn't go to jail for the rest of their life, even though in any other circumstance, if somebody literally killed like 10 innocent, valuable humans, they'd be worse than Jeffrey Dahmer and should probably be sentenced to death. Right? But like this completely undermines the assumption that human life on its own is what grants us our moral value. While you're thinking about that, Feisty, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying I'm a serial IUDer. Yo, let's go, Feisty. It's good to see you again today. Thank you for the $20. Everybody watching, show some love to Feisty down below. As well as Angel, I really appreciate you for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Angel. Angel says, Dean, I love what you do. You are so awesome. Thank you for fighting for what's right. Well, thank you for the $10, Angel. Thank you so much. It means the world. As well as Stephanie with the $5. Thank you so much. Lily with the $5. Then Naughty with the $10 saying my city just passed an ordinance that allows police to buy military equipment even more than they already have. We were supposed to be a sanctuary city, and then passing this right now is my authoritarian sense is tingling, or am I just paranoid? No, that's a red flag. Thank you for the $10, Naughty. Casey with a 5, Brianna with a 5, and Ashley with a 5. Thank you guys once again. Anyways, let me know when you want to respond to that.
So is there a question being posed here?
Oh, well, no, it was a statement. It was a counter argument to dispute your view. Heather, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, Heather. You're awesome. Show some love to Heather down below. Appreciate it. Thank you for your support.
I think definitionally, if we're going off of definitions of serial killers for the sake of consistency, then I think intentionally knowing that you are ending the life of 3 or more human lives, I would have to say, for the sake of definitional consistency, yes, would be serial killing.
Would you ever let a serial killer operate on you when you're unconscious?
No.
Okay, so doctors that work in hospitals that have pulled the plug on more than 3 brain dead patients would be serial killers under your view? So you wouldn't let like most doctors that work in hospitals operate on you?
So, oh, sorry, the baby woke up. The baby was napping. So I think there's a difference there in intent.
There is. No, not an intent. If anybody knows that they're killing a human being, it would be medical health professionals when they're pulling the plug on brain dead patients. They know exactly what they're doing. They only went to school for 12 years to ensure it. And if they don't know exactly what they're doing, they should probably have their medical license revoked.
But I think the intent in ending that life is different.
Yeah, the intent in ending that life is not one of malice, right?
Right. Right. Whereas I would consider, serial killers having the intent of malice.
Okay.
Whereas
so if I get drunk and I drive my truck to the gas station, but on my way I intentionally, because I think it's a race course, run through a mall and mop 10,000, well, that's a little bit unrealistic, 300 people, would you say that I'm not a serial killer because I don't possess an intention of malice?
Hold on. I'm going to Google the definition of serial killer because I think legal terms.
Okay. Yo, Sammy, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sammy. That is SAMII. Thank you so much, Sammy. Sammy with the $20 says, I've been with my boyfriend for 7 years. I use an IUD for health reasons, non-pregnancy related, to stop my monthly demon from unaliving me. By her standards, I'm a serial unaliver. That's right, Sammy. I guess so. Thank you for the $20. As well as Haley with the $5 saying, see you all in prison in the IUD unit, bunkies. Then Sarah with the $3 for the unintentional serial donator. Thank you for the love, Sarah. I appreciate everyone so much for the love today. You guys are awesome. As well as Alexi with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. That is ALEXI. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You were awesome. How about this? I'm going to move on to the next guest, and I really appreciate you for your time. Is there anything else that you specifically wanted to go over?
No, considering the baby just woke up, I should probably get off.
All right, take care. Moving on to the next guest, we're going to go ahead and bring up somebody very shortly here. Just, give us a moment. It'll be quick.
What's up, friend?
Why do you have an AI photo of me and Parker kissing as your profile picture? That is weird.
Oh, I thought that you guys put it out there. No?
No. It was an AI photo made by...
Dude, I thought it was legit.
I have a question. How old are you?
At 44. I thought it was legit.
You understand that I was like barely 19 in that picture?
And that means?
I don't know, like a 44-year-old man having some AI photo of a barely 19-year-old.
But do you have to be a certain age to be gay, Dean?
I think that at your certain age of being 44, it makes it really fucking weird.
Why is it weird? Because you're gay.
You're a 44-year-old man with a picture of an AI photo of some barely 19-year-old kissing another dude.
Are you sure it's AI?
Yes. No, me and Parker didn't actually kiss in the West Wing of the White House. I promise.
I have to be honest. I thought it was real.
I know. You fall for a bunch
All right,
of
then
shit.
I'll take it down if it's fake then, dude. I don't want to spread any...
Band, moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Just give us a minute. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Sorry, I just had to ask him. I'm not going to debate that guy. I was curious. I was curious of what the hell's going on. Let's go to... Oh, excuse me. Let's go to... Oh, I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. Let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. Hello, do you support Trump? Danny, am I going to ban you? Danny Ray, you have 5 seconds. 4, 3.
Oh, hi. Sorry, please don't ban me. I did not mean to join.
No worries.
I'm so sorry. That was an accident.
Banned! I'm just kidding. I didn't ban you. I just kicked you. Have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest, y'all. Make sure that you're following the rules if you find yourself in that queue. Be at least 18, American, MAGA, and ready to debate, y'all. Right now, we have close to 8,000 people joining us, but for whatever reason, we only have like 20 people in the queue. What a strange day. Oh, by the way, you guys, I'm super excited. My birthday is coming up here in 1 week. Week and a half. My birthday's in a week and a half, like 10 days. Welcome in, Alex. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, Dean. Thank you for having me.
Of course. And how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Okay. Taylor, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat for the treatment for that anxiety pin cough. Geez, I just need to put it down, Taylor. But you know what? I appreciate you. Thank you for the $20. If we could all show some love to Taylor for the $20 donation, it'd make my day. Thank you so much, everybody. Mr. Alex, why do you support such a terrible... I appreciate you guys for telling me to look at his username. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. I think that we just, successfully circumvented some really horrendous shit being said. What was the name? I can't repeat it. And I'd appreciate it if nobody did in the chat either. Just know it was very, 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 very racist. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Madison? It said black people unaliver, but it didn't say black people. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
Okay. And what year were you born in?
2007.
Okay.
February 3rd.
Okay. Phenomenal. So why do you support Trump?
Just before we start, I want to say happy birthday. Before it starts, Dean, happy birthday.
Well, I appreciate that, man. Okay. So why do you support Trump, bro?
Well, he brokered a ceasefire in Gaza. He protects the rights of women by taking out transgender men from women's sports.
Okay.
Or transgender women, sorry.
Yeah, well, we can't talk about trans individuals. Now about so you said brokering a ceasefire agreement in Gaza. So you care about like the innocent Palestinians?
Yes, I do.
Then you want to support Trump. Netanyahu announced a plan to ethnically cleanse the rest of the Gaza Strip by forcefully relocating the remaining 2 million Palestinians to Egypt and Jordan. Donald Trump then went on a follow-up interview on Fox News where he said they would have no right to return to the region after he leveled it and built a Riviera to gift to Netanyahu. And of course, this makes sense as Israel passed legislation not even a week ago to annex and steal the rest of the Gaza Strip.
You know, I actually didn't know that. Thank you for educating me on that, actually.
Of course. And then on to the next part about women's rights. So you like men, like you and me, not trans women, because trans women are not men, but you really want like men going into the private spaces of women, right?
Yeah, no, of course.
You hate it a lot?
Yes.
Do you think men that like take advantage of women in those spaces are really terrible and should be in jail for the rest of their lives?
Yeah, for a while, yeah.
Okay, and because you think they're so terrible and deserve to go to jail for the rest of their lives, you'd obviously never vote for a man that's done this to be the president, right?
Of course not, no.
And if you came to the revelation that you did vote for a man that's done this to be president, at the bare minimum, would you stop supporting him?
Well, I didn't vote because I wasn't of age by the time that the vote was happening.
Well, if you figured out that Donald Trump had done this, would you still support him? Donald Trump maybe
probably not.
walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls and naked grown adult women and looked at them while they were undressed?
I have not heard of that, no.
How me and bro feel after leaving the mall with 0 numbers, 4 SA allegations, and an arrest warrant. He left. Okay. After I just read off his recent post. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. Yeah, that's your victor of women's rights, everybody. Joking about leaving the mall with 4 SA allegations. Jesus. Welcome in, Amir. Do you support Trump? Ban. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. All right. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in here. Say, not today, Satan, a.k.a. Trump. Oh, that would be a liberal. Banned before you even join because you called Trump Satan. Let's go to see what that next guest has to say. If you happen to be one of the 8,000 people hanging out with us in here in the stream today over on TikTok, listen, if you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. They all go straight to me, as well as you get a notification at the top of this phone where I can read it out alongside any and all attached messages. So if you want to get a message across to me, that is a damn good way to do it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
I am 31.
Okay, what year are you born in?
The what? I'm sorry, what was it?
What year were you born in?
93.
Okay, phenomenal. Yeah, that'll make you 31. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I think for me, well, obviously I don't agree with everything, but for me, it's more about the fact that the other opponent was okay with, I guess you could say transgender man going into female.
Boom! Same thing I told the last guest. We just can't talk about trans people on the live because TikTok will ban me for it. Feel free to unmute now. I just had to cut off your mic because I don't want the live to get taken down.
Oh, I just tuned in, so I don't know. But what was the topic that you were wanting to talk about?
Brought up well, how about we stay on track with a similar subject here to test your consistency. Okay. Because you're telling me that you care about women and girls' right to their private spaces, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if a man infringed upon their right to their private space and walked onto them when they were naked, changing in a women's dressing room, how shitty of a man would that be?
I mean, obviously, like I said, he's not perfect, but I mean, the other opponent was okay with that. I'm not denying that. That happened a long time
wait,
ago.
whoa. So you acknowledge this is something Trump has done, and you still
In the
support him
past?
as president.
In the past?
What does in the past do there? What?
Okay, I want to know, why would you support the other candidate, so I can hear your side.
Well, maybe before I tell you why I support Kamala Harris, or why I did support Kamala Harris, you could tell us why you support Donald Trump, even though you already know that he has sexually exploited naked minors.
No, well, obviously, it's not just that reason as well, but like I said, she was okay with
why
it.
isn't sexually exploiting naked minors not a red line for you?
I didn't say it wasn't.
So it is a red line?
I mean, obviously it is.
So if sexually exploiting naked minors is a red line, and you've already acknowledged that's something that you are aware of Trump doing, this means you wouldn't support Trump.
Well, it's not just that reason, obviously. I just honestly didn't agree. I honestly did not like the fact...
What does a red line mean?
You asking me?
I am.
Well, I'm just trying to understand your point. That's all. That's literally just trying to understand you.
So what is a red line?
You tell me.
It's basically an ultimatum. Basically an endpoint. Saying that if, I don't know, for instance, Trump has done X, you would stop supporting Trump, then X is your red line, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're telling us that you're willing to still support Trump even if he's sexually exploited naked teenage girls. Meaning that you don't think that the sexual exploitation of our youth is a red line for the president.
No, I look at everything. It's not just that. That's not the only issue here. I mean, there's so many other issues. Obviously, I didn't like the fact. I honestly just, to be honest with you, if I'm honest 100% with you, I just didn't like when we were under Biden. If I'm honestly.
Okay, so what did Biden do that? You have an echo. Swipe in and out of the app. And while you're doing that, I'll thank a couple people. Kennedy, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Kennedy. As well as Julia with the $15 over on Venmo for the 21st birthday drinks. Yo, let's go. Thank you, Julia. That's very, very kind of you. As well as ISIS with the $10 saying we have the same birthday, August 30th. No, I'm September 1st, unfortunately. But thank you for the $10. And then Paige with the $25 over on Venmo saying thank you from a blue dot in South Carolina. Well, thank you for being here, Paige. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Julia, ISIS, and Paige down below in that comment section for all of the love. I really appreciate you guys so much. As well as Heather with the $5 to PayPal saying I'm a serial IUDer, and Allison with the $2 saying Virgo season. Yeah, let's go. We are almost in Virgo season once again, quite frankly. Go ahead.
No, like I said, it wasn't just that. It's just everything in general. It's not just one transgender topic about men going, obviously the other opponent.
I don't think that trans women are men. Once again, we can't debate that.
Well, it's fine. We'll talk. We'll debate whatever topic you want.
So why weren't? Yeah. What was the worst thing the Biden-Harris administration did?
I feel that obviously, I'm not going to say that the economy is perfect. Obviously, it's not. But I just am tired of people blaming Trump for it. Obviously, we weren't.
Yeah, you're not answering my question. I don't even know if we could have like a coherent conversation.
What's your question? I'm sorry. What's your question?
Bro, you should have listened the first 2 times. But I asked you how you still support Trump, even though he's literally sexually exploited kids. And then you were like,
"Is that the only thing? Is that literally the only thing?" Go ahead, I guess, whatever.
And then you were like, well, I still support Trump even though he sexually exploited kids because Biden was so bad, right? So then this goes to the question, what was the worst thing the Biden-Harris administration did to justify your support for a predator?
You're just going to fire with predator and act like Kamala didn't do anything wrong, like she's so perfect.
I don't think Kamala was a predator. Now tell me, what was the worst thing that
I'm not
Biden...
saying she is, but
what was the worst thing that the Biden-Harris administration... what was the worst thing that their administration ever did that made it so bad that in your mind justifies your support for a predator? Let's hear it.
Our economy, sir.
Okay. So what was the worst economic policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed?
What was the what?
The worst economic policy they passed. Oops! Can't name one, but yet you think it was so bad it justifies supporting an authoritarian
I just
predator.
think it's off. I just think it's very. I think the predator thing's already off. I mean, that's just nothing. I just feel like we both obviously live in two different types of states. I'm not sure if you live in a blue state. I live in a red state. I think these just things in different how things look different in general.
Okay, not answering my question. I don't even know how you thought that was an answer to my question.
I mean, can you let me? Okay, so before I log off,
don't log off until you tell me how the Biden-Harris administration hurt the economy.
Well, I just want to ask you one question, and that's it, because I know you have a lot of people. So,
well
how is it
they can
that
wait.
so many? Okay, yeah, thank you. How is it that half of the United States voted for Trump? Can you explain that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, propaganda, misinformation.
No, that's why he left. I mean, that's why he won.
Exactly.
I just want.
That is why he
really
won. He won because of propaganda and misinformation. There you go. Okay, I didn't kick them. They just left on their own accord. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Here we go, everyone. Just, give us a minute, y'all. Lily, thank you for another $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Lily. You were fantastic. That is so incredibly kind of you. Please show some love to Lily down below in that chat. As well as Danielle. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Danielle says, hey, Dean, thank you for all that you do. Love watching your debates. Giving sanity back to America and educating the red-pilled. I see amazing things in your future. Also, happy birthday. Be safe. Thank you, Danielle. Yeah, the birthday still isn't for a handful of days, but I'm excited for it this year. It's a big one, guys. Like the 21st birthday is objectively a big deal. So I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited. But we're going to move on to the next Trump supporter at this point. Hop in that queue. If you support Trump, I'll happily bring you up here. We'll have a debate. It'll be great. Let's go to get them up right now. Quite frankly, hop in that queue. There's just not too many people in the queue. Not too many people that want to debate. Not too many people, quite frankly. Hello, doppelganger. Do you support the worst president of your life?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah. Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Is there anything you could do about that background noise?
The fan, yeah, hold on.
Okay, and how old are you?
Yeah, 19.
19, what year were you born in?
06.
And why do you support Trump?
His beliefs on transgenderism.
Okay, third guest in a row that has said this. Third guest in a row that I have to tell you that we cannot talk about trans individuals on TikTok Live.
Why?
Why? Because TikTok Terms of Service deems it as hate speech. So when you begin to invalidate the gender identity of trans individuals, and I tell you why you're wrong, you get flagged for hate speech, your account gets banned, and then that goes as a mark against my live stream.
Well, I wasn't really talking against it. I was just talking about it in general.
Okay. So are you just gonna like ignore what I'm saying? I'm telling you that you can't talk about trans individuals?
Like whatsoever?
Yes. Whatsoever.
Okay.
So why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I support him because he's a man.
So you think men are better at leading than women?
Yes.
And why is that?
Yeah, because men are typically more, stronger, better thinking, smarter, etc.
So stronger and smarter. Let's start off with that first one.
Yeah.
Strength.
Yeah.
So I don't think that physical strength is a relevant indicator of leadership ability, literally at all. Quick question.
Yeah, it is.
Football team, who's stronger, the players or the coach?
I'd rather not answer it. Can you just go and give me like a better question?
No, because you don't want to answer it. Because if you answered it with an IQ over 3, you tell us that the football players are physically stronger than the coach, but the leader's the coach. You'd also tell us that the Secret Service is physically stronger than the president, but
Yeah,
the
so shut your
leader's
mouth.
the president.
So I don't know if you meant like 3 or...
You would also tell us...
Don't.
Oh, man. See, this is another reason why I don't think men are better at leading than
Just
women.
let me-
They crash
Just
out.
shut your mouth. Yeah, just let me...
I'm going to finish talking. I don't let betas interrupt me.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Dean. I just want to apologize. You can go ahead.
Good boy. All right. Moving back to the argument. So once again, we'll go over it very quickly because I bet you've already forgotten. You told us that there's 2 key facts that make
Hey,
men
can you
better
lower
at
your
leading
tone a
than
little?
women on average. No. You told us that there's 2 key facts that you think make men better at leading than women on average, which were physical strength and intelligence. So we'll go one by one. On the first point about physical strength, it is the case that I do not think physical strength informs us about one's ability to lead whatsoever. My evidence of this would be very simple. First and foremost, you wouldn't be able to name one structure of leadership true anywhere in the world today that is purely determined on the basis of physical strength. And point number 2, even when we look at physical structures of leadership, typically like the physically stronger individuals are lower on the structure of leadership. Like a football team, players are physically stronger, yet the coach is the leader. President and the Secret Service. Secret Service is physically stronger, yet the president is the leader. The military, the foot soldiers are physically stronger, yet the generals are the leader. Right? So in fact, if we want to try to make a correlation between physical strength and leadership, typically we'd see those that are physically stronger are lower on the totem of leadership, meaning that we might be able to use your logic to loosely demonstrate that women are better
Dean,
at
I
leading
don't.
than men. So there's my refutation to your first point. And then my refutation to your second point, saying that men are smarter on average than women. There's just simply no evidence to indicate
I didn't
that
hear
that's
the
true.
last part. I didn't hear the last part. I was trying to see if you'd repeat that little last part.
I'll just be quick. So we look at
Okay.
structures of leadership. There's not a single structure of leadership in the world that is purely determined on the basis of physical strength. And in fact, we usually see that individuals that are physically stronger are lower in the structures of leadership, such as a football player to the football coach, or the Secret Service to the president, or the foot soldiers to the general in the military.
Mhm.
So gag, nothing to say. Cute.
No, you were talking. Go ahead.
No, I'm pretty sure I finished speaking.
Oh yeah. So can you repeat that last part? Just like the little like the end part that you just said. Sorry.
Should I draw it on printer paper with crayon?
No, I just didn't hear what you said on the last part. You said too fast.
Well, I don't think I'm talking fast. I think that you're listening slow.
Are you insulting me?
No, I'm just simply pointing out the fact that seemingly I'm not speaking fast and I'm making these concepts very clear. I will do it one last time.
Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry. I just needed to hear that last part one more time.
You said that physical strength equals leadership. False because there's no system of leadership in the world that's purely determined on physical strength. And false because typically those that are physically stronger are not the leaders, i.e., football player to football coach, i.e., Secret Service to president, i.e., foot soldiers to general in the military.
So you believe that Kamala would have been a great
Kamala.
president?
So actually, Kamala Harris, nor Donald Trump, has no relevance to your position that men are better at leading than women. Stop pivoting.
Well, I'm not pivoting because Donald Trump is a man. That's why I voted for him.
However, conceptually, the belief that men are better at leading than women should have no relation to an example of Kamala Harris or an example of Trump. So now please respond to my point.
Yeah, what was your question?
Then I ask your question. I made a point in response to your argument that men are better at leading than women because they're physically stronger.
Yeah, what was your question?
I just told you I didn't ask a question.
Okay, well, I did.
Okay. And your question, so why did you support Kamala Harris, is not relevant to you responding to my refutation of your point that men are
Well, it
better at
wasn't a
leading than
question.
women. You just reaffirmed that it was a question.
I just said it wasn't a question.
Okay. So then what was your response to my refutation of your point that you believe
I
men are better
didn't
at
give
leading
one
than women?
because it wasn't a question. I didn't give one.
Okay. So then give one.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Oh, you don't want to give one? So you're bowing out?
No.
Oh, you're not bowing out. So then give one.
No. Why?
Oh, because if you don't, then you're bowing out, tucking the tail in between your legs and running away like a little beta. I didn't know it was so easy to refute your beliefs. Literally got you to bow out and stop engaging with a single sentence.
You didn't say a sentence. What are you talking about?
Sorry, 4 sentences. I'm surprised you could count. Good job.
I never made the claim that there was 4. I don't know what you're talking about.
So are you going to respond?
Yeah, to what?
To the counter argument against your position.
And if you could just repeat that one more time.
So you didn't hear it the first 4 times?
You've only said it twice.
No, I said it 4 times. I'll send you back down
No.
to the comment section, though. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter up in here. By the way, he was so dumb that now a lot of people in the comment section are saying that he's trolling over on YouTube. I don't think he is. I think that is just like truly how like unintelligent people that support these beliefs are. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute while we get that next guest loaded into the box. We got Alex connecting right now. He supported SA2 in one of his posts.
What flavors are vape? What flavors are vape?
How old are you?
We know you vape.
How old are you? Okay. Alex is leaving. Let's see here. Yo, Joe, thank you for the $3 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Joe. As well as Juliana, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Juliana says, you're amazing. Happy 21st birthday. Well, I still have, like I said, a week and a half before I turn 21, but thank you for the love, Juliana. Let's show some love to Juliana down below in that chat, everybody. As well as Rachel with a 5 and Kelly with a 1. I appreciate you guys so much. And then Alexander with a 65 cents over on PayPal. Elena with a $1 and the 1 cent. Destiny with a $5. Thank you guys so much. Welcome in, bro. Do you support Trump?
Dude, I look, you don't have opinions. Could I?
All right. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to send you back down to the comment section for that. However, you should watch the live. Form your opinions. That'd be great. Moving on to the next guys. Here we go. Up at that queue. If you support Trump, I'll bring you up here in order to debate. Welcome in. Are you MAGA? And moving on to the next guest. We got Jordan connecting right now here. We got Jordan connecting right now, quite frankly. Quite frankly, Jordan is connecting. Hi, Jordan. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
36.
Okay. Why do you support the worst president of your 36 years of life, Donald J. Trump?
Well, I don't think he's the worst.
That's what we're here to
but I
debate.
just think he's... Huh?
That's what we're here to debate.
Yeah, well, I just think was the better option out of the two. Just think he goes by the Constitution and, at least from the perception of other countries, is a authoritative figure and take him serious.
Okay, you just said he abides by the Constitution. Did you know on January 20th this year, he signed Executive Order number 14160 into law? And Executive Order number 14160 explicitly violated the Constitution by attempting to rescind birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil, even though the first section of the 14th Amendment explicitly guarantees birthright citizenship to the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil?
No, I didn't really know that, but...
So he obviously doesn't abide by the Constitution.
Okay. Well, I just thought he was the better choice, and I think he's going to stand up for American citizens. I think, our debt is a pretty big issue in this country, and, I feel like being a businessman's going to know how to handle that better.
Okay. Did you know 1 month ago to the day, on July 20th, he signed the big, beautiful bill into law that added $4.5 trillion worth of debt-related spending to our country's expenditure, putting us $4.5 trillion more into debt? And did you also know that this is the most debt that has ever been added to our...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did you know that this is also the most debt ever added to our country via one bill in American history ever? And did you also know that this $4.5 trillion figure is the same amount of debt that the Biden-Harris administration added to our country in 4 years, including pandemic spending?
No, I didn't know the numbers, but I also know, a lot of times in any business venture, you got to spend money to make money. So, you could look at it one way as an investment. I don't know all the details of the bill, and maybe it's not that great of a thing, but, I think just on the basis that it cost that much money to put into effect doesn't necessarily mean in and of itself that it's, a bad thing.
Okay. Did you also know that $4.5 trillion figure coming from the CBO and the CRBF isn't just the upfront cost, ignoring projections of future revenue generated, but it is actually a calculation of not just the upfront cost, but also the lost revenue over the course of the next 10 years. So this would be a total number of net loss, not gross cost today?
No, I didn't know that.
What's next?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me, man. I just hit the request thing and thought it'd be cool to jump on. I don't have a strong stance either way. I'm just doing my thing, living my life, and I didn't even vote, but if I would have, I would have voted for him. But
Okay.
not to say any one of y'all is right or wrong.
What are things that you care about?
My family.
You care about your family? Did you know that Kamala Harris would have increased the child tax credit to nearly double what Donald Trump introduced under the big, beautiful bill? We have estimates to project that would have reduced childhood poverty by an additional 40% in the long term.
So how would that have directly affected me?
Do you have kids under the age of 18?
Yes, I got one.
Yeah, would have directly affected you by giving you larger tax credits.
You're right on. Yeah, that'd have been nice. Is there anything Trump done with taxes or whatever that's similar or going to give me some benefit that would have maybe compensated for that one that Kamala was going to do?
Kamala? Well, if you don't mind sharing what your annual income is, I'll be able to give you more specific information. However, if you don't want to share that, I understand.
No, it's cool. Right now, anywhere from 80 to 100.
Yeah, for sure. Well, in accordance with the policy set forth by Donald Trump, unlike the average American and everybody below the average American that totals to 150 million Americans, you actually will be experiencing a marginal tax cut from Donald Trump's policy. However, this tax cut would have been higher if you simply voted for Kamala Harris, since she only wanted to increase the taxes on people making over $300,000 per year, and she would have offered you larger tax cuts because unlike Trump, she's not offering 4% back to people making over $500K.
Right on. Yeah, I guess one of the other the main thing, man, when I stay out of the news for the most part now, but, I feel like at least Donald Trump, at least to me, seems, real and, unscripted and just, a real being. Whereas when I seen stuff with, Biden or Kamala and stuff, it just seems so, scripted, they seem like pushovers in a sense. And, Donald just seemed to have more of a firm stance and, just connected more with him.
Well, I could definitely agree that Donald Trump doesn't think about what he says before he says it. I could also agree that an unscripted, authentic feel can be a good thing. Think about Obama. But the way that Donald Trump has pulled off that unscripted, authentic feel is by shouting gibberish and nonsense. And honestly, I wish he'd stick to the teleprompter.
Fair enough, man. Well, I'll let you get to your next guest. I just thought it'd be cool to pop on with you. But you definitely know a lot of information and like that, you got this platform. I think it's good.
All right. You have a good rest of your day.
All right, man. You too.
Yeah, I really don't think that anybody would accuse Trump of being scripted. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually like one of his larger downfalls too. Let's go to move on to the next guest. But before we do, Hannah, thank you so much for the $75 over on PayPal. Thank you, Hannah. Let's get 750 Hannah W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the $75. I'm just reading through your message here. I really appreciate you so much for all the love, and I will still check out your art, Hannah. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. If we could please get 750 Hannah W's down below in that chat while we're looking for that next Trump supporter to come up here and give us a piece of their mind, that'd mean the absolute world to me. And thank you once again so much, Hannah. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, Hannah. As well as Isabel with the $5 saying thank you for your work. Well, thank you for being here and thank you for your contribution. As well as, let's see here, Elena with a $1.11. And then Linda, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo saying thank you for fighting for women's rights. I think it's I think that fairness and human decency is a bare minimum. And it's so unfortunate that fairness and human decency finds its way into my life by just saying that women don't suck and aren't inferior. But it's what's necessary to do because of the world that we live in and the shitty men around us. Well, Linda, I appreciate you for the $20 as well as McKenna. Thank you for the $20 as well. If you guys could please show some love to McKenna while we're working on getting the next guest up here. McKenna says, have you ever thought about debating people on other platforms like Facebook? I know that there's plenty of older people that don't use TikTok on there. Dude, honestly, if there was a way, I'd do it. I'd do it for fun one of these days. Do you know if there's a way? Thank you for the $20, McKenna. Show some love to Linda, McKenna, and Hannah down below. Welcome in, Gabrielle. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How do you?
I'm 20.
20. Same age as me, man. So why do you support such a terrible president?
Can we just skip to the abortion part?
You just want to... So you support Trump because you're pro-life?
I think it's a it's a lot of things like in confluence together that make me support him, but I think this is one of the big points. So yeah, he's obviously not like perfect on the kind of policy I'd want, but I think on the ethical issue, at least he's closer in proximity to what I kind of co-sign.
I don't know. I think that we've talked about abortion a lot on this live today for the last 3 hours.
Can we instead do the leadership stuff then?
Do you mind if the leadership stuff? Sure.
Yeah, I'd love. I honestly just want to debate on any of these sorts of sub issues. I'd be happy to take that as a area for fun ground.
Okay. Well, what about this? I have a fun topic.
Hit me.
Do you think that Donald Trump respects the Constitution?
Dude, between no, I'm gonna be real. I really don't. But I do not think that with regard to my ethics and with regard to what I think the ultimate utilitarian outcome is, that disqualifies him from having had been the better choice in the 2024 election.
Okay. What's an overriding good to the ultimate bad of violating our Constitution?
Existential, scenarios, nuclear war, the death of everybody.
So if Kamala Harris was elected, everyone would die? That seems pretty hyperbolic.
No, absolutely, yeah. I'm to say that they would, like capital W would die, I think is hyperbolic, but I do think that in a very tense time, which is absolutely unequivocally, I'm sure we would agree at least like, what the state of affairs was back then. It sort of requires, a kind of character to be able to, de-escalate.
I think that the state of affairs has gotten worse.
With regard to our geopolitical, posture,
regards to Russia and Ukraine,
in relation to other countries,
regards to Russia and Ukraine, regards to Israel and Palestine, regards to global and foreign affairs. I don't think that there's been much.
Do you think it would have been
the Trump administration?
Do you think any resolution would have been accelerated by Kamala that hadn't been accelerated as such?
Yeah, for sure. What did we see was a milestone in the foreign policy of the Trump administration related towards Russia and Ukraine on July 11th, resuming all funding for weaponry and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Why do they do this? Because it is external influence to pressure Russia into being more willing and more likely to accept a ceasefire and or a peace agreement. And the reason would be is that we are making the victims stronger, thereby making the aggressor weaker. Right? And this was a policy of the Democrats all along. This is what Kamala Harris endorsed. This is what Donald Trump fought against. Day one, rescinded the funding after his meeting with Zelensky and made Ukraine weaker, led to Russia launching their largest attacks yet, a reduction in international pressure on Russia ending the conflict and seceding the land that they have attempted to steal. Donald Trump realized that plan didn't work because Russia was unwilling to cooperate because there was lower levels of external and international pressure on them to cooperate, so he resumed the funding in a greater attempt to push them towards cooperation, indicating that the plans of the left were right all along.
I mean, I think, if we're being real, ad hoc ergo propter hoc, right? Like, just because it followed, I don't think it necessarily means otherwise it wouldn't have happened. And what I mean by that is specifically the sorts of escalations carried out by Russia. I don't think that there's any compelling evidence that proves that the, pulling out in any regard had necessarily diminished the kind of an impact on us and on Ukraine.
So then why did the Trump administration resume funding?
Why did they resume? Dude, honestly, I really don't know why they did, but ultimately my point is more broad than that, dude. I'll tell you right now. Broadly,
without going too broad, would you at the bare minimum be able to concede that at least from the perspective of Trump, right, the great president, King Trump, that resuming funding to Ukraine would in some way, shape, or form help in a continued plan to reduce conflict in the region?
I really don't think so, to be honest.
So then why would he resume it?
I'll tell you why.
If he didn't think that resuming it would reduce conflict, then why would he resume it?
Well, honestly, the thing is, it's inconclusive what would have happened in scenario A, what would have happened in scenario B. I really don't know what the rationale was behind it, and I don't know what the, policy initiative was supported by. I can't say definitively no. I can't say definitively yes, but
I believe it is bad faith and intellectually lazy to posit that we have no inductive reasons to believe that there would exist some motivation on behalf of the Trump administration to resume funding to Ukraine to aid as a reduction of conflict in the region. And you're suggesting that we have no inductive reasons to believe such claim.
No. I wouldn't say that. Sorry to interrupt, but
and dishonest.
Yeah, no, okay. I don't mean to be lazy. I mean to be epistemically humble, right? Like I don't want to make sort of conclusions that I haven't been able to justify, and by admittance of my own ignorance, right? Like I obviously am not wholly informed, but I think still the broader point, which is the point that we're debating over, right, with regard to whether he would have or would not have been a better leader than the alternative party, still could stand, even if I don't have the underlying basis for this subset of, a question on foreign policy.
Well, I think
right?
you're equivocating epistemic humility for intellectual dishonesty, right? Because when you communicate to
I
me
think that,
if you'd allow me to finish here, because when you communicate to me that basically you don't want to accept any inductive lines of reasoning to conclude that like seemingly this is good for conflict in the region, seemingly this is good for aiding and abetting and applying international pressure against Russia to force them into cooperation or at least pressure them into cooperation, you're basically telling me that you reject all of these inductive lines of reasoning, and in doing so, you are just simply being humble, as you would.
No, that's not what I mean by
as you would
humble.
need like a higher standard of evidence or proof to like believe in a claim or to believe that we have reason that a claim might be the case. And I guess at the end of the day, if you don't think we have any reason to believe that it might be the case that resuming funding to Ukraine would put more international pressure onto Russia to end the conflict and to secede the Ukrainian land that they took, well, then what reason would we have to believe that Donald Trump would help reduce conflict in the region at all?
Okay, great. So my thought here is, firstly, if I want to hang my hat on an argument, if I want to be able to say, hey, I really do feel that I can sufficiently justify it with, second and third order consequences priced in, right? To really know that the kinds of consequences that might arise are ones that I'm confident in being able to isolate and outline. Like, neither of us can do that with full confidence, though I admit you might be able to do it better than me, of course, because you have more understanding of the specific geopolitical tension and the, the United States' involvement with it. However, since the debate is about Trump generally, I have a broader point that this links to, right? Which means that even if there was a, fault in his resumption or a fault in his cessation, that shouldn't have, any bearing on the broader point. So sure, maybe I'm intellectually lazy. I'm a lazy guy, more generally, to be honest. I think that, at the end of the day, the argument for why Trump is just much more effectively equipped, to be able to de-escalate these sorts of scenarios, like with adversaries like Russia or whoever it might be, on, like across the globe, right? North Korea is obviously not a threat in the past couple of years, right? It hasn't seemed too prominent, but all of these sorts of, conflicts are much more likely to be de-escalated when they are in high tension, which they were then currently, by a figure like Trump than somebody else, which means essentially we can't afford to be wrong, right? We can't afford to have somebody in such a high tension point. Well, yeah, sure.
Why is Trump better at international de-escalation?
Sure. His stance is hyper aggressive and hyper disagreeable, which, psychologically has produced the effect that it's been studied to produce, right? It's created a sort of wall effect that's like, the poker face that you're not able to, see through, creates a lack of certainty as to what the response will be, as to people, we all think obviously Trump is irrational in many regards. And I'm sure other leaders do too, at least, to a greater degree probably. And they do see that as a, deterring effect, or as a deterring force to stop them, because they really don't know if Trump's like, dude, screw it, I'll kill everybody. Our country, can go just to keep my ego up top. So like an Obama-esque figure, right, obviously has a little bit more, of a measured personality. And certainly Kamala and Joe Biden have that same, measured, way by which they conduct their diplomacy. But Trump has this sort of push and get pushed back, with double force regardless. I have nothing to lose kind of mentality. And that, propagates him, as he's been, seen, and as he's been able to de-escalate these kinds of things and broker agreements for, furthermore.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure that the conclusion of the yap is that he's crazy and unpredictable, and this forces other countries into submission.
Precisely.
Okay. All right. That's just not what we've seen in the last 200 days. If he was so crazy and unpredictable and forced other countries into submission, then we probably wouldn't see Israel passing legislation to annex the rest of Gaza than Donald Trump coming out and calling Netanyahu a war hero. The one fact that you do not account for in your set of beliefs here is that another consequence of Donald Trump being crazy and unpredictable is that he truly doesn't care about conflict, because craziness and being unpredictable creates conflict, right? What Donald Trump cares about is the love, the adoration, and the support of the public. And if Donald Trump can get the love, adoration, and support of the public, even if it means festering and growing a conflict that is already ongoing, or ignoring a conflict that is already ongoing, or by second order consequence, growing a conflict that is already ongoing, then he will right? He has not been able to force Putin into submission because he just followed what what Putin wanted him to do by telling people that we need to stop sending money to Ukraine. And the reason he did follow what Putin wanted him to do was because the Kremlin was able to insert propaganda in American media prior to the election that convinced like millions of Republicans that it was a waste of money and a bad thing to do. Right? So then he followed it. He did exactly what Putin wanted him to do because Putin was able to strategically position his supporter base as supporting what Putin wanted. Therefore, Trump wanted it too. He is now following whatever Netanyahu and the IDF and Israel wants to do because so many members of the GOP and Democratic Party think that we have some type of moral obligation to support them because of the Book of Revelation and the Christian Bible. And just generally speaking, there's a pro-Israel sentiment amongst the American people. So therefore, he will just allow them to pass legislation to annex the rest of Gaza and still send them $100 billion for defense and weaponry to kill more Palestinians, right?
Okay, let's not forget what the debate is here, though, right?
No. Let's not forget what the end goal here is. Because the end goal of you attempting to posit that Donald Trump is crazy and unpredictable and therefore good at global de-escalation would be the conclusion that he cares about global de-escalation. I don't think he actually cares about global de-escalation. He cares about love, admiration, and support. And if global de-escalation isn't truly in alignment with gaining love, admiration, and support, as it is in the circumstance of being pro-Israel or even kind of pro-Putin and pro-Russia by proximity, he's not going to do it.
So, okay, I would want to, I guess, point something out there and say, well, first of all, we all need to be careful about the kinds of claims we make with regard to Trump and the uniqueness of Trump as opposed to Joe Biden and Kamala with regard to Israel, with regard to so many different kinds of scenarios that we might be able to go into. But independently, I think that the incidental cause of having a deterrence effect outweighs any intent or any, anything that's in the heart of hearts of Donald Trump, right? Like, I love gambling for the sake of gambling. I just love risking my money. And, even if I go gamble and get a kick out of the gambling, it's also good that I get $100 out of the gambling, even if I don't care about the money itself, right? So you should think to yourself, when Trump has been doing these sorts of things, even if they're out of self-interest, if it reaps positive consequences, we'll take that incidental consequence. We'll say, thanks, dude.
Right.
You're an asshole.
Right. But my claim is that it doesn't. I'd say that his craziness and unpredictability in his second term hasn't produced the positive consequence of a deterrence effect, right? That's like that's the basis of my claim, right? Because if his craziness and unpredictability produced a deterrence effect, well, then we wouldn't see global tensions increasing. We wouldn't see him passing the Abraham Accords with the exclusion of Palestine, leading to inflamed conflicts in the region, leading to the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians today. We wouldn't see him going on stage with the press conference from Netanyahu saying that he wants to help ethnically cleanse the rest of the Palestinians and build a Riviera to give to Netanyahu. We wouldn't see him defunding Ukraine and bulldozing Russia and weakening and weakening the victim. Like, the deterrence effect would materialize as the opposite of the set of facts that we have seen true of global geopolitical politics in the last 210 days. Right. He's had a historical proclivity towards producing more he's had a historical proclivity of generating more inflamed tensions in his first term too. He was so crazy and unpredictable in the 2020 election and on January 6th, but this didn't produce a deterrence effect towards increased tensions. It led to an attempted insurrection on our capital and the fake electorate plot to attempt to steal the election from Biden, right? And that was so crazy and unpredictable of him to do. We haven't had a larger internal attack on our democracy since a fucking civil war, but it didn't produce the deterrence effect as you're suggesting.
So I think the misunderstanding here is that your, conceptualization of my argument is that the deterrence effect is having conventional deterrence across the globe with our allies, with others. The concern for me, as I stated earlier on, was the existential threat that seemed to be a lot more prominent with regard to China, with regard to the acceleration of lethal autonomous weapon development, with regard to nuclear, obviously, forerunning, right? All of these sorts of things had been, on the cusp of, hyper accelerating to the point that we might break out into the sort of war that hurts Americans directly. And what the point I'm trying to make is we have a lot of lackluster evidence with regard to, predictive capacity for how A person or B person, given the sorts of influences that might, constrain decision making on the presidential level, right, would have acted for A country or B country or for A ally or B ally. But what we do know is that for domestic de-escalation, for stopping the kinds of things that harm our, likelihood of surviving as a nation of people, Trump is in a better suited position to stop, let's say, for example, even the risk of nuclear war, like with the United States. And even if you think that's super low, my argument is that in uncertainty, we cannot afford to be wrong. If there's a chance that nuclear war could have broken out, which was very likely, much more likely than, it might have been, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, of course, right? It's a lot, better for us to err on the side of uncertainty and, be safe rather than sorry.
Okay, I get the argument, right? And in less than 2 paragraphs, your argument in a nutshell is that even if there's an incredibly low likelihood of global nuclear warfare, you prefer Trump to be in the Oval Office because of his unconventional deterrence to global nuclear warfare, because he's crazy and unpredictable.
I would not say that's a Steelman version of my argument, but at least we're on the same understanding of the premise of the argument.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. So, you know what else craziness and unpredictability leads to? A lack of negotiation, peace agreements, and constructive dialogue between countries, right? So all that you're saying is that he might be further reducing the likelihood of global warfare now through with the use of nukes, but he's just pushing it off until his term is over because he's not actively working on constructive abilities to build bridges between countries. In fact, I would argue that he's tearing them down and setting us up for a worse set of circumstances in the future by putting tariffs on all of our allies and destroying our own industries and reducing American innovation. What the fuck do you think is happening when we have a president that's playing authoritarian, acting like a goddamn fascist, burning all of the bridges, not working on productive peace agreements to build more bridges, to grow our allyships with other countries and reduce the imminent or long-term threat of nuclear warfare by pushing these things off through his craziness and unpredictability now, while then also deporting 8.3 million of our workers, 12 million of our consumers, reducing our government revenue, taking people off of health insurance, taking away women's rights to access abortion, reducing average wages, reducing average qualities of lives, just setting us up for a future where if we do find ourselves in a scenario where a global nuclear warfare is on the horizon, our productive capacities are down, our innovation is down because he's limiting a competition through the imposition of tariffs, our government revenue's down, people are less happy, and we're less productive as a country, and we don't already have prior bridges built out to actually deal with that threat once it arises. This is why I'd say it would probably been a whole lot more productive to put somebody like Kamala Harris in office that would continue to work on building those bridges while also strengthening America. So if the day does come where there is some imminent threat of World War III and nukes are about to start flying, we have the bridges built with our allies. They're willing to cooperate with us, and we are stronger since our GDP is higher, our government revenues are higher, our citizens are more optimistic, they're spending more, they're buying more, producers are making more. And overall, would be set in a set of circumstances that would definitely be conducive towards a stronger nation with more global dominance and control of prevention over something like a third world war with the use of nukes.
Okay, so just a couple of things. So first, I'm not going to touch on the point about the the brokering agreements. I'm sure you campaigned for his nomination for Nobel Peace Prize. I'm confident, right? For what was it, Pakistan that nominated him and got a couple of co-signers. I'm not going to talk about the brokering of agreements between Azerbaijan, Armenia, Cambodia, Thailand, Israel, and Iran at least, right? Whether you want to call that a brokering or not, I guess independent of that, right? There's Rwanda and the DRC, right? India, Pakistan. I'm not going to go down the list of
let's go into it. What did he broker between Rwanda and the DRC?
Rwanda and the DRC, he had broker, bro, what do you mean? It was a 30 years of killing of war caused a peace agreement just because Trump had, sort of, I guess, inserted himself within the conflict. But independent of that,
not independent about that because you're fucking wrong. This is just another example. This is just another example of how bad Donald Trump is at negotiating agreements. So you understand that it's not been specifically Rwandan troops that have been genociding individuals in the Congo, but it's been their proxies such as M23 rebels that have been genociding people in the Congo, as well as they've also been funding some insurgents from Uganda. And it's been the Ugandan insurgents and the M23 rebels that have been committing the genocide in the Congo, and some Rwandan troops. However, this quote-unquote peace agreement pulled out some Rwandan troops. However, the genocide is ongoing because the M23 rebels and the Ugandan insurgents funded by Rwanda are still in the country killing innocent Congolese individuals. And of course, this agreement had to include yet another minerals deal that gave the U.S. more right over more, rare and valuable minerals in the Congo, furthering the exploitation of an already exploited country.
Bro. We've established he's self-interested, right? Regardless of whether it was an ineffectively brokered agreement, right? The point I was trying to make is that it's not an all-encompassing, yes, he is peaceful, no, he is not peaceful, right? There are complexities that may have been, mirrored by the opposite party, but there are others that might not have been, right? So whether or not that's going to be something that, that's not provable in any regard, but the one point I did want to make that I really want to hammer down is,
by the way,
with
UN
regard
did
to the
prove that they're
miscalculation-
funding M23 rebels, so don't say that's not provable.
Okay, what I meant was that it would be provable, but that the opposite party, i.e. Kamala Harris, right, would have, done the exact same sort of a thing, right, or would have done a different kind of an agreement or brokered a different kind of sort of an involvement that might have, reaped worse consequences, right? Essentially, we can't verify what A party or B party, because remember, it's a comparative debate. It's not Trump in a vacuum, right? The same way if Biden was...
We'll see now, like, your argument just, like, loses its horns, because you just said explicitly it's not provable that Kamala Harris would have done different. Doesn't your whole argument hinge on Kamala Harris doing different?
The whole wait, what does that have to do with the? Well, the point is that if Kamala had done just because Kamala would have maybe copied some things that Trump would have done, that's not a sort of an excuse to say that every single thing Trump would have done is something I also co-sign as saying Kamala would have done, and therefore the same candidate. That's absolutely not the claim I'm making, right? The point I'm making is that there are some complexities in the world that might be handled the same way and others that might be handled differently, right? But the one thing that is undeniable that outweighs everything, with regard to the severity and with regard to the irreversibility of the situation is that when we look at the kind of nuclear conflict that we had been facing in 2024, which is, by the way, not just regular nukes, right? There are lethal autonomous integrations of AI that control responses to missiles, right? So lethal autonomous weapons will fire, which has a huge risk of miscalculation, right? Which is nuclear war sparked by accident, right? By a sort of misthought, right? And then thought that, we're under attack, and therefore the AI hits the red button and fires it back out of,
Okay, buddy. I think we need to take a breather. Sorry, I was listening to you and I was like, oh yeah, you gotta listen to him and respond. But then I took a step back and I was like, why are we talking about AI firing nukes? This guy's supposed to be telling me why he supports Trump. It took me stepping back mentally in order to make that recognition. So that's why that's why I'm giving you a breather real quick. And while I'm giving you that breather, I'm going to thank a couple people. Reagan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Reagan says, I love everything that you do. My grandmother died last night and your stream is helping me greatly. I don't have much money. Oh, Reagan, I'm so sorry that your grandma passed away. Please show some love to Reagan in that chat. I'm really sorry. As well, Stevani, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying for sure yaps a lot. What is he saying? I'm vaguely following him. As well as Chelsea with the $10 saying, I love you, Dean. I love you too, Chelsea. Thank you for the $10. Steph with the $5 says, please kick the nails on the chalkboard. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but I'll engage nonetheless. Martha with the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Martha. That is incredibly kind of you. I actually want to ask this guy a question. Can you identify any positive, domestic policy he's passed?
I think it's the posture that's particularly effective for me, dude.
No. I'm talking about actual policy. Could you identify any positive actual domestic policy he's passed?
Okay. If we get into the tariffs debate, it's going to be ugly and it's going to be long. All right. But I'm bullish on tariffs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're not going to get into that. So what we will do is hopefully, if you're willing, right, finalize this discussion. And then, if you have any other points, I'd be happy to hear them. But I just want to hammer down the point.
I don't think that we are going to finalize that last discussion because we're talking about Donald Trump's unpredictability, and if this would play a key role in reducing global conflict. I give you my rebuttal, and then you start talking about AI firing nukes.
Okay, I hope you can see how the points are connected.
I actually don't. I'm not going to lie, I don't.
Okay, awesome. I got you.
So how does AI firing nukes relate back to why Trump was better than Harris?
Here's why. In a time where we're deciding between Party A and Party B, if Party A, aka Trump, is more likely to reduce the probability of conflict and escalation for nuclear weaponry and the, assignment that AI can respond should a missile come out of worry that we might be firing at them, then we should assess how likely it is that is going to occur. And if it's likely enough, we should say, hey, look, this person is more equipped to lead us in this time because it's particularly dire now.
How does AI firing nukes play into this?
it sort of exacerbates the difficulty of preventing and having our allies, as you suggested, step in to intercept these nuclear weapons, right? Like this is like a very I guess
So how does AI play into our allies intercepting nukes?
What I'm saying is, you made the point that our allies, we can have, I guess, multilateralism, and we can intercept, or we can have like a better sort of position that might equip us, more effectively to deal with this sort of stuff. But what I'm saying is, with the sort of acceleration of, I guess, hyper readiness, other countries are now in a position where, like, anything will be like a trigger to get a nuke shot at us directly, or a sort of lethal autonomous weapon sent our direction immediately, right? Which is something that means the alternative modes that we, I guess, conventionally would have been able to rely on aren't ones that are reliable, or aren't ones that effectively enough, sort of deter the likelihood of an actual war. So essentially, it's like,
okay, no, one sentence or less, easy words,
Sure, man.
Easy words. Okay, reading comprehension of like a 11th grader in high school. How does AI firing? That's fine too. How does AI firing nukes relate to why you support Trump? And like two sentences or less, please.
When a human is behind the big red button, we are less afraid of war and less afraid of accidental or higher probability firings of nukes. That's sentence one. Because we have a much greater risk in 2024 of these kinds of firings, not just because of readiness, not just because of the AI attachment that exacerbates the situation. We need somebody who, at least for the time being, can strongman psychologically and make it as unlikely as possible that we will get in this sort of a situation. That is President Trump.
Are we more likely or less likely to engage in nuclear warfare with more global tensions or less global tensions?
With more global tension? That's extremely... Well, hold on. Who are the tensions with? Who are the parties involved? There are 9 states with nuclear weapons. Who is the question? Who is the party involved? If Azerbaijan and Armenia are having a tension, that doesn't increase the likelihood of China and the U.S. having a war. The question is, are the states with weapons in tension with one another? And Trump has effectively
more global
decreased that likelihood.
So you think that Trump has caused there to be less global tension as it would relate to a country with nuclear weapons like Russia?
Sorry, repeat that. You cut out for me.
So Donald Trump is better at dealing with tensions as it relates to a country with nuclear weapons like Russia. I thought that we already went over on how that's false.
Well, hold on. Tensions between Russia and Ukraine is different between tensions between Russia and the United States with regard to likelihood of nuclear war. Like, yeah, sure, Russia might have tensions with its own neighbors, but that doesn't increase or decrease the likelihood of war.
I actually think it does.
On its own.
I actually think it does. The reason why I think it does is because if Russia is stronger in their invasion of Ukraine, they gain land, they control the area, and they don't lose as much people, ammunition, guns, they don't suffer as much economic turmoil, etc. They would thereby be like stronger if they were to then turn around and engage in a nuclear warfare with a country like America. Think about it this way. We embolden the victim, Ukraine. They fight harder against Russia. They make Russia bleed more. Russia bleeding more and being weaker, right, is strategically advantageous as it would relate to the sanctity of a conglomerate of countries like NATO or a singular country like America.
I mean, that's true in every way except for the one we need to be concerned about. Like, conventionally, they'll make them bleed. Conventionally, they'll like jab them in the side, right? But the nukes are the nukes, right? Those are protected with maximum effort at the very last frontier. Like, that's the only concern we have here. So weakening them conventionally, I'm not afraid about Russian foot soldiers coming to the U.S. and then like, beating our asses, right? But what I am afraid about is Russia having a sort of posture that...
Do you care about like the 10 million Americans that lost healthcare? I know it's a big different question, but like I guess the reason why I'm asking you it is because call me crazy, but it's like this whole conversation that we've had has been just so detached from reality. This like whole conversation that we've had has just been in a modal scope very far away from the world that we live in. The conversation that we've had has been
that's extremely ivory tower of you, bro.
And what is that?
That's ivory tower of you, bro. You
the
think
conversation
that this sort
that
of
we've had is like maybe based upon like some loose sets of like inductive reasons, but then even like the inductive reasons in of themselves that like you've possessed inside of your argument have been like unreliable and without substance.
I mean, can you substantiate that, or like what's going on, bro?
Yeah, for sure. So you bring up how you think Donald Trump will be better for global tensions. I'm like
for our safety.
because you think he's like less like predictable and like more crazy. Okay? And then I bring up how although he is less predictable and more crazy, like seemingly this doesn't produce like the second order positive consequence of reducing tension. In fact, it's increased tensions, and I gave you a bunch of examples.
Tensions with others,
and then you told me that like, well, it didn't increase tensions in like a relevant way
to the end of
to the
survival,
end
bro.
of like survival, sure, right?
Bro,
So do you think that it has reduced tensions in a relevant way to the end of survival?
Yes, dude.
Can
Can
you give me a handful of examples?
The capacity for Trump to communicate in a manner directly with them, as well as to be more forceful in contact with them, has produced a deterring effect with Xi Jinping, for example, with regard to the likelihood of, I guess, making public statements at the very minimum in opposition to the United States. These kinds of things are very clearly tactics that are meant to make Joe Biden sit down.
I actually think that Biden here, Kamala Harris here, was stronger than Trump. Because they wouldn't even entertain a conversation if they knew that they wouldn't get what we want, right? And I think that makes us look stronger at the end of the day than entertaining a conversation and not getting what we want. You know, like
So
a really big question, a really big
nothing goes wrong?
no, influencing the problem without making America look weak by entertaining conversations and not getting what we want. I'll give you an example, right? Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They didn't really talk to Putin. And a big critique from the right about that was, well, this is making America look weak because we're not in direct communication with Russia. Okay, but then we saw Trump get the Oval Office, and sure, he started to talk to Putin. But what did that lead to? That led to Donald Trump promising that he'd end the war in one day, promising that he would be the negotiator of peace. He turned around and he gloated the peace agreement that he then would extend to Ukraine and Russia. Then Russia wouldn't sign it, and then he'd look like shit. or inviting him out to Alaska, being like, pray for Trump, he's gonna end the war. And then it doesn't work, and then we have Fox News reporting that Putin fucking steamrolled him. Like, all of these things make America look weaker, right? And I feel like Biden and Harris, they knew these things, right? They knew it was unrealistic to get Putin to like secede to the demands of America and Ukraine right now. So they just continued external influence by supporting Ukraine militarily and making it very well known that they want peace and that they want Ukraine to have their country and they want Russia to secede. Instead of Donald Trump's approach of just belligerently throwing shit on the walls, defunding Ukraine, refunding Ukraine, begging Putin to accept a ceasefire agreement, and then saying it's not like him when he doesn't, I think they made our country look much stronger.
Okay.
I think that Trump is making America look very foolish.
Okay, wait, hold on. So just to restate what you had said, right? You do think that Kamala and Joe Biden made the United States look stronger than Trump has made the United States look?
Absolutely.
Do you think they made the United States seem like an easier target to engage in direct war with, or otherwise?
No, because they made us look stronger.
So you think that... Okay,
are we going to be an easier target to go to war with when we look stronger
Dude, that's so
or
reductive,
weaker?
Bro. That's so reductive.
Of course, it's
like,
reductive. It is. It is a very simple, common sense. Dude, you're trying to you're trying to criticize my argument because it's commonsensical. Think about that. Your critique is that my statement is reductive. Your critique is that my statement is very commonsensical. At the end of the day, that's all you're saying. When you're saying it's reductive, you're saying it's commonsensical. Country looks stronger, other countries less likely to engage in war. Come on, man. Bring it back to the caveman days. You're pissed. You're looking for some dude to steal their fucking rocks and lumber from. Are you going to go to the strong man that can bench 250, right? Or the weak man that can't do a push-up, right? Very reductive, common sense argument, and the aesthetics of a threat and strength, and if the aesthetics of a threat / strength would aid and abet in prevention of externally influenced conflict upon you.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm very sad that you made me go quiet, but we'll put that to the side. I'll get over it. The point that I want to make is this. When I say reductive, when I say reductionist, when I say the way by which your psychological understanding of the situation has kind of been oversimplified, I feel that you might say, for example, we are stronger in X sense. Like, let's say, for example, we're stronger, let's say you say they're weakened in some sense, right? And therefore they're weakened in all senses, right? If Russia is weakened in their conventional capacity, like if their foot soldiers are now weaker or some of their bases are weaker, but I'm concerned not about that, and I'm concerned about the nuclear threat, which, by the way, you said is completely detached from reality and unrealistic. It absolutely is not, dude. Right? Like if you've seen what's been happening in India and Pakistan for the past, decades, right? You'll know that this is a very real threat. And with the introduction of AI controlling the systems, it's a lot less in our hands, right? It's much more out of our hands than it was before. So what I'm saying is, even if there are some reductions in strength in A way or B way, right? That does not necessarily
You
mean
misrepresented my response to your position. My
Hold on,
response.
but that's the one point. I'm going to get to the second point, which is about the strength of our nation.
Even about what you just said about me telling you that the conversation about nukes is detached from reality. Like, I think I finished it up with a comment similar to that, but before, I gave you a response, right? Like, we're not actively working on building bridges. We're not actively working on immediate harm reduction through allyship or cooperation internationally. You're telling us that he's going to immediately reduce the threat by his unreliability, his unpredictability, and his craziness for the next 4 years. Sure, I'll grant that to you. But what happens when the 4 years are over? All of a sudden, because we haven't built more bridges, we haven't worked on international cooperation, peace treaty agreements, and allyship, well, then the next person that comes into office is going to be entering into office with heightened global tensions, more unpredictable nukes shooting out of the ground because of AI, with less cooperation because of the dumpster fire of the Trump administration. And they're going to be a worse position, not only because of these reasons, but also because of how Donald Trump is fucking over our country domestically. I don't understand why you think that engaging in foreign conflicts and preventing international conflicts has to do with foreign policy 110%. No, the foundation is strong domestic policy. If you don't have a strong country domestically, then you don't have a strong country internationally. So not only is he just pushing it off to the next president by not working on these international cooperations, but he's also really fucking them over by ensuring that our country domestically speaking is going to be worse off by reducing our GDP by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion per year through mass deportation, by removing 8.3 million of our laborers, by removing 11 million of our consumers, by reducing the public's trust in our electoral systems, by contradicting the Constitution, playing authoritarian, attempting to circumvent Congress, circumvent SCOTUS, do what he wants, role play king, rule out accessible access to voting. These are all things that destroy and erode the fabric of our country domestically and fuck over our own citizens by doing things such as kicking off 10 million Americans of healthcare, kicking off 10 million citizens off of food stamps, removing free school student lunches away from 18 million school students. All these things really matter.
All right, bro. Okay, cool. Thank you, dude. Okay, first of all, look, man, we don't have enough time. All of these sub-debates are debates to be had about whether economically tariffs will play out well, right? The best economists are less accurate than dart-throwing monkeys at predicting, right? We're really not going to get anywhere in the end when it comes to looking at the kinds of things that we can predict. Whoops, sorry, I cut out there. Predict the consequences of genuinely. What I can say and what we can outline and understand, because remember, this is always a comparative debate, is that who would have been better in the situation we were in, right? You might, make a credible argument.
So are you saying that we don't have good reason to believe that 10 million people are going to lose healthcare?
Wait, we don't have good reason to believe that 10 million people are going to lose. Bro, look,
Right,
can I tell you something really quickly,
well,
bro?
no. Just like in
Yeah, go.
response to the set of domestic facts that I said would make our country weaker, even internationally, right? You just responded that the best predictions of these things are less reliable than monkeys shooting darts at a dartboard. Basically saying that they're
I mean,
unreliable.
did we expect
So
Joe Biden?
basically,
did we expect Joe Biden to deport as many people as?
was your response to the set of facts that I just shared, such as the impact economically of mass deportation or consequences of the policies that he's already passed, such as cutting healthcare away from 10 million people, food stamps away from 3 million people, etc.? Are you just saying that like all of those claims are unreliable? Yeah, I just want to ensure. Like, is your claim that all of those like facts are unreliable?
So it has to be a yes or a no. I can't elaborate.
Well, I mean, feel free to elaborate your answer, but I want to make sure that like I held
Sorry,
into
my mic was off.
your very small response there. Like you just brushed over them all and called them unreliable.
Dude, okay, and I don't mean this as a jab. I just want to say, like, you had like a very long speech, and I had a very short time to respond. Sorry if I'm a yapper, bro. Low-key, I am. I can't lie, bro. I have a.
Listen, I'm okay if you're a yapper. I just want to make sure that you're yapping about the right thing. I just want to make sure that you're yapping about the right thing, right? Like, yap about the right thing. Explain why you think the set of facts that I shared are unreliable.
Yeah, man. Okay. Well, I guess the argument I'm making is not necessarily that the facts are in and of themselves unreliable independently. Whether they are or are not unreliable is aside from the point, because neither of us predicted how much deportation would go on under Joe Biden's presidency, under Barack Obama's presidency. Neither of us predicted the kinds of healthcare related policies that were enacted, the kinds of social services policies were enacted in any of the previous terms, because people are hyper unpredictable when it comes to their last term. Did you expect Biden
These policies have already been passed.
Wait, what's that?
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that he's going to pass policy in the future to cut healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. He already did that last month.
Okay, dude. What I am saying is you don't have I guess you don't have sort of clarity. Firstly, that Joe Biden wouldn't do similar sorts of things, or at least create sorts of policies.
I do have clarity on that. I do have clarity on that. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't know you could see into counterfactuals, my guy. I'm interested to see, what your evidence is for any of the following things, right? So
you act as if like strong inductive cases don't exist. You've been doing that this whole time. You just reject inductive reasoning, and it's fucking.
Bro,
hilarious.
what I'm saying is the following, dude. What I'm saying is the following.
No. What you said is that I don't have a strong case that if Kamala Harris was elected, she wouldn't have kicked 10 million people off of healthcare. Yes, the fuck I do. Yes, the fuck I do. She didn't run on defunding Medicaid by fucking $1 trillion.
Dude,
she didn't run on fucking over low and middle income Americans. She didn't run on policies to hurt us, right? She ran on policies to help us.
Dude, I've spoken like 5%. Obviously, again, I'm yapping, bro. I'm glad I'm with you at least, bro. That's at the end of the day. I'm glad we're yapping together. That's what matters.
That mute was necessary. I'm going to defend my mutes on you so far. I actually do. I completely defend them. I think that they've been necessary because what you'll do is you'll say 4 words about what I say, and then you'll yap for 3 minutes about something else.
Okay, dude. Okay. Here's the point. Here's the point for me.
You're running. No, I don't want a greater point. I want a response to the fact that we have a very strong inductive case to reason the conclusion that if Kamala Harris was elected, we wouldn't see 10 million low-income Americans kicked off of healthcare. And once again, I've already demonstrated its relevance. You didn't engage with that argument either. If we don't have a strong country domestically, then we don't have a strong country internationally.
Time me for if you want. Time me for do what you got to do. Time me for 60 seconds. Just get this point across, bro.
Just keep in mind. 1, I've already refuted your claim that this is irrelevant to the debate. 2, I've already given you 3 strong inductive cases to conclude that if Kamala Harris was elected, we wouldn't see 10 million Americans kicked off of healthcare. So
none of that is
I want
relevant.
your response to these things. I've already defended its relevance. Don't just deny it. I've already defended it.
Hold on. Dude. Okay, first and foremost, I, at the beginning of this debate, admitted I really don't know jack about anything domestic policy-wise. I really don't know anything about much of the sorts of things that we're having the debate over. However,
so then you're pseudo-intellectual. The type of concerns that you have, the type of concerns that you have about international conflicts cannot be well substantiated. Else you concern yourself.
Independent of the one I'm going for, bro. Just hear me out, bro. Please, I'm trying to actually finish this point.
That's fine. Just know that it's not independent.
Okay, dude. The reason why this Kamala argument matters links to a greater argument that our domestic perception from other countries increases our soft power and decreases the likelihood of war, right? Like, that's the relevance of it, right?
That's one form of relevance. But then you have, hard power in the sense of if we have a worse country off domestically, then we're going to be worse positioned for soft and hard power internationally. And it is the case when we're. Why?
Why, like, dude, why? Okay, the well-being of our citizens is absolutely a concern. Trump is absolutely doing terrible things as compared to what the optimal thing could be for our citizens, bro. Like, we can admit that. We can both agree.
Also,
that
he's saying bye-bye to soft power by cutting USAID.
Dude, okay. Independent of USAID or all of these
independent of everything.
Dude, why don't you let me finish, bro?
I'm just saying it's funny. It's funny because it's just funny because apparently the reasons why you support Trump is independent of everything to do with him and anything he's ever done.
Bro, okay, what I'm saying when I say independent is this, okay? At the end of the day, my maximal goal, right, in 2024 was how do we survive these next 4 years and set ourselves up?
I have a question.
Dude, bro, can I please finish this point and then you can ask me the question?
After.
Dude, after. Okay, bro, you got it, bro. You're the talking stick.
One thing Trump has actually done, an action, a material action that Donald Trump has done that you think makes him a good president.
One action that Donald Trump has done that I think makes him a good president. I think one thing that Donald Trump has done that makes him a good president is asserted himself economically in Europe with NATO. We're not going to talk about all of the involvements of Germany. We're not going to talk about all of the different.
Be more specific.
Because they're not relevant to my argument, bro.
Too vague. Be more specific. Not another way. I just want you to be specific.
Bro. Okay, this takes us away from the point. I just want to wrap the argument up, bro. Dude, it's not relevant to the point, bro.
It's irrelevant for you to name one action that Donald Trump has done that you're a fan of. Okay, I'm sorry, bro. It was fun. I'm going to move on. It was fun, though. I'm going to move on. I appreciate you for coming up, man. I appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to the next guest. I'm sorry, Chad. I was willing to entertain it. But as soon as he just didn't have an ability to name like one like specific thing that Trump has done that makes him a good president, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to move on. Let's move on to the next guest. Everyone here, just give us a minute, y'all. We're going to get that next Trump Gerald up on the live. This only guy. Oh, Jesus Christ. No. Like, I will say it. Like, that last guest is intelligent. He's intelligent. Just, like, very misled. If that last guest is in here, kudos to you for being intelligent. But you are very, very, very misled. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? So, actually, if there's an example of a pseudo-intellectual, it'd be that last guest. I understand that phrase gets like thrown around a lot, but if you want like a real example of a pseudo-intellectual, it's that last guess. He was able to like use bigger words and frame what he wants to say and what the points that he wants to convey in a significantly like better manner than like 99% of the other people that join the stream. 99% of the people that join the stream don't have the vocabulary he does, don't have the ability to word sentences in the way that he does. But I'll tell you one thing that he couldn't do that 99% of the people that join the stream can do. Name one material thing Trump has done that they think makes him a good president. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Everyone, just give us a minute.
Hello, how you doing, Parker?
My name is Dean. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you go on pause and then come back into the app? You have a little bit of an echo.
Yeah.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm going to thank a handful of donors. Phantom, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, bro, you've been yapping 98% of the time. Yeah, man, I started to get kind of sick of the yap there at the end. I kind of did, I'm not going to lie. I let it go on for too long. Thank you, Phantom. As well as Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents over on Venmo, saying if I had $1 for every time this guy said, dude, bro, I'd be richer than Elon Musk. Yo, same. And then Shake, that is Shakeh, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Then Justin with a 5, Jason with a 5, then Martha with a 5. I appreciate you guys so very, very much. And then Jay, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you, Jay. You are awesome.
Jay, for the $50, you're so awesome.
Based. Jay with a $50 says, "Hi Dean, this is my question. Are you streaming live on your birthday or are you taking that day off?" Oh, I'll be live. I'll be live on my birthday. I've been live my last 2 birthdays. I will be live again this birthday. I always go live on my birthday. So I
What do
will
you
be
usually do on your birthday? Do you like hit up the club or something?
Well, that's what I'll be doing this birthday since it's the 21st. Hell yeah.
That's cool. Oh, that's cool. You're 20. You're 21.
Almost, yeah. Stella with a $5 saying, "We appreciate you, Dean." Thank you, Stella. Kristen with a $10 saying, "Thank you for all that you do. Love your lives." Thank you for the love, Kristen. Melanie with a $15 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Melanie. Melanie says, "Didn't think I'd see a debate bro who repeats the Terminator movie plot as a combo. I'm flabbergasted." Thank you for the love, Melanie. You're awesome. As well as Olefo, thank you for the $5 over at PayPal. And then Joshua with the 1 penny, and as well as Anonymous with the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. As somebody that works in the DoD, I'm happy to DM you about some havoc Trump has brought on. Please do, actually. Please do. Oh, then one more here. Jay, thank you for another $50 over on PayPal saying, "Thanks, Dean." Of course, Jay. I hope you're having a good day. Let's get another 500 JWs down below in the chat for the 50. Then, of course, if you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support the work that we do here, and you want to contribute, my Venmo, my PayPal are in the top of the phone screen right here, as well as they're in the link tree in my bio. And they're in the pinned message of the YouTube stream, where you could also support me over Super Chat. Now, take it away, man. Why do you support Trump?
Wow, that was a long time. Because of the border policy.
What border policy?
And can I just say one thing before we start talking?
Well.
So, didn't Parker get you to? I know you're Dean. I knew you ain't Parker. I knew you using this account. Didn't he get you to do these like debates on here?
So I mean, I originally started doing debate lives, irrespective of like Parker like personally influencing me too. But he did get me to do like political debate lives.
I feel like you got more people on your live because your energy. You got good energy.
I don't know.
There's this energy about you, like you're really outgoing and you got good energy.
Well, it's a very kind compliment of you. Now, you said that you support Donald Trump because of his border policy. What border policy?
No, I don't. That guy sucks. I like you, Dean. Have a good day. Happy birthday.
I appreciate that. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Parker has good energy too. We love Parker. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in that queue if you support Trump, please. Please. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how do you?
18.
I can't hear you, so I'm gonna kick you. Honestly, it may be even like funnier watching like Parker, give like a snarky one-liner, good joke, or crash out just because he does it less frequently. You know what I mean? like when I'm watching Parker, and he says some like snarky ass shit. I laugh harder than I do when I say some snarky ass shit because I'm always saying some snarky ass shit, and it's more of like a lesser occurring thing over there, so it's like funnier when it does happen, Yeah, Parker Sass is great. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Age,
I'm
please?
in 19 if you're asking.
19. What year were you born in?
2006.
And you support
February.
And you support Trump?
Yeah.
You.
Yeah, we can debate, but can I address something real quick? So, I saw a clip from one of your lives. This guy was muted and you were talking, and you lied about kicking him. You said that he left when in reality you actually just kicked him from the live. So, can you admit that you're a liar to your viewers?
Well, I don't think that would happen. But if it did happen,
Well, that did happen.
I probably had good reason to.
Okay. So why would you lie though?
Like I could.
You could have said that I kicked him.
So I could totally conceive of a circumstance where I have somebody on my live that is annoying the shit out of me for like miscellaneous reasons. That is like truly really stupid. That I then kick and say that they left. So I don't have to deal with the onslaught of 12-year-old boys in the comment section saying, double you guessed. I could totally see, I'm going to be honest, I could totally see myself doing that.
But why can't you just not lie? You could just say, you know what, I think this guest is dumb. I'm just going to kick him.
Well, listen, if you want to critique me for that, I don't understand why you support a rapist as president.
Grapist. You know that you can't say it on live, right? You want to be careful. Your account already got banned. That's why you're in Parker's. But, well, first of all, Are you talking about the E. Jean Carroll case?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she's also accused like a dozen other men, and the circumstance of when it happened.
Really, name 3
like,
of them.
What? I don't know what the 3 names were, but they're.
What? Then how do you know she accused 12 other men?
Cause I've seen it on like news articles.
Okay.
I just don't
so
remember.
What are the
the-
names?
What?
What are the
Like,
names?
why do I have to? I don't know their names. You can look it up.
Well,
I can look it
I
up.
think I have. I think that she
Yeah,
has
you
accused
have.
one other man of raping her.
All right,
and
so if you have, then
believe it or
name them.
believe it or not, I think that it is the case that a woman can be raped by more than one man. But once again, you are saying that she's accused 12 other men of raping her. So name 4 of them.
Why do I have to?
Just give me any evidence that she has. How about that?
Okay, so you're white. Name every white person. Like what?
That was a big flop.
What? What do you mean it's a big flop?
How about
I'm
this
just
made no
using what
sense?
you're saying.
I mean, so typically,
You know that you sound
typically
dumb right now.
Typically,
You want me to
analogies
name
have
them.
to have some conceptual relationship to the point that you're attempting to make. So if you want to make an analogy to demonstrate the absurdity in me asking you to just name 3 of the other men she's accused of raping her, saying that
Oh, and
because I'm white, I have
also-
to know the names of any other white person is like not conceptually related to the question. But like, how about
And,
this? Let's just reframe the question. Give me any evidence.
Well, I was
she's
gonna
accused 12 other men
debate
of raping
about
her.
pro-life, but one thing.
No,
the
not a
Eugene
one
Carroll
thing.
case
Give
was
me
not-
evidence that she's accused 12 other men of raping her.
It wasn't grape. It was sexual abuse. I
And
know
we'll go
it's
over
still
that
bad,
after
but
you
it's
give me
also
any
false.
evidence of her accusing 12 other men of raping her.
Because it's a fact. You can
So,
look it
so
up
what is the
yourself.
evidence for this fact? I'm not going to do your homework for you, piss boy.
Go to, like, a
You got to
news
be able to
article.
give me the
You'll
evidence
find
yourself,
it.
my friend.
Oh my gosh. And you're also lying. You're saying that's grape when it was sexual abuse.
I'll
You
happily
don't have to
prove you.
re-
I'll happily
you're
embarrass you on
re-
that
you're
too. After you give me any
rewording it
evidence that you're
to
able
make
to
it
get.
sound worse.
I will happily prove you wrong on that too. After you could give me evidence that she accused 12 other men of raping her. Why are you fighting so hard against justifying your claims, piss boy?
Because you brought this up. You say, "Ooh, he's a rapist."
Piss boy, you're
Like,
the
you
one
know-
that said she accused 12 other men to dispute her.
Yes, she did.
Piss boy,
You
give me
can
the evidence.
find it. You want me to go online, find a news article?
Yes, I want you to give the evidence, piss boy.
It's gonna take a little while.
Do it.
You can do your own research.
It's your claim, my friend.
All right,
If
all
I
right.
was your 11th grade
I'll look it
English
up.
teacher and you were submitting a research paper to me, the bibliography wouldn't be look it up. No, it would be the sources. Thank you
I'll
so
look it up.
much. Disgusted Veteran, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, call me crazy, but it seems the facts over feelings crowd overuses the phrases I feel and I think. They just present nothing as substance. It's just a trend that I've noticed. No, they do. That's why it's so funny to just ask them for resources. As well as
Eugene
Lucy
Carroll
with a
says-
$1. I appreciate you so much for
Oh,
the
it was
love.
more than a dozen. It was actually a dozen flipped. E. Jean Carroll says Trump is one of the 21 hideous men in her life. That's a quote from her, by the way. One of
Okay.
the 21 hideous men. Do you think that that can happen?
So you think that if a woman says she has hideous men in her life, this means that the woman is necessarily saying that all hideous men have raped her? I mean, I hate to be that guy. There's many more ways that a man can be hideous to a woman than raping her.
I'm pretty sure those were all the 21 were actually she did accuse of grape.
Okay. And how do we
I
know?
don't think it just means hideous men as men who treated her wrong or whatever.
How do we know this?
Well, I'm gonna look through the news article. This is
Good
why I
one.
looked up.
While you're looking through that news article, I'm also going to go ahead and roll a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexually exploiting naked adult women and naked teenage girls.
But you know, it's the kind of thing you worry about later. You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, you know, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what-
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, so in our minute and a half intermission, while I was playing you the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexually exploiting naked teenage girls and naked grown adult women, Were you able to find any more resources on the 21 men that E. Jean Carroll's accused of raping her?
Well, I was actually laser focused on what you're playing since you decided to do that, but let's see. Man, I don't have the time to do this, bro. Can we actually like debate on what I was gonna do, pro-life policy?
If you concede the claim, we can move on.
Oh my gosh. You don't move on, do you? I wasn't even trying to debate on this.
I said we
I
can
was trying
move
to
on
debate
if you
on pro-life.
concede.
I was trying to debate on pro-life. Can we do this or not?
I'll just repeat what I already said. If you
Dean
concede
is
the
not
claim, we
being
can move on.
compatible. And he lies about kicking his guests. All right, wait, what were you saying again? Something.
I said if you concede, we can move on.
She accused 21 other men.
Okay,
Yep, I
so
can
we
see
can't
it.
move on.
All right, let's move on.
So now that you recognize that that's not something that she did, why did you say
Well,
that
it
she
is
did?
something that she did.
So you don't concede?
Well, she quoted it. No,
I
well,
thought that I
I'm
already
just
responded to the
telling
quote.
I'm telling the truth. Yeah, you responded to the quote in a lie. Those 21 other men supposedly did the same thing that Trump did.
Okay. What's the evidence?
The evidence, you can find it. I've already found it, but I'm not going to read the whole article to you. That's going to waste my
So
time.
you don't want to share the evidence? Aw, poor
Dude, you can look it up. I'll give you the.
Oh,
You want me to?
oh, I'm so sorry that I'm making you share your evidence. Oh man, what kind? I'm such a terrible person for making you
I'll give
share
you-
your evidence for a claim that you made on a debate live.
I'll give you the article. You can look it up, or I can give it to you.
Just read the evidence.
It's a long article. Not that long, but
I'd assume that the evidence for this shouldn't be more than a couple sentences.
She also said get rid of men. So she wants to get rid of you, Dean. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, unlike you, let's assume the worst. Let's assume the worst. She said get rid of men. We're going to assume the worst. We're going to assume when E. Jean Carroll said get rid of men, she meant it, and she truly wants all men to die. Like truly wants all men to die. Which would mean she doesn't like me because I'm a man. Is rape still wrong if it happens to people that don't like you?
Wait, so you invited me to turn on my microphone, and right when I did, you muted me again. Why? What do you say again?
Is grape still wrong if it happens to people that don't
Yes,
like
grape
you?
is wrong, but the thing is, she's lying
What a
about it.
fucking loser.
Why would she accuse him 20 years later? He still had good status. He owns like over 100 hotels. She could have accused him then. Why did she wait now? Right?
60% of women that get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime. Why do 60% of women that get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime?
All right, you tell me, man. I've never seen that statistic.
Yeah, because of people like you. Especially people like you.
But you think I'm a rapist? That's crazy.
Imagine you were like randomly engaging in a conversation with somebody and you just like unprompted with no context said you weren't a P3DO. That would kind of be like a red flag, right?
What?
And like you just
I
like
swear you just
unprompted in a
accused-
conversation with no context and no prompt said you're not a rapist. Okay. I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. Very odd. Very odd.
Can we go to the pro-life?
I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. Just very odd. So a lot of women don't report rape to the authorities or wait to report it because of men like you. And when I say men like you, I mean people that uphold rape culture by condemning the victim, calling them crazy, calling them insane, and literally trying to demonize them. You literally just got done giving me an argument demonizing her. You literally just got done sitting up here and saying some stupid shit like, oh, not Kamala. E. Jean Carroll said that we need to get rid of men. She wants to get rid of you, Dean. That is like literally demonizing propaganda 101, right? So that is why women don't share these experiences. This is why so many of them will die without telling the police. And this is likely why E. Jean Carroll waited 23 years to report it. It's because the water source is tainted. There is a lot of harm that can be done unto victims of rape that publicly share their experiences because so many people are willing to adorn the rapist and condemn the great victim. And it's not like this didn't happen to her either. You're doing it right now. She also lost her job as a journalist, and she's been turned into a monolith of the left, dehumanized and demonized by millions of people on the right. And it's led to the current sitting president calling for her imprisonment on Twitter. Of course, these things are going to be pressures against reporting. Of course, these things are going to be reasons why somebody might wait. And honestly, if you want to tell me that she only did it before the election because he was running for president, I might agree. But I'd agree to the end of her being a goddamn patriot. She was raped by this man, and she went for so long without publicly talking about it because of the harm that could be caused onto her. That guy then runs for president, and she throws her career out the window, and she throws her reputation out the window, even though it was a bad thing that happened to her, just to ensure that Americans were informed about who they were supporting and who they were voting for. Makes perfect sense to me. I don't know why so many people on the right act like wanting to hold somebody running for the office of the presidency accountable because they might be our president, because they might be the most powerful person alive, is insane, authoritarian, or wrong.
Yo, let's do the pro-life debate.
Get pushed.
Ooh, or
yo, Cordelia, thank you so much for the
you got pushed out of your home by your brother.
I did. That was good. Cordelia, thank you. That's pretty good. Cordelia with the $10 on PayPal. Cordelia with the $10 says, just a little thank you for having her back, Steen, from All Sentient Women. I appreciate you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Cordelia. Show some love to Cordelia down below, as well as Natalie with a $5 saying, please listen to quote unquote Grandpa Was a Liberal on Spotify. I love it and everything in you. Thank you so much for the love, as well as Barbara with a $1 over on Venmo, and then Kai with the $7.77. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I was totally pushed out of a home that I lived in by my brother because he was a MAGA fanatic that thought I was literally Satan for caring about other people.
You're just making too much noise. Yelling at your guests.
I'm literally repeating what he said. He literally said I'm Satan. I'm not even trolling.
All right. It was just a joke. I don't know why you're taking it so seriously. Wait, do you know Hayden Rodia?
Yeah.
He's been on your lives a few times.
Yeah, he got cooked.
No, what? You literally ended your live because of him.
Buddy, I don't know why all the Trump supporters decide to cope. No, I don't. In my life, because of this, it gets banned.
You did not get banned. You literally said that the live has ended. And you didn't even... You ended the live. You were lying about that. Hayden cooked you. And your whole chat is
why
so
won't he come back?
Why would he come back? To cook you again.
No, he should come back. And tell him to come on.
I bet.
Let him come back.
Ask Hayden to come back and debate him.
So
because he cooked you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think that's true.
I don't know, man.
So
you should watch this.
Do you think that
video
victims of rape should be able to access abortion? Wait, actually, I have a question.
Specifically,
yeah, wait, actually, no, not yet.
Then you should have an abortion.
Specifically, how did he cook me?
He made you end your live.
No, but like, what point? What point did I make that he was able to defeat?
One point was that you said that when you brush your teeth that you're killing millions of bacteria, which is a stupid point because those are not living human organisms.
Okay, so what context was the point that I made in, and what was his response insofar as how it cooked me?
Dude, I don't got like the quotes on my phone, bro.
More unsubstantiated claims, little bro.
I'm not a
Oh, he
journalist.
cooked you. He cooked you. He cooked you,
He
dude.
did.
I
Watch
can't
this video.
tell you how he did, but he
How
did.
disrespectful to woman. Whoever just said that in the chat. I just said that grape is it's justifiable for abortion.
Okay.
If you get raped and you want to have an abortion, then you can.
So do you
But
think
I only think
that abortion should be banned in elective circumstances?
Well, grape and when the mother's life is in danger are like only like the
Not the question I
2%
asked
of
you,
abortions.
piss boy.
What?
Not the question I asked you, piss boy.
Okay.
Should women
You
be able
got
to
kicked
access
out of your
abortion in
house.
elective circumstances?
What's the
What?
Yo?
Why do
You can call me dumb, but what is an elective circumstance?
Okay, you're dumb.
Yeah. So what? Are you gonna answer my question, piss boy?
Why are you? Oh, now you're stealing my jokes.
Yeah.
I'm not.
What you gonna do about it, Dean?
I'm not the one.
You gonna dox me? You gonna dox me?
I'm not the one with the mental acuity of people that do wear diapers, referring to 3-year-olds. Piss boy,
I'm
piss in
older
the
than you,
bed,
Dean.
piss in the diaper, not calling you a 3-year-old because of your age or how many times you've been around the sun, calling you a 3-year-old because of your intelligence, mental acuity, and emotional
Okay,
regulation.
but wait, Dean, can I ask you a question? All right, so do you think that it's justifiable for a mother to have an abortion if, let's say, she wants a baby girl over a baby boy, and she gets a baby boy? Do you think that she should have the right to abort that baby boy just because it's not the sex that the kid was?
So I think that the abortion in of itself is not morally wrong because there'd be no indication insofar as why it would be wrong.
Okay, but do you think that
However,
that's
would
not
you
answering
allow me
my
to finish?
question?
Would you allow me to finish speaking?
Got you, bro.
Okay. So I think that the abortion in of itself would not be morally wrong, but like maybe the intention would be. All right. However, I don't think that this would make the action morally wrong.
I'm just saying, in this context, if a woman wants to have an abortion because she didn't get the gender of the baby
I
that she
thought
wanted.
I just answered the question. It's not morally
Yeah,
wrong.
but
like
can-
the action
yes
in
or
of
no?
itself of the abortion. The
Give
answer's
me
no.
a simple yes or no.
The answer is no. It's not morally wrong. Like the intention would be, but the action
What?
itself,
Okay, man. And like, you realize that over 50% of your chat also said that it's fine if she gets. That's messed up, Dean. To say that she can have an abortion if she doesn't get the gender of the baby she wants, that's messed up.
I'll give you a description.
You could have gotten aborted if your mom wanted a girl, bruh.
I'll give you a description on why this is the case, why we make a separation between the action and the intention here. I think that intentions can be integral to the morality of actions in some circumstances. However, in most circumstances, I'm going to value the impact much more than the intention, especially when we're trying to draw clear lines of what should be legal or illegal, right? And I'll give you an example here. Let's assume that there's a firefighter, right? And this firefighter lives in like a county in like rural Kentucky that is like 99% white, okay? And the only reason this person became a firefighter was because he's literally a Nazi that wants to preserve the white race, right? And his intention every time he's walking into a burning building and saving little boys, little girls, men and women is because they're white and he wants to preserve the white race. Would you say that the literal action of saving like a 5-year-old girl from dying in a house fire would be wrong because his intention for doing so is that he wants to preserve the white race?
I say that again. Wait, so not the whole thing, but like the last part.
Would you say that this firefighter, like the action of this firefighter literally saving a 5-year-old girl that is like dying in a fire in her apartment building would be wrong because his intention is to preserve the white race?
Well, it's good to save a 5-year-old.
No, that's messed up. That's so messed up, man.
It's
That's
good
so
to
that's
save
so
a
that's so
5-year-old.
messed up that like you're okay with like people just, you know, possessing this intention of race. See my point? See my point, right? The obvious response there would be no. There's not anything wrong, right, with the actual action of saving that 5-year-old girl from dying.
That's what I was.
But there is
that's what I'm
something
saying.
wrong with the intention of being a white supremacist and quote unquote wanting to preserve the white race. And this is how I would look at the example of abortion that you gave me of like wanting to abort a fetus because of their gender or even their race. The action in of itself is not morally wrong because there's no facts of the fetus that would make it morally valuable. However, the intention of the action is something we could recognize as morally wrong.
I'm speaking like specifically the intention because, I think the action of abortion is wrong. You don't think it is, but since we share
Katrina, thank you for the $10
different
over at Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Katrina. Show some love to Katrina down below, y'all.
Yeah, fake donations.
Katrina says, just showing support, keep showing up and showing out. You're appreciated. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you, Katrina.
Go. Since
So
we have different
now why do you
views
think the
on-
abortions are morally wrong?
Because you are unaliving living human organisms. It's a mass G-side. I can't say the actual word. But
I don't think that like killing humans that are alive is essentially wrong.
what? Well, yeah, in self-defense. But if you don't have a probable cause for it, and their probable cause is that they just don't want to raise a kid, you can put it for abortion.
Oh, you can put it for abortion? Yo, let's fucking go. Pro-life, bro. Pro-choice king. Let's go. Got a concession, 3 words in. Okay, now listen. You're telling us that abortion is wrong because it's killing a human that's alive. Okay. So do you think that that's what makes it murder? Because you said it was a G-side. Murder is constituted a mass murder. So G-side is constituted a mass murder. You called it a G-side, therefore you think it's murder, right?
Well, yeah, because it's happening.
Kai, thank you for the $2 over at Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Kai. Thank you so much for the
abortions every year.
So you do think that
and
abortion
only
is
like 2% of those are from either grape.
So you do
or
think
when
that it's
the
murder?
mother's like-
Just fucking, dude, come on, snap. So you think abortion is murder,
yeah,
right?
sure. Why not?
Okay, so you think like the intentional killing of an innocent human being is murder. Okay, so when an IUD like intentionally kills a single-celled human zygote by preventing its implantation into the uterine lining, is that murder?
Bro, I don't know.
Oh, now you don't know if killing humans is murder or not. What
Wait,
the fuck
say it-
happened? You
say that
conceded your
again.
argument in like 2 words.
Can like comprehend what you're trying to say, bro.
No shit, piss boy. All right. We'll
Yo,
repeat
you're
it.
a piss boy.
No, you're a piss boy.
You got kicked out of your house.
Right. You're getting kicked out of this live after I slam dunk on you.
Whoa.
Oh.
Slam dunk. Oh, let's talk about how Donald Trump also said that
Let's
Michael
talk
Jordan
about a
was the
pivot?
GOAT. No, he said that he was the GOAT of basketball.
Okay. And once again, my refutation to your position is very simple. You told us that you think that abortion is murder because it's killing innocent humans. However, would this therefore also imply that you would say an IUD, which obviously I don't know what that is, that's an intrauterine device. It is a form of birth control. An IUD can allow for conception to occur, meaning there's an innocent life that exists, an innocent human life that exists, but it prevents its implantation into the uterine lining, essentially starving it and or killing it while it's still a unicellular organism. Would you say if there's a woman with an IUD that knows they kill zygotes, that is still sexually active and kills a zygote, is she a murderer?
Well, if you're gonna have SMECs and you don't want babies, then yeah, use birth control. So
Wait, so
if
now you're
that's
endorsing murder?
Well, no, if that's
that's not murder. So then why is it murder to kill a fetus but not a
It's
zygote?
'cause it's not intentional.
Oh wait, I specifically preluded to the claim that the woman would know that the IUD kills zygotes, and she still decides to engage in intercourse. This is like knowing that a gun would kill
Zygotes?
somebody and still deciding to pull the trigger.
Zygote, like Michael Jordan.
Shut the fuck up and respond to the claim, piss boy.
Yo, I mean, like what you're saying is like kind of irrelevant.
Oh, okay. Wait, so if it's irrelevant to understand if killing a zygote is murder or not, then why is it relevant to understand if killing a fetus is murder or not?
Because fetuses are humans.
Are zygotes
They are
not?
human. Well, that's a different stage of human, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so it is.
now if you're telling us the different stages
Well,
of
birth
human
control
development,
probably shouldn't be
now
used.
you're
You should
telling
probably
us
just
now you're
not
telling
have
us if the different stages of human development are relevant to determine if it's murder or not. Why can't I just say that the specific stages of human development that would be relevant to determine that it is murder to kill it would occur after pregnancy, such as birth?
Well, just don't have SMECs, bro. Don't have SMECs. If you don't want to have a baby, then don't have SMECs.
I don't think you got to worry about that part. You can't have it anyways. Now, I don't understand what this is
Well,
doing.
I
to
actually
respond to my
can,
claim.
but I can't give birth since clearly. Hey, what if I was a trans man though?
Okay. Well, you're not a trans man
How do you know that?
because you said, "What if I was?" implying. that you
Well,
aren't.
that doesn't really make a claim that I am or am not. I'm just saying.
Yes, it does. What if I was would imply that the scenario in which you are is not of reality because it's a what if.
I'm not implying it though. You can say, "What if I was?" Because secretly, You make Dean think that I'm not when I am.
You tried. Respond to the argument or get kicked. Ha.
All right, what's the argument again?
Holy fucking shit. Memory of a goldfish. You know what?
I said if you should
get pushed. Scott, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Scott. You are fantastic. Thank you so much. Scott said, dude, keep cooking. The last few have been insufferable. Dude, yeah, they have. Thank you, Scott. ADA, thank you for the $5 as well, saying I love you, Dean. You were awesome. I was watching you while I'm lifting. Yo, let's fucking go, ADA. Have a good pump. All right, this next guest is going to be the last. We're at 4 hours, and I'm going to hop off of the day. My girlfriend requested that I make her a steak for dinner, so that's what I'm going to go do. Oh, man.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? Dude, should I go like, okay, I haven't done this for a while. It's probably like date night time. Should I like get her like a really nice steak for date night chat? There's like a store that's close to me, and they sell prime ribeyes. And they're like $15 a steak. Sometimes even more expensive, like 20. They're expensive. I save them for the rare occasion. I do it like once a month. But should I go get her one of those $20 fucking prime ribeyes?
Do you know how to cook a steak?
I actually do. I cook a fucking great steak. I probably cook a better steak than you.
Wait, hold on. I actually think I saw you do it on Twitter. I'm not gonna lie, it did look good. I can't lie. It did look good.
Bipartisanship right there. I do cook a mean steak. It's been a long time in coming. Okay, the chat consensus is yes. How could I possibly go against what the community wants? I'm gonna get her that nice ass steak. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay,
but hey,
born in?
don't kick me. I'm just kidding. I'm 22. I was born in 2003. But look, could I ask you like a different question?
Do you support Trump?
No, but can I just ask you one other question?
No, I'm gonna ban you. Let's go to now move on to the next guest. We're gonna go on and move on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute so we can get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Eliza loaded. You guys. Bethany, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo for the girlfriend's steak to treat her well. Parker with the $20 over on Venmo to get your girl a steak on me. And Lauren with the $20 on Venmo for your girlfriend's steak. Yo, let's go. Yo, dude, holy shit. Show some love to Lauren for the 20, Parker with the 20, and Bethany with the 20 down below. Oh my goodness. She's going to be getting that steak. Now, that is very kind of you guys. Thank you so much, Bethany, Parker, and Lauren. I'll throw some flowers in there too now. Hell yeah. Ooh, that's gonna be a nice steak, quite frankly. Hell yeah. Appreciate the three of you. Gonna have a good dinner tonight. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, and why do you support the worst president of your life, quite frankly?
Before we start off with this debate, I just want to make clear that I'm in here because I really do want to change my mind about all the stuff that I do support. I come from a very conservative Christian Catholic family, so that's like the only thing that I've been like believing in, such as, for example, pro-life, which is like the most basic thing that is in conservative families, that everybody is pro-life. But I do want to like be more open-minded.
I've talked to you like twice already, right?
No.
I think I have.
Why?
I don't know. I just think I thought I remember the same spiel. So why do you support Trump?
Well, first of all, I support Trump because I did like his first term run is because the first time he ran as...
Why are you lying about not being up here before? I remember you.
What do you mean?
I just remember you. We've already talked. Why are you lying?
Because we haven't.
I think we have.
When?
Am I getting gaslit right now?
No, like literally, I barely open TikTok. This is like the first time I've been on live ever.
Chad, I'm very susceptible to getting gaslit. Fun fact about me. I'm very susceptible to getting gaslit. Why do I believe her?
I mean, I have heard about you, like from friends. They said if you really like want to change your views, like debate this dude on TikTok. But like the last time I opened the app was probably in January. Like I barely opened it.
I have a way to test this. I think on my YouTube VOD yesterday, somebody was in the comment section keeping track of when all of the actual debates joined. We're going to take a look at the last
Okay.
2 days of VODs. This should be like relatively quick because, like I said, somebody in the comment section keeps track of the guests. Let's see.
This view since I'm like a Christian and all that stuff. I've been raised evangelic, not Catholic or something like that. Like I've been raised evangelic, and ever since I was just being like raised, I was taught like conservative views such as like abortion is wrong, for example, that or that my family supports that. For example, I've been like what I've been taught is that the border that he is good for the border control for like illegal immigrants, although I do not support how it's being handled.
Why are you gaslighting me?
Because I'm not. Dude.
You're gaslighting me. You're totally gaslighting me. Stop gaslighting me.
Is the worst
No,
president.
this is really fucked up. You shouldn't gaslight people like this. That's very evil.
I don't.
Yes,
I'm not a gaslighter.
that is you. Live stream.
That is not me.
That is not you?
No.
Oh,
What the
my
fuck?
God. Why is she doing this to me? God damn it. She's good at it too. She was convincing. Oh man, she was convincing too. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, Tyler! Oh my God, bro! Thank you so much for the $125 over on PayPal, dude. Thank you, Tyler. You were awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tyler. That is insane. I show some love to Tyler down below in the chat. Let's get 1,000 Tyler W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Tyler said, if you don't cook her a steak, then take her out and make it fun. Make it a date night and just forget about everything but you and her. It's comforting to see the young men sent putting yourself in this position to help raise awareness and for being a voice for people in your generation. I'm from Generation X, and I wish there were more people that had level-headedness like you display. You know, let me tell you, I really do love and appreciate every single donation that I receive. You guys are literally so kind. But like specifically donations that are like, take this money and do something nice for your girlfriend. Like, I don't know why, man. It just somehow even puts a larger smile on my face. As well as thank you for your kind words. And about my level-headedness. It's something I could work on, but I'm getting better at it. Tyler, that is incredibly kind of you. If we could please show some love to Tyler down below in that comment section. It would mean the world. Welcome in, Max. Do you support Trump?
Oh, I love you! I love you! I love you so much! Oh my God. And beautiful blue eyes, oh my God. When is my...
Okay. Hi, Joe.
Yeah, what's up, Parker? Hey, what's up?
Hey. Hey, Joe. Do you
You
support
blushing a
Trump?
little bit? That last one was a little crazy, huh?
Do you support Trump?
I do.
All right, Joe, you're going to be my last debate of the night. Is there any way that you could like turn off your fan and disconnect any like headphones or Bluetooth devices you might be talking to me through?
Yeah, can you hear the fan right now?
I can.
Okay, hold on. Better?
Much better. By the way, I just thought I'd put it
Okay.
out there. Chat, ever since I got this new chair, I felt really good. Like right now I've been live for like 4.5 hours. I could like continue on for like another hour if I wanted to. I'm just going to get off after Joe so I could go make my girlfriend dinner. But like, I'm being serious. Like I used to like hit that 4-hour point and feel like shit. Oh my God, I'd feel like shit. My whole body would be in pain. But like now I feel I feel so good. Let me tell you. Anyways, hey.
Dog, are you trying to sell a chair?
Well, actually, no. I did have the opportunity to. Some company reached out to me named like Human Scale or whatever, and they offered to send me like a $3,000 chair for free as long as I promoted it. And like low key, shame on them for like never getting back to me, even though they reached out. Because if they did send me a chair, I would fucking chill. I would promote the fuck out of that goddamn chair, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you, man. I would too. Shoot.
Right. But they never got back in contact. So I mean, no, I'm not promoting this one. Anyways, take it away. Why do you support Trump, Joe?
A lot of reasons why I support him. Here, let me ask one question though. Why do you support Trump?
Why don't I?
Why do you?
Oh, I don't. I think that Trump is terrible.
Well, he's your whole format. He's your whole fan base. Without Trump, you wouldn't have the following that you have. So why do you support him?
Okay. Well, I agree that the fact that Donald Trump has been such a terrible president is just a descriptive reason why I have close to 10 million followers on all of my social media accounts. However, it's important to understand that my social media accounts exist as a reaction to his terrible leadership, to his terrible presidency, to his terrible policy. And if they weren't so truly terrible, and if I wasn't able to articulate how truly terrible they are, well, then people want to tune in. They want to hit that follow button. They want to donate to me on Venmo and PayPal. And what I do is really beneficial to society because it raises social awareness around these things that matter. It promotes critical thought, and it definitely wouldn't yield the conclusion that I support Trump.
That's well put, well said. So the main thing is I really probably couldn't keep up with you on sitting here and debate, and I do support him. But as you should know, a lot of people that support Trump, just like a lot of people that support Biden or whatever, they can't be swayed very easily. You know, you can't change a whole lot of people's minds. What your opinion might be as a great president may not be another person's opinion as a great president. Although I may not be able to get on here and just quote out a bunch of policies like I probably should if I was maybe better educated. I still do have my reasons. I have characters. One of them, I know that you could sit here and quote that he's been in trouble for this and he's done this and this. But I don't think that we would have a stable country right now if it wasn't for him. I do believe that he's going to put an end to the Ukraine war, WAR. I do believe that a lot of things are going to change for the better. No doubt there are things that are worse. I'm not going to be ignorant to that. But ultimately, it's going to depend on, does the good outweigh the bad? I wish it could all be good, but there's not a chance of that happening with any president, Democratic or Republican.
Okay, so your argument is he's good. I think you gave me like one specific thing there, saying that he was going to end the Russian-Ukrainian war. Yeah, I promised that on day one, over 200 days into his term, and finally last month, he readopted the policy of the Democrats. I'd say he failed there.
He what now on the Democrats? I'm sorry.
He readopted what the Democrats ran on, of like funding Ukraine, giving them money for aid and weaponry. He resumed all that funding last month because it put more international pressure on Russia to end the war. The Democrats were right all along. And then you also brought up the idea that you think we have a stable country. I don't think anything is stable about the reaction that we've seen from many good-hearted Americans to the fact that the Trump administration is having their secret police rip hardworking mothers and fathers away from their families, sending them to torture centers in El Salvador, and deporting 4-year-olds with brain cancer.
Yeah, and I'm not by any means saying that everything he's saying that's pretty rough. But I'm not saying by any means that anything everything he's doing is great. But I do think that so he's only been in there how long now? Less than a year?
215 days.
Okay, so you give time for Biden to get things on track. When he first started, things were freaking awful. He blamed it on the previous administration.
Right, but the argument was like even in that time he was passing good policy. And we just had to wait for that good policy to take effect. What good policy has Trump passed in the last 200 days?
America first. I think that is one of the best things that he's running on.
Bro,
is America first.
Okay, he's not America first. Nothing he has done so far has put our country first. Violating the Constitution placed it last. Shilling out to Israel placed it last. Mass deportation hurts our economy and places it last. What else has he done? Fascist.
So there's no proof. There's no proof that with given time that his tariffs is gonna right now it may be causing some friction and stuff, but there's no proof that it's not going to eventually stabilize.
Stabilize? Well, I mean, I think that like something can cause an issue, the issue grows, and then the issue stabilizes. but the issue just persists to exist.
So you think that it will stabilize for a time,
But-
and then it's just going to persist and get worse again?
Well, like when you say stabilize, all that I'm saying is that it is going to increase the cost of all products imported into this country. We will say the rate of inflation raised because of that. But then after those costs are increased, we will then see the rate of inflation like stagnate. But we'll still have those higher prices that we wouldn't have had if he didn't impose the tariffs in the first place.
But with the tariffs in place, so this is and I could be wrong. You may be able to educate me here. The way that things have been, as far as tariffs go, if we've been paying other countries a taxes, a tariff way beyond what we should consider compared to what they pay when they bring goods in.
Yeah.
Now, am I wrong on that?
Yeah, in some senses you're wrong. Like Canada doesn't really charge as many tariffs. In fact, the tariffs that they do charge are in accordance to a trade agreement that Donald Trump made with him in his first term. Yet Canada has been the victim of Donald Trump's rhetorical attacks of being unfair towards us, even though they're just acting in accordance with the deal that he made with him during his first term. Like I'd say that's pretty unfair.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to really get on the. I was hoping you wouldn't go towards the Canada thing because I disagree with that one. That's one of the things I do disagree with is on Canada. But let's talk about more of China and Japan and things like that of that nature. You may have me on the Canada thing. I did look into that a little bit, and I thought that was a little sketchy on that.
He was able about China. He was able to get China to reduce their effective tariff rate onto us, and that's going to be very beneficial to China. It will be more comparative advantage, more goods going into the country at a lower cost. It'll help them innovate faster because there'll be more competition in their marketplace. He helped China, right? But what we got out of the deal was us having higher tariffs on them, meaning there's less competition from foreign goods, meaning that there's less innovation in the American marketplace, and the goods that do come in are hit by that higher tariff, meaning that they're costing more, meaning that we're paying more for the bare necessities to live. That was actually like a China W.
So you think that in the long run will help China more than it helps us, even though they're having to pay more to pay America more these contracts?
Well, the people that pay the tariffs are going to be the importers, and then the importers pass them off to the consumer.
Okay, so and like I said, I basically jump on here not to argue with you, but to educate myself, and because you would probably get me on facts alone, but But as far as the tariffs, now I know that the taxes pay tariffs, which comes from the people. And I know that if another country puts tariffs on America, then it's usually the taxpayer that has to handle it. But isn't the same thing with the economy in say, China? If they raise the tariffs, which makes it put money into America more, doesn't that increase America's funds and decrease theirs?
So if they were to raise tariffs on us, then it would have hurt them, right? But they reduced the tariffs on us.
So doesn't that help us?
If they reduce the tariffs on us?
No, yeah. If they make us have to pay less tariffs.
It does. It does bump our exports to them a little bit. However, I'd say like a marginal increase in American exports to one country is going to be less beneficial to us than like the benefit that will be experienced by China when they have more competition in their marketplace. Not only because we're exporting more to them, but because other countries are as well, because we've also increased our tariffs on other countries. They'll have more innovation and they'll have more goods for lower prices. It'll help China more than I think it'll help America.
But didn't we also get contracts and more funding for America from the Middle East and from Ukraine and from different countries?
So here is a graph of investment into American industries. So if we look at the Biden-Harris administration, they went up. But if we look at the start of the Trump administration, they've gone down. So yeah, Donald Trump has definitely like loaded the few W's that he's received. However, because of the instability created in the marketplace and the lack of foreseeability into the future of the marketplace, there's been less investment overall.
Okay, but do you see on that graph, it shows in the year in 2020 is when it started to go up. Okay, so every president.
That's very like clearly 2021.
All right, 2021. So almost every president, a Democratic or Republican, will say that all the bad things that is going on in the first year of their term is because of the last president. So couldn't Biden just say, I mean, wouldn't people just say, oh, that was because the last president is the reason why it's going up now?
I don't personally prescribe to such reductionist logic. I don't think it's always
Okay,
true that everything that happens in the first term of a president's tenure is to blame on the last president.
but you got to agree that that's been like a running point, a talking point
Yeah,
for many
and
presidents.
it's kind of there's some truth to it sometimes, which is why people have taken it and run with it. But I'd say it's pretty reductionist and not always true.
Okay, do you think that that if the president, so if there was a different person running against Trump than that ran against Trump, would you have voted for them?
Yeah, I would have voted for you if you ran against Trump.
Oh, okay, so you see where your mindset is just automatically, and which is a lot of people is, and I'm not trying to change your mind, I couldn't, but you see how you're already focused on against him, no matter what or who runs against him.
Yeah, but
You're against him.
that's not because of like Trump derangement syndrome. It's truly because he's like that bad.
But you said you would vote for me over him. What? I could be a horrible. I could have a body under my house right now. You know what I'm saying? But you said you would vote for me.
I mean, as a
over
court
him.
determined that you have a body under your house, the court determined that he raped a woman. I mean, like listen.
But it's also lawfare.
That was supposed to
is
be
actually proven.
That was supposed to be a little bit more of like a rhetorical statement than a literal one. At the end of the day, all that I'm saying is that like Donald Trump is like truly evil. I think he's truly one of the worst presidents we've had in American history, the worst president we've had in modern American history. And there's not too many redeeming qualities about him, and he hurts so many people in so many ways. I'm like truly radicalized against him, not because I'm deranged, but because he's deranged.
Do you think that he uses now the court system and the law to hurt his political rivals?
He's trying to, that's for sure.
But you don't think that the Democratic Party used it against him?
Yeah, I didn't see Biden calling for cops to arrest judges or for the Supreme Court to issue a ban on nationwide injunctions. So
you didn't see governors, senators. You didn't see governors, senators, House representatives saying, if you see people that support Trump, go after them. You didn't see them saying, go out in the streets. I forgot her name. There's a woman that literally said, she was a congresswoman. She literally said, if you see Trump, somebody support Trump, go after them and let them know that you're there and cause this and that. There was a lot of people that ran.
we had a congresswoman say, to let Trump supporters know that you disagree. Okay, and isn't that what I do?
Oh no, she was saying more than that. If you probably pull it up.
Who's she?
I can't. That's the thing is I'm stumped right now. I got a brain fart.
And what's this and that?
Well, she was saying that if you see a Trump supporter, an older lady, I think she was a congresswoman. But anyway, she said if you see a Trump supporter out there, if you see someone that's supporting Trump, then you let your voice be heard. You go after them. You do this. And I don't remember verbatim everything she said, but she wasn't the only one. There was people that was literally running for office, and their whole thing for running for office was, I'm going to get Trump.
Like Alvin Bragg?
Yeah.
Alvin Bragg. I fucking love that guy. Based. Are you kidding me?
You don't see this where that's kind of biased?
No, dude, what a machine.
An individual?
It's because Donald Trump did the crime. Nobody was prosecuting him for it because everybody was scared. So then we finally had big ball Alvin Bragg, okay, the BBAB step up, right? Run for the run for a prosecutor role in New York and bring the gavel down swinging and got him found guilty for his crimes. Let's fucking go.
Sorry, I was muted. The name that I was thinking of is Maxine Waters. She was the one that went out and was saying, I can't say it. I don't know everything she's saying, but she's saying some pretty rough stuff.
I want to ask you a question real quick. If Donald Trump did commit those 34 felonies, then would you see anything wrong with somebody like Alvin Bragg running to be a prosecutor to find him guilty of them?
Ooh. Okay, so yes. Yeah, I would understand. Okay, listen. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. It's hard for me to definitively say what he did and didn't do when people hate him so much.
I'm just saying if Donald Trump was guilty of those 34 felonies, then would there be anything wrong with Alvin Bragg running in a race to be a prosecutor to find him guilty for them and to hold him accountable for them?
If it wasn't someone that everyone hated, if it wasn't someone, if it was somebody that I could definitively
yes?
say,
Is your answer, dude? This is the new best question. This is the new best question. Chat, I'm never going to live this one down. I'm never going to live this one down. Oh my God, this is a good one. How haven't I thought about this already? How have I not thought about this question already? If he was actually guilty, then would you have an issue with somebody running for a role of being a prosecutor explicitly for the reason of finding him guilty and to hold him accountable for his crimes? You're telling us that you would have an issue with that. Dude, you literally want him to be king. You want him to like run around, destroy the country with no accountability, not be held accountable for his crimes. But then you'll turn around and you'll tell us that if somebody commits a simple misdemeanor of undocumented entry, they deserve to be separated from their family. But if a rich billionaire white man running for the presidency commits 34 felonies, then you take issue with anybody even just trying to find him guilty in a criminal court. Come on.
No, you got a new gotcha point, and I
do.
It,
I absolutely
sucks
do.
that it's on me. It really sucks that it's on me. No, what I'm saying is it's hard to determine whether he really committed these crimes when people hate him so much.
But you're changing the question that I'm asking you. If we knew for a fact that he was guilty, then would Alvin Bragg running for the role of being prosecutor explicitly of the reason for finding him guilty be an issue?
If there was a video recording of this man doing these crimes just like anybody else, yeah, then I wouldn't find an issue with somebody running saying, hey, I'm going to get this guy for doing these crimes.
Yeah, well, guess what? We didn't have a video recording, but we literally had the checks. We had the ledger entries. We had the bills.
And if you hate somebody so much, you're going to do everything you can to prove them wrong. Now, I'm not saying that's true. It's either here or there. I don't know for a fact. And yeah, okay, your gotcha point is if somebody was proven that they did something, I would understand someone running against
Lola, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Lola. As well as Naughty with the $10 saying a prosecutor running on the basis of prosecuting somebody. The audacity. So real, not. I'll never get their hate against Alvin Bragg, especially because he was found guilty. If like Donald Trump was found innocent or like got out on appeal for his 34 felonies, then I bet everybody would be swarming to be like, boo Alvin Bragg authoritarianism. But like, because he was found guilty and his appeals didn't go through, like, come on.
But it's proven that lawfare is a real thing. Come on. You know it is. It's okay. People will use the law in...
I'm going to go to end the stream for the day. I got to go make my girlfriend some dinner.
All right, man. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, that conversation's done. Jeff, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube. Super Chat saying weekly donation for your cat after I donated enough to demand the rights to pet the kitty. Also to tell this guy to shut up. Oh, I'm going to go spend some time with Momo. That sounds great. Hey, for everybody watching, I am going to go to an end because I got to go make my girlfriend some dinner. Oh, they're going to be so good. Let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get 2 prime grade ribeyes. Okay? I'm going to take them home. I'm going to set them out. I'm going to put my seasoning on them. All right. Then I'm going to reverse sear them in the oven at 200 degrees until they reach 119 internal. Then I'm going to take them out of the oven. And then I'm going to get a good and nice sear on them. Oh, shit. I need to... Oh, fuck. I don't have a good pan for that. I had a cast iron pan, but it got fucked up. So... God damn, okay, I'll have to figure that one out. Then I'm going to do a good, nice sear on them. And then I'm going to let them set with some good garlic and herb butter for like 5 to 10 minutes. And, oh, they're going to be so good. Let me tell you. Maybe it's because we figured out that we like our steaks really buttery, right? But, like, literally, I think I make a better steak than, like, most, like, steakhouses. And maybe that's just my personal preference. I think it's my personal preference. Just my preference. All right? It's so good. It's like a euphoric experience digging into one of those bad boys. Tyrell, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying Sony just announced that the prices of all PS5 consoles are going to increase by $50 starting tomorrow as a result of increased tariffs. U.S. citizens are going to be the ones paying for the huge tax cuts for the rich, though, through blanket tariffs and the revenue generated from it. It's plain evil. Love you. Yeah, guys. Oh, shit. All the gamer bros that are in that alt-right pipeline are now going to get fucked over hard. Anyways, I'm going to go to an end. I love you all. See you tomorrow as per usual, and have a good rest of your night. And yes, to answer the question in the chat, is Parker going live? He should be live on this account, actually, in around an hour and 20 minutes. Maybe I'll call him and try to see if I could convince him into going live earlier. I'll give it a shot. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Bye-bye.